God damn. That's the key to beauty right there. You get in there, Mira. Thank you so much. Wow. Incredible job by all of our makeup artists here. They have to go through so many people all day. And Dota players got to be in the top 10 worst. I can say that.
Introduce yourself, young man.
I am Nikolai, BB3PX from Level Up.
How old are you?
I am 23 years old.
There's no way you're 23.
I am 23.
Does anybody tell you look a lot younger than 23?
Yeah, that's always happening when I'm trying to buy alcohol.
Oh, do you buy a lot of alcohol?
Not a lot, just for holidays.
Oh, just holiday. How many holidays do you celebrate?
Maybe 2 or 3 in a year.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's not too bad. How are you guys feeling at this tournament?
It feels very nice. I appreciate that I came here.
That's good. And how long have you been with this team?
I think 3 months together.
So you're pretty happy to be here then?
Yeah, I'm so happy.
What is your favorite thing about Dota 2?
You always can do something new.
I've been watching Dota for a long time. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true, for real.
So do something new when I'm casting your team, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
And last question I've been asking everybody, I don't know why. If your team were to break out into a fist fight, okay, you fight each other physically, who would be the victor, do you think?
I think Darky will be the winner of this fight, because he is crazy.
Oh, so it's a more, okay, it's the crazy aspect, not the strength necessarily. Okay, cool. Appreciate your time and good luck at the tournament.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, we are here at EWC with Team Liquid. Gentlemen, I have captured you for a nice topic. Today we will be doing annoying hypotheticals. Are you ready?
Woohoo! Huh?
All right, fantastic. Zombie apocalypse right now in your room at home, right? Practice room.
Here.
All of Team Liquid is there, including Nisha and Blitz.
Yeah.
Zombies are at the door. 3 of you can go out together. Who are you taking with you?
Out as in dying, or?
No, not die. We're not electing 3 people to die.
Have you seen William's foot? He's the bait.
The bait.
Because he cannot run anyway.
Okay, okay.
But what do you mean going out? We
I'm
have,
saying like
we have
2
weapons,
dudes,
or we don't have enough food
We
and
need
we're
to gather
sending free
resources,
food out.
or why are we going out?
All right, let's make the situation, all right? You have to elect 3 guys to go get supplies. The other guys are there holding the fort. Well, how do you split this up?
I'm actually pretty good at interior design, if you guys want.
Hopefully I can do the gardening.
That's good. All right.
Oh, actually, I think William is staying home no matter what.
Yeah, because he's injured. He has
And then we need someone to take care of him.
Who's
Who's volunteering? Me? I'm not taking care of him.
Guys,
I want to
somebody
go
has
outside
go.
and explore the wild.
Someone has to go out the window.
I want to become one with the zombies.
I think me and Mickey, we go out.
Yeah, we can go out.
We're speedy.
That's very good. Speed is powerful. All right, all right. And then, well, you need one more.
We need a wild card. So it's like Tofu or Boxy.
Or maybe we need somebody slow, so we can run.
Yeah, you take William as
In
the bait.
case it goes bad.
You guys are all just trading William. That's not good. That's not healthy.
He's staying home, guys. He's not going to do
He'll
it.
come with a scratch.
No. We actually need it at home. If they ever break in, we need someone to leave there.
Yeah.
Probably
Who's going to be there?
We want him. He's a good teammate.
Okay. You still need one person to leave, though. Who's the leaver?
But I don't want to like become a zombie. Like if I have a gun,
I mean, I
Then it would be
can go
okay, I
out and fight, explore, cool with the shit. But,
Okay.
We have like
but I
swords or
think
guns.
if you guys go together, you need Nisha. If there's like any stuff you need to break, he's the man for it, I think.
That's true.
True.
Okay, Nisha, me and Ace go for supplies.
Okay.
And Tofu and Boxy hold the fort.
Do nothing. Yeah.
We're
Oh, they
chilling.
need to hold it down.
Okay, yeah. you gotta
Interior design.
Interior design.
like we have like the like on the
It's not
pirate
just the
ship,
fancy
like,
stuff. We'll have loot,
We're
obviously.
scouting for you.
All right.
Hindsight, they're like our strongest warriors. They just like hold it.
We're also
That is
like we're also
Jeff
putting
can hold the door.
nails
He's
on
big.
the
All right,
outside
gentlemen, it's
everywhere.
time for our next hypothetical. Now, this is a very interesting one that I personally love asking. Who here would say that they have the best family ties? Who's got the most, like, people waiting at home and all that stuff?
It's a
You guys have wives?
Dark question to ask.
I'm not asking. That's not a dark question. I'd be like, I have a lot of family
Like the
ties.
most people.
We're like, I have no
I
one.
mean, I guess don't.
Then you're like, oh shit, shouldn't have asked that.
I feel like Mickey has a lot now.
I have a lot, I guess.
All right.
Family.
This is a very interesting question I like asking people. There is a billionaire,
A billionaire.
There's a billionaire, Elon Musk style.
Okay.
She comes up to you and she says, Mickey, I'm a huge fan. In a completely non-weird way. We're not going to ever do anything. I would like you to be my trophy husband
Yes.
for a year.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. Get into my helicopter. Don't speak to anyone. You're not allowed to contact your loved ones, your family, your teammates, your friends. You are gone for a year. They all think something happened to you. You cannot contact them. But when you come back, I'll give you my entire fortune. Do you take this deal?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, that was instant. That was
That sounds kind
instant.
of good.
But you can't even be on Discord with the boys.
It's fine. 1
Let's
year.
go with the boys.
I'm setting up 1
that
year
sounds
of
right then.
sacrifice for like how much can a billion like
It's
hold
a
on to?
billion.
A billion.
A billion. That's like generation of generations.
He's sacrificing
about-
himself for
Exactly
his
1
future
year.
bloodline.
What
They
about
will
your-
understand. They will understand.
What do you mean? Would you guys understand? This guy
They
just
would understand.
You walk out the room.
Like,
He's gone.
I mean,
for a year.
obviously, they're gonna panic in the beginning, but like once they see that I come back with a billion,
We never give up on me.
they will
keep
get-
We
looking
play
for
a lot
him.
anyway. It's not that we have so much time with our loved ones and friends.
Right.
But 1 year trade-off for the billion of now you're free forever.
Yes.
That sounds pretty good.
But I mean, aren't you worried that they won't have you for TI and they'll worry about you and you'll be
That's
racked
totally
with
fine.
guilt? What do you, they'll be fine. That's
they will
not,
understand. A billion.
a billion. Okay.
A billion.
All right. Very good. Easy answer. One of our last annoying hypotheticals. Ace, you have to go into a body of an animal for 2 years. Okay? If you die, you die. What are you choosing? What lifestyle would you like to live as
I
a
think you have seen
creature?
too much Bear Grylls.
What?
Isn't
That's
that
not
his name?
Bear Grylls question. This is a
There was
intelligence
actually
question.
there was
That's
actually a
some, Bear Grylls
movie,
episode.
you know, and like a little beaver.
Yeah, it's the
I believe that
Pixar
movie is Hoppers, and it's not like that. No,
Operation
they're not
Beaver.
trying
That's
to
the
die.
Swedish word.
They're trying to survive. Anyway, you have to survive as an animal. What do you pick? What do you
Beaver.
think? What creature do you
What
think?
I have to
you
do-
can't just copy Hoppers just because it's topical. You can't choose beaver. Okay?
Like, what, I have to live inside the animal, or do I have to, like,
You gotta be that
You
animal.
are the animal.
I become the
But
animal?
he still has his conscious.
Yes, but you know, you use your human intelligence to survive 2 years. What creature would you choose?
Brother, he would be the smartest animal of any animal. He could like create his own kingdom.
Good, but
Ape.
depending on the
The
animal.
what is
He
the
could
ape
start
movie called?
like the War of the Apes.
Planet of Apes.
He'd take the world back.
Why would you choose monkey, dude? You guys are so bad at
They're like they're
hypotheticals.
closer to human. They're like 99%.
I'm not asking you
genetically-
these questions on purpose. Please stop interrupting this man's important hypothetical.
You gotta take slacks down.
I'm not asking
gotta
you.
take-
Bob.
All right.
I will take, like, a deep sea, like, anglefish or some shit.
Why?
Because, like, nobody has explored, like, the fucking depths of the
I'm
ocean.
not asking you about humanity's. I'm just telling you to survive 2 years as an animal. Why would you choose a deep sea anglerfish?
That's my-
Maybe they
You
live
don't
for,
even
like,
know the
forever.
struggles of
That's
this
my choice, bro.
creature.
That's my choice.
Some turtles, they live like hundreds of years. Maybe. the
I'm
deep sea
asking you to
fish-
do 2 years. Boxing, I'm not asking you any
Okay, but do you
hypotheticals.
understand if an animal lives for hundreds of years, the chance that you die during those 2 years is lower?
So what
Imagine
would
how
you take?
interesting it would be down
What would
there.
you take then?
It's something like a house cat or something. It's such an easy question.
Nah, that's boring.
That's not boring. That makes sense instead of
The goal is not to survive. The goal is to, like, have an experience, like,
Is that
explore
the
something.
goal? Okay, that's
Then
fair
check
enough.
out the water. It's cool.
All right, fair
He'd
enough.
come
all right.
back with the whole ocean map.
But you mean like one that has like a
Like the fucking anglefish, man. This dude's cool.
like fucking down there.
Homie doesn't even know what an anglerfish is, and you were completely supporting him. You had no idea. All right, fair enough. Tofu, hypothetical for you. Okay.
I'm a beaver.
Great, everyone, man.
What?
Beaver.
You don't get to
Me
be a
too.
beaver. It's a different question. All right. Tofu, you have to trade consciousnesses with someone on your team. However, if anyone finds out that you have traded consciousnesses, you die. You both die. You have to keep up the facade.
Like switching my brain into someone else.
Yes.
And we're just trading each other's body.
Yep, and you have to be in a boot camp for a month. Who are you going to switch with? You both know the stakes.
It's like
Who do
that
you
movie.
trust enough.
It's like that horror movie. I don't know if you've seen
But no one is allowed to find out.
If they find
So it's
out,
not-
you're both done.
It's
You're
not
cooked.
for fun. Like it's actual
This is
survival.
not for fun. You don't get to pick anglerfish to explore the depths of the ocean for fun. This is a serious. You got to trade with one guy on your team, and if anyone else on your team knows that you guys swapped, you're done. Who do you pick?
But the other person is gonna fuck up also.
No, that's why you have to pick a good partner.
You have to trust the other partner.
You have to trust them.
Is this about trust?
I don't know
I
what
feel
this
like
is about.
personalities are just so different.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why you're specifically you. Who do you
Trust
think
the other
would pull
person to
off a
also have the
tofu?
ability to
It's
do it.
like
Yeah. You have a very
it's
unique
impossible.
personality.
Like
He has to pull out
easier to get
another guy, and
example.
they had to pull out him as well.
Easier to get example where like it can be small things where like Nisha, obviously, I'm right-handed, he's left-handed. there might be things about others that I don't know.
You really
where
think
we
he
switch
knows?
and suddenly I can't use my hand anymore.
Well, you got to pretend. So you got to pick a teammate that you think can emulate Tofu.
I mean, niche is
Who
out
would
of
be
the
able to
question.
do
He's
that?
left-handed when you play, bro. It's over. You can't choose niche. You can sit like.
Impossible.
This is the hardest question yet.
I mean, we're gonna die.
What do you mean you're gonna
It's easy
die,
to be
dude?
Tofu. It's
At
just like,
least
what's up,
try.
guys? Anyone
What's up,
want a vape?
Anyone want to fake? I think you're fine, dude. I would highly suggest boxing. I think you can
How
pull
do
it
you
off.
guys feel? Like, who would
so hard.
mimic me the best?
I mean, Ace knows you the best. now,
Probably Ace.
For sure.
No?
But can he handle me?
I don't think I
I
can
don't know if I
mimic
can
anyone
handle
on the team.
the
It's
Tofu
like
style.
No?
too
Give
much.
me one Tofu impression right now.
I can't, man. I can't.
Okay, great. You're dead, dude. That wasn't even close.
I can't.
All right. That was a good hypothetical. Okay, our last hypothetical. Boxing is
Oh,
time.
I asked Mika.
I already asked Mickey.
What did I ask you? Oh, yeah, the billionaire.
A billion.
The billionaire.
Yeah.
You're the last guy. Okay, hypothetically, if you had to rename your team, what would you rename it to?
Team solid.
The
Billionaires. I don't know.
I don't know.
Do like a cool band name.
Band name is good.
Band name?
We will be like. What was some of the old esport teams?
And no Tide Hunter, no Bounty Hunter, no Techies.
Digital chaos.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
With pickup slacks as our standard.
No,
I don't
do
know.
that.
We could be like the bros.
The Bros.
We're
The
chilling.
bros.
The Bros were chilling. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for chilling with me on this fantastic hypothetical podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you some more at EWC, which I hypothesize you'll be with us for.
See you.
Now that was a good podcast. Thank you. Thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
All right, past the Versailles onto Montmartre and here. It's supposed to be right here. Did they feed me the wrong information? There's no way I'm letting them keep me out. Tonight's the night of the Esports World Cup opening ceremony, and I still haven't gotten my invitation yet. Something about not wanting a repeat of previous events. But I'm not gonna let something as silly as an approved guest list stop me from hitting that red carpet. I'm finding a way in. Time to crush some carpet. This is yours. You speak to me, this is yours. Please! If I don't speak to at least 3 people, I get deported. I was told that in order to come to the red carpet or the orange carpet, you gotta be wearing red or orange. What is this?
I'm not on the red carpet.
Pan down, pan down.
Okay.
Pan down. What color is this carpet?
I know.
I can't let you borrow this because I have a black shirt underneath.
I think we'll both get in trouble if that happens.
Yeah. I am the red carpet. I am the red carpet. Does France even have good karaoke?
We do actually. Are you a good singer?
Oh, Champs-Elysees, ba-da-da-da-da. Did you just get in, or have you been here for a bit?
I just flew in today, and then it was straight to the gala dinner, and then I came here.
The gala dinner, what did you eat?
I don't know. I don't really remember. It was very French, but it was nice.
KC fans are freaking crazy and rabid. How did you train them to be like that?
They try to be like me when I'm casting a game.
I've seen them go after some LCS casters too.
Yeah, we hate you guys now.
I love your hair.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Can we get a full spin, a full fit check? Ooh.
That's the vegan buffalo.
Okay, wait. Hold on, back up.
Why?
How do you even get a vegan buffalo? What is vegan buffalo?
Okay, I'm a vegetarian. I'm really into the cause for animals.
Of course.
And when I saw that they have done a buffalo vegan, I was like, I'm gonna have 10 of this.
I'm hearing a rumor that you two are basically on standby in case any of the players on any of these teams get tired. Is that true?
Yeah. Chunks for FIFA and me for any team shooter. Like, I think we're getting called now.
You're getting called onto stage right now. Quick, what game?
Valorant.
Valorant.
Oh yeah, I thought you were doing FIFA.
No, I'm doing Valorant. You're doing FIFA.
Oh, we're switching roles. Oh, dude, that's how good we are.
Have you been to Paris before?
Yeah, I've been here for Champs, so it's my second time, and I also understand French, and I have French family, so it's nice to be here.
J'aime le croissant.
Ouais, je l'aime beaucoup.
J'aime beaucoup. Okay, you've been practicing. You're practicing, or you've been watching a lot of Emily in Paris?
I've been practicing and watching.
Sounds like the show is just getting started, so let's get... Let me in. Let me in!
What is the perfect amount of games for a scrim day for you guys? You can four for you?
4 or 6.
4 or 6. Yeah. Maximum 6.
Yeah, maximum 6.
Yeah,
but
6
not
is
the 8
maximum.
because it's like.
Yeah, scrims is too much actually.
Yeah, it's too much. If you had the boot camp and you're playing the scrims so every day, like 4 scrims and 6 scrims, and you like have the next day for like 8 scrims. When you go to sleep, you just remember I have 8 scrims tomorrow. I hope I don't wake up. I don't wake up tomorrow.
I cannot sleep. I need to like do something before I have to go to the job again. It's Jarek like mentality. Like the Jarek just told me that like he cannot like sleep before he know that he need to work like the whole day with 8 scrims, and he just like sitting with the phone because like he wanna like, use his sleep time to just relax and watch something, and he just like don't sleep.
Yeah, you need to rest your mind.
Yeah, you just want to next day become.
Become already.
Yeah.
Delay this day as much
as you can.
Do you agree with 4 to 6 games? For you, it's the same, Bashka?
Yeah, I agree. I agree about 4 and 6. But I also can agree that sometime you can at least choose one day and make, for example, 8. But the main also thing, there should be some break between colors.
Yeah, between screens.
For example, you can play 4, 1 hour break to eat or chill a bit, and one best of 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but break is
important.
Very
sometimes
very
like we had like 9 in a row. Or
9 in a row?
Factory.
No, 8 in a row, I think, no? One day, like was it for sure?
Maybe
as well, Asia, I guess.
8 scrims in a row without a break. You just sit, pick, play, next pick, and like the opponents just wait us in the next scrim, and we need to like finish fast and go next. And this was like
last map must be high quality.
Yeah,
yeah.
None of them actually was high quality. So.
The point is in lose or win. And if you lose like 6 scrims before and you go for the 8th scrim, you're like, when is gonna end?
Yeah.
And then you should talk about the like mental thing. Like so, you just play, and then you just like do the like psychology stuff, and then you just go sleep, and you just.
The head is about to explode.
And you understand tomorrow will be the same.
For you, it's the same amount of games, or you can do more. You like to do less.
You can make an agreement that you can play it as a pub. Maybe even games, some games, it's good if you like don't talk like.
Yeah, play without voice.
Yeah, play without voice. Yeah. You guys have tried this before?
I never.
You've never tried this?
No, I have experience here in Bad Boom. We was playing scrims without voice.
So you decided to play a scrim and nobody's talking, like communicating.
Yeah.
Was it good or was it bad?
It was fun.
It was fun.
Yeah. But I remember some players like saying, like even like we are not talking in Discord, but they like trying to talk in real life. So he hopes someone hears him.
So it was hard to stop communicating.
Yeah, but my point is, I mean, you can try hard, maybe 4 games. 6 even, I think 6 is harder. But if you want to play more, you can like play like new heroes for fun, like a pub. It should be better. But you cannot definitely play like 8 or 9 or 10 games, like
8 official
super
games
serious.
in a row.
Yeah,
You cannot play.
So yeah, the problem was before this bootcamp. After winning major, we got a huge break, and the logic was we wanna like put everything in a short period. So that's why that was hard, I think.
Yeah, we had the choice if we do the short break and we play like not 8 scrims per day. Like it's small.
We just play like for like more time, but
a
like
small amount of time on the bootcamp and the short break. But if we like have a long break, we play more games.
Yeah, it was not the best experience.
Yeah.
When you play Dota all the time, you lose your mind.
Yeah, we should have decided we need the short break, not the long.
Yeah, you live and you learn. And what about scrims? I think in every team, sometimes like not everybody has the same approach to scrims. Some people like to be very serious. Some people like to be more relaxed. Some people need to get a lot of confidence from the result. Some people don't care. And I guess also it can change for everyone. How was it with you guys? Who would you say was the most serious about the scrims? It's you?
Mr. Tokyo.
You agree with that?
Maybe. I mean, back then I was the guy who didn't want to lose anything.
Yeah.
Like pub, scream, doesn't matter. Like football, outside.
You say back then?
Fight to the death.
You feel like you changed a bit because you say back then.
Yeah, now I'm like, I want to be like more chill guy, like even in the tournaments, because I feel like it's easier to live like this, to live like this. It's easier to communicate. It's easier for me because if you put that much effort to win, like if you lose, it's not easy. It's not easy. So now
I can tell the difference, by the way.
I already
because I was playing with him like back then, and now like after the break, so I can tell the difference that now he is like special guy.
I mean, like I already played. Like it was my first years of the like game, and first year I was like a winner, and I was thinking, yeah, I should keep winning always. But now I'm a little bit more grown man because I played like already like 5-6 years. I think with all that experience, like I can think how to live better, to be a professional, and yeah.
Nice. And who was on the opposite? Who was the most relaxed? I don't want to say don't care, but you can say don't care also. I know some players don't care.
I didn't care actually at all about scrims.
You didn't care about scrims at all.
I cannot like I take it serious. And I remember the one part with Miposhka. We were playing scrims, and I was playing like Tiny 4, and I was having like so much fun, and we were like winning, and like at some point I was just like tossing him to the fountain, and he was dying, and he was like, "What the f***? We're gonna lose? No, what are you doing?" And I was like, chill, we just playing scrim, and he was like super mad about me.
And on the other side, Toronto trying its hardest to like not lose.
I remember he just was super mad at me.
Also, I think I can say because the guys they was playing one team, and Mirror like joined to our team like half of the year, and I have already 3 teams in my experience. So compare to other teams, I think in Spirit, I cannot say someone was like not trying his hard. Everyone was trying, everyone was disciplined, and with my experience, I can say not many teams can do that.
Yeah. Did you adapt to each other's? Or did you, so for instance, when somebody was very serious, do you accept it and you adapt to him, or did you try to change him? And same for the one that was more relaxed.
We just try to be serious, I think.
We just confirmed that we need to play like cream, like the not too serious, but not the don't care mode. So we just play like to
keep balance.
Yeah, the balance. We're trying to find the balance.
Yeah, I would say it was like no problem with that in Spirit because everyone was like trying to win.
Yeah, in the first 2 years it was like that.
Yeah, everyone was on the same wave.
Yeah, but
And
then,
later?
But then, the point is...
Maybe after I leave, the guys was like, "Oh, now we can."
Okay, now
Now everybody can chill. No more. Everybody can buy Midas.
Yeah. Now we can do whatever we want.
Finally, the freedom.
Sometimes this guy bought some Midases, so.
One thing I wanted to talk about actually, because I think you're one of the few players that made so many transitions to other roles, and quite successfully, in my honest opinion. You played 5, right? After you played mid, then 5, then 3. So I wanted to ask, did you get, I wanted you to rate his position 5 and you to rate his position 3. I'm getting you in troubles now, guys.
I knew it was gonna happen.
I can rate a position 4 actually, because
Have you played position 4?
Min Paps on Wind Ranger, so I can rate him as well.
What is your opinion on that?
I think he has 2 heroes.
I can say, to be honest, I can play any hero in pub on any position, and sometimes I'm telling my team to check my replay.
On your position. Check my replay. I have 5 games.
Maga, check my Beastmaster replay.
What he's doing on every row, when we were in the same team, he was talking, all we need to do is just farm. You need to farm on supports. You need to farm on mids. You need to farm on
Same mentality still.
You just need to farm.
You need to scale. You need to scale since minute 1 to minute 40. You need to scale non-stop.
You need to run on the free lane and just skip the wave, skip the wave. You don't care about anyone in this game.
So then he went to pass 5 and he did it, and when you went to pass 3,
Same mentality each row.
I was telling Yarek, can you farm more?
Even you were telling him you need to farm. Okay, that's rare from a mid laner, because usually mid laners will tell you need to come check the rune, you need to place this ward, you need to smoke.
He's always forcing supports to farm.
I still need to do this, but can you still try to farm more?
Well.
Yeah,
but also do your job.
That's because I was watching LGD replays, and I watched these guys playing. They're sports running around the map, and they're farming camps.
On the way.
When I see Yarek, he was running he doesn't care. Even on I don't really remember. For example, he's Mirana and he's running around camps and not using arrow.
I'm saving for kill.
Can you
saving for his mid laner?
No.
Yeah.
Buy Porte stuff and save me.
Sanya, set up. Stand here. I will arrow. no. Stop farm creeps.
Okay, so now I'm in team spread. Now I understand.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We book Esports World Cup.
It is a wonderful morning here in Paris, but for some of these teams it will be their final day in Paris. Dota 2, day 5 here at EWC is about to start breaking some dreams, crushing those dreams and crushing some keys alongside of it. The intensity is starting to ramp up and everything is now on the line for some of these teams with time very much running out. You guys can crack on with the intensity and all that. I'm going to sit out here and I'll have my croissant.
starting the day with a coffee, a croissant, and some of the best Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris, and we might not have the croissant and coffee that Chris had, but we do have that top-tier Dota coming your way. Today is actually a very special day because it's the final day for Group A and B, and that means we got some eliminations, some advancements, some blood, some tears, some sweat. We got it all coming your way here with also Lacoste and Seb sitting next to me. Lacoste, how are you doing this morning?
Good. I also had my croissant.
I don't hear you. Seb, how are you doing?
I mean, I heard him. I can translate, or he's doing.
You can interview him.
Yeah, I can interview him. He's doing. Are you doing pretty good?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I did have a croissant.
No, that's it. That's over. That's enough. That was the only question I asked. No, I mean, I'm sure we'll fix it pretty soon. Doing great. I'm doing great. I'm gonna give him. I'm feeling pretty bad about it, actually. Please express yourself.
I did have a croissant as well. I think every single day that I was here, and they're very buttery, they're nice, and also the salted butter, Shiver, that you did mention. I took that advice. Feels pretty good with it.
The demi-salted butter that the French do is some of the best butter. I know you might be thinking, like, can butter actually be better than normal butter? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. We had some buttery smooth Dota games for some teams yesterday as well. We had some one-sided matches. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday with our STC Rewind, as all our series once again said 2-0 all across the board.
I mean, the dominating teams are showing up. I think it's expected. We know we said it before the tournament started. It's that time of the year, the money time of the season. EWC, TI, everybody should be peaking by now, and I think they're delivering. So you love to see it. I think this tournament's format, though, is particularly scary because we're gonna start seeing our first teams getting eliminated, and then everything transitions into single elim, which honestly, in Dota, anything can happen, especially nowadays where the level of competition is so close between everyone. So no team can really lower their guard. I feel like even the teams that are dominating the group stage, all it requires is like a bad matchup, you know, an off game, and all of a sudden you're out of the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we've seen yesterday Aurora, you know, asserting dominance. We've seen Falcons. They're all basically answering the call.
Yeah, that is right, Shiver. We've seen some really good Dota yesterday, and yeah, with this format as well, you definitely needed to step up in every single game, and we haven't seen any like major upsets. Like, we've seen some of the underdog stories maybe taking a game, but nothing like too crazy that did happen yesterday. I don't know how you feel, Seb, about, but you're the only team that managed to take the game off of 1W team.
Yeah, it's a rocky, bumpy road for OG so far. I mean, it's keeping me awake at night because you never know what you're getting. Sometimes we lose in a pretty sad way, and we're also the team that's able to contest, you know, Yandex and 1W. They only, you know, dropped one map, and both were against OG. So you know, maybe some hope moving forward. I do think, to me, like the biggest surprise of this group stage, I have to say, and maybe it's not entirely a surprise, but you have to talk about it, is Nigma.
Yeah,
they're sitting up there in terms of standings with all the teams that have dominated the Dota scene for the last few years. Obviously, Nigma was nowhere to be seen in these events and Tier 1. And they're back. You know, you have the Falcons. I mean, you have to name Falcons. We see them in Group A. You know, they dropped only one map, and it's the first map. So at this point, it doesn't even count. And then, yeah, Nigma is actually in contest with these top dogs. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and in Group A also, keep in mind that today also tiebreakers will be played. It is looking pretty spicy in the middle of the pack there. Rune Eaters and Gamer Legion with the same score of 3 and 5. So a lot is possible there. For you guys' information, though, Gamer Legion is going up against BB Team, so that's a tough one there. Ooh, I wrote Gamer Legion twice. That's a problem.
Look at that, though. I mean, this is unheard of as far as I'm concerned. Like, a lot of fans have waited a long time to see, you know, that kind of scoreboard in a group stage, and it's finally happening.
Yes,
yeah, it's been a while, but also, at least to me, it doesn't come as a big surprise, considering that I was covering the road to TI as well, and they looked super solid. Maybe like Team Liquid slightly underperforming. It might come down to them losing to Enigma Galaxy. And of course, the 5th and 6th place for L1 team and Level Up, they are already out. P-Time cemented themselves. They are going to go to that survival stage straight away. And in the Group C, P-Vision, pretty much everything is set in this group because we have Reconyx, Team Nemesis, they're already out. Mouse and Vici Gaming in the middle of the pack. And the last series that they're going to be playing is P-Vision against Team Spirit.
Yeah, that might still change things at the top there.
Pretty much. Whoever kind of wins, even if P-Vision gets a draw in this one, or if they get a win against Spirit, they're going to secure themselves the first spot.
Yeah, and the same thing goes for the Group D. The Group of Death has 2 teams at the top, 1W and Yandex. They will face each other tomorrow in the final match. So again, a series that will battle it out for who comes out on top. And if they tie, we'll just have to play a tiebreaker between them. That's all good. We got tiebreakers potentially coming today. This is today's schedule. We're starting with the match in Group A, Extreme Gaming versus Falcons, and Roar Gaming versus Liquid after that, with tiebreakers of Group A, followed by tiebreakers of Group B. And for our Sony story of the day, we went for that second series, Aurora taking on Team Liquid, Seb.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Good choice, good pick. I wasn't part of it, but I definitely, I definitely support it. I see, like when I'm part of it, the next day I'm just kicked from the choice. But no, I think it's a good one. Honestly, I think Liquid, this is like a very pivotal moment for them in the tournament. They started off a little bit shaky. It kind of seemed like they weren't really sure what their identity should be in this patch, in this tournament. But you know, all of a sudden they're only 1 or 2 points away from topping the group. So everything is still up in the air. I think now they're getting their true tests. And you know, with Liquid, you wouldn't be surprised that they go from struggling at the beginning of the group stage to beating the #1 team in the group. That wouldn't surprise anyone. It's just about them finding their form. So it's going to be a very interesting series. Yeah, you know, you mentioned Aurora being like a Dota exam.
Yeah.
So Liquid has a two-step exam today.
They've got quite the test ahead of them, and potentially they did their homework in figuring out which heroes were very good, which heroes were very not good, and which heroes they should be banning. But let's take a look first at the heroes that have been most picked at this EWC so far. I don't think any of these really comes as a surprise. Lacoste, I feel like we saw Earth Spirit maybe even fall off a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, maybe some of the games that we've seen, but maybe it was like the hero-player combination that we have seen that didn't really work out. But I think we said on day #1 that this hero is going to be in the top 3 picks. Coming through the TI qualifiers, the hero looked insanely strong. Win rate definitely shows it. I think you need to have Earth Spirit Specialist coming up from the mid lane, and you also need to have the flex potential. So your position 4 also needs to be able to play that hero.
Yeah, and I think the odd one out here was the Shadow Fiend with a 61% win rate, because not only is he in the list of most picked, he is also in the list of most banned.
Yeah, to me, SF is really the standout in the sense that hero has been tier 1 for a while now also, so everyone has more than enough time to try to figure out what they want to play against SF and how to counter it. So SF sitting at 61% win rate despite the amount of bans, and also when it's picked, it's been first picked every time because you don't the fact that it's also in top bans means that you either pick it right away or you're not gonna get it. And you know, despite that, it's still sitting at an impressive win rate. So it seems like this hero is just hard to counter. Whereas I guess like for heroes like Earth Spirit, perhaps we'll see the meta develop in a way where people will end up finding, you know, like convincing answers.
Yeah.
And the hero could fall off or, you know, kind of go back to something a little bit more average.
Yeah.
Later on.
We're going to focus our attention on Extreme Gaming and Falcons now, because those 2 teams will be joining us on the stage very soon. And Extreme Gaming, that's the squad that we're focusing on first. We have seen them fail their exam yesterday, and I'm very curious how they feel after their losses yesterday and how they feel coming into today. And for that, we are going to check in with Ame.
Hello, I'm here with Ame of Extreme Gaming. You played Morphling in one of your matches earlier. I was curious what you thought about the hero because I haven't seen anybody else play it yet.
Amy， 首先就要问你关于水人这个英雄，因为已经在这个比赛当中也看到你选出了1次水人，但是其他的战队呢，其他的选手可能还没有用过这个英雄。然后这个版本你个人感觉水人怎么样呢？
就还可以吧，可能前面有点弱吧，到中后期还是可以的。
I feel like Morphling is still a decent hero. He might be a little weak in the early game, but once it gets to the mid and late game, I think in terms of power, he's still up there.
Okay, great. You guys have two of the hardest teams in the group to play against, other than yourself, of course. Do you prefer that they're at the end of the group stage, or do you wish it was different?
那你们这个小组呢，现在面临的就是最强的2支战队。那你个人觉得是打小组赛的时候，可能强队就是比较早遇上会更好一点，还是像这种就是拖到后面再去对战会更好呢？
这个都一样吧，感觉就早晚会打了。
I don't think it makes much of a difference because we have to face them sooner or later anyway, so we'll face them as they come.
Okay. In terms of practice against European teams, obviously it's difficult to scrim against European players from where you live. Did you get much of a chance before the tournament, or were you restricted towards your region?
那因为了解到你们战队在中国的话，很难跟很多这种西欧的一些战队去训练或者去练习。那你们这次来到这比赛之前，有很多时间，就是有充分的跟这些西方战队去练习吗？还是说你们时间也并没有很多，就是过来之后就立马开始打比赛了？
练了2个多礼拜吧，感觉就训练效果还不错的，但是就打比赛可能感觉大家发挥没有训练好。
We came here about 2 weeks in advance, so we had about 2 full weeks of practice against some of the European teams here. But and honestly speaking, I think that the results of the practice was pretty good. I was actually pretty happy with our performance. But when it came to a tournament, somehow for some reason we're just not performing as expected, and I think we're just not performing as well as what we did during our scrims and our trainings.
I see. Well, thank you for joining me, and good luck in your upcoming matches.
Hopefully they can change that today and they can perform to the level that they want to. Yesterday wasn't a great example of Extremes Gaming performance for sure. Lacoste, what do you think they should change going in for today?
I want to see some speed here. I feel like this team, like with the hero picks that they did have, especially for Ame with the 2 games on Terrorblade on Morphling, he also talked about it in an interview saying that this is a good hero in the mid and late game. Problem is, how do you get there? They were unable to get there yesterday when they played against BB team, where they were kind of lacking that punch that they needed to have in the early stages of the game. So slightly more focus on the early stages of the game.
Well, they are 4-4 right now, and they are going up to the behemoth Falcons. That is 7-1 right now, only dropping that 1 game at the very start of the tournament, as Seb already mentioned. To find out if they're still in great spirits going into today, we're going to Porte talking to Snaking.
Hey, I'm here with Snaking of Team Falcons. You guys have had a great start to the group so far. You're on top, but you got XG coming up. How do you think you're going to fare against them?
I think we probably have a pretty good shot. I think we can't really underestimate them. I think they have floundered a little bit in the group stage, but they can still be a very tough opponent. So we just need to keep our focus up.
So I talked to Ame earlier. He said that they arrived 2 weeks early. They got to play a bunch of scrims against European teams. Did you guys scrim against them before you got here?
I think we did play them a little bit, and then we realized they were in our groups, and I think we stopped scrimming them. So I think we played them early on in our boot camp. So we haven't really played them recently. So it will be interesting to see if they have changed a lot.
What's that like, getting exposure to teams ahead of time? Like, do people's, and I'm sure this happens for you guys too, you probably scrim against a team a bunch of times and then you switch it up based on other stuff you learned. Do people's patterns change? Does your guys' patterns change a lot between scrims and once you get to the tournament?
I think for the very known teams who have the same type of players, they don't really change that much. Maybe they'll add a few heroes to their arsenal, and so to speak. But I think the most dangerous teams to kind of prepare for are the ones that you don't really know much about, or like some of the qualifier teams, like you don't really know what they play, you don't really know what their strategies are. It's a lot harder to prepare for like an unknown team than teams that you've seen around the block for a long time.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, you guys have been picking a lot of Undyne so far. You're picking it early in the draft like it's a flex pick, but then you just keep playing it. At some point, they're just going to, that's their pause 5. Are you worried about losing that flex potential, or are you going to make Amar play it today maybe?
I mean, we'll see, because it's obviously a very strong flex. A lot of people play in the offlane, and you know, you have to make the enemies guess, so they will have to find out.
Nobody's guessing. It's been like 4 times now, man. The trick is gone. It's still a good hero, though.
The cat is not out of the bag yet.
Okay, maybe one time today. Okay, that's all I have for questions for you. Thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
We'll find out if Falcons has any surprises in store for us today. I feel like they're definitely considered the winner here already a little bit in this group. What do you hope to see from them today, Seb?
I mean, I just want to highlight, like, nice try snaking, keeping us guessing on whether Almar not will play on dying. I think we'll have the answer to that one, but it's an fair try. I mean, what to expect today? I think it's important. Falcons can still lose the #1 spot in the group to BB team, so this game matters a lot. Because again, if you stay top 1, you go straight. Else there's a whole single elim bracket you have to play. It's no joke. As for Extreme, they really need to secure the win because they can still get knocked out. If Gamer Legion win their series and they lose theirs, they are going to get knocked out of the group.
Yeah, this is a very scary group, so a lot of pressure here for this opening series in Group A, the last series that these two teams will play, barring tiebreakers. To get it started, we're heading over to the stage.
Good morning, EWC. Good morning, Dota 2, and good morning, Dota fans. We are here today for a fantastic group stage. How y'all doing out there? You live? You well? Hello? Gentlemen, ladies, yes? Oh, come on. I see you in the crowd. You give me one yell right there, white shirt. Give me one. Ah! Give me one. There it is! All right, we got one. Thank you very much, everybody. Yes, we have an incredible day of Dota here today for you. In fact, we're starting things off pretty hype, ladies and gentlemen. We have the grand finals of TI last year coming your way. Extreme Gaming versus Falcons. I have been waiting quite some time for such a grand stage to have such grand teams, and this time, for a long time, neither one of them suck. So that's really cool to see yet again. We're going to have one heck of a first game for you. Hope you guys are ready as we announce and bring to the stage our first team of the day, Extreme Gaming! Extreme Gaming. I am extremely excited to see these guys get their revenge on Falcons today. Now, this is a pretty high pressure game. Oh, there we go! They won't clap for me. They'll clap for Ami, though. Hell yeah. The fans are out. Good to see them out there today. And we are going to see you guys do extremely well. I do hope. Should be a heck of a match. And we'll see if you guys can get your strength for the groups and beat that juggernaut that's standing on that top spot. But who could that juggernaut be? If you have horrible memory, let me go ahead and remind you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your claws together, spread those wings, and get ready to caw for Team Falcons! They absolutely love it when you make bird noises for them. It fuels them. It makes them fiery. And today, we will see them come to the stage with the full formation, the line formation. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Falcons has arrived to make their nest. I have not thought of many other bird jokes today, but I can tell that they are looking quite locked in. In fact, none of them are moving. They're like statues. Incredible discipline this team has. I've never seen anything like it. Are they even here? Absolutely they are. Are you ready to get started, gentlemen? Are you ready? No, all right, we got one. All right, please put your keys on the location. Get your keys out there, my friends. Get those keys. For one of those keys will be crushed one day. Not today, though. Today, it ain't about crushing key. It is about honor. It is about respect. It is about victory as they get into their positions looking so hyped. Is it that way? Yes, shake those hands. Oh, my God. A moment for the ages. Please, gentlemen, to your seats. You guys don't go anywhere. Don't get up from your seats. And we will see more of these teams soon. But before the action gets started, let's head back to the battle, baby.
on with this TI Finals rematch. I have to ask Seb, I mean, we like to hype these storylines, you know, that's our job. But as a player, if you play against a team that you faced in a grand finals, is there any special magic or memories that are part of the matchup for you?
Of course, I think especially for Extreme, like for the losing team, like the team that lost the TI finals, like they're never gonna let go. They will, like, playing Falcons is always gonna mean something special to them, and they're always gonna try to, you know, like the pain never goes away, and that's your medicine in a way. Like that's gonna be like a little bit of a relief. It's like I don't feel the pain for a little bit, and then it comes back until they actually settle it at you know, in another grand finals. And Falcons should know, they're no strangers to that feeling. These players obviously now they're on top of the game, but they have, you know, lost before in their careers, and that's how they also improved and got where they are today. So they know that Extreme is not gonna play around in the series. They're coming to win.
Does it also maybe change the way we're going to see them play? Do you feel like Lacoste, since, well, obviously the meta changed, but did their playstyle, like the overall macro playstyle of these two teams since the grand finals change a lot, their identity?
I don't think so. I think for Falcons, maybe for Extreme Gaming it did. This is a bit of a slower team. They always needed to adjust. Like if you go back a year and a half ago, for example, this is the team that lost the laning stage pretty much every single time. They were down 5,000 gold and then they made a comeback. I think this is slightly outdated. They did speed things up, but also they're not on pair with some more like faster teams like Team Liquid, Falcons, and the BB team. For Falcons, it seems like they're just playing the standard stuff. You know, this is how they came into the scene with the 3 tanky cores playing. Meta did shift, but also I feel like this type of a team also has very strong identity. We are seeing some of the heroes that they are bringing back. I think Enchantress so far is a very good example because they are playing it from position 5. They're playing it from position 4 as well. Crit, prior to this tournament, didn't play it for like 2.5 years. And this is the only team, have in mind, that has won the games on Enchantress. Enchantress has been played 12 times and only Team Falcons managed to get 3 victories with this hero. The hero feels very good, I gotta say. We slightly kind of touched upon it the other day. It feels very good against certain meta heroes like Carry Wind Ranger, Necrophos, having that dispel available. And also Falcons, they've been using this hero as a counter to Undying in the lane.
Yeah, keep in mind that there is one change that might make the difference here for Extreme Gaming, because we have a different coach for Extreme Gaming compared to what they had at TI, of course, with Maps joining in. So they get a little bit of fresh air there and a fresh take on how to take Team Falcons down. And I know Slack said that, you know, there won't be any key crushing today. If, like, things can play out really unfortunate for Extreme Gaming if they are not on their A game here today, and then we might be talking about crushing keys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe they're sitting at 4 points and Gamer Legion is sitting at 3. So if Gamer Legion were to win their series and Extreme to lose 2-0, then now we're talking about them getting knocked out of the group stage. So, and that would be a huge blunder. I think that team is really the Chinese first hope, I would say. The Chinese scene first hope, and TI being in China, like everybody expects that team to deliver results, and it starts with this tournament, surely. You know, with that being said, I don't feel like what is causing the losses to Extreme is necessarily them not being on par with the best teams in the world. I think it's more about strategy and the approach to the meta and how the game is being played right now. I do feel like they're quite far behind, I must say, the top teams in that regard. But, you know, this tournament, the beauty of the format is that every team gets to play 1 series a day, so they have a lot of time to actually recollect, like check the replays, dissect what has happened, also maybe take a look at what other teams are doing. So we can see a new version of these teams, like from one day to the other. It's absolutely not impossible. This is not your typical group stage where teams have to play 4 series or 3 series a day and they're just like completely exhausted, and the downtime is only for rest. Like, downtime here is to build and to, you know, get ready for the next day. So I wouldn't be surprised that Extreme drew the right conclusions from yesterday and come in today with a completely new outlook on the game. And with that team, I think would get all of a sudden like a very significant increase in the level of play.
Yeah, what gives me hope is what Ame said in an interview, that they've been, spending 2 weeks scrimming against European teams as well, and that they had good results. So maybe, some things sometimes they don't click straight away, like ideas coming into the tournament were working out. Sometimes like meta shifts in between, like the first 2-3 days you see the things that you've been picking, like other teams have a slightly better idea. Their ideas are working and yours are not. So you have some time to prepare for it. And this has been the team that maybe under a different coach, I would say, especially under Zhao 8, this team, like you would see them lose a game, they would pick 5 different heroes, they would lose a game or even win the game and then pick 5 different heroes again. This is something that always has been strength between the coach and the player combination. The players are still there under the different coach, but still feel like they have this mentality that a lot of things need to shift, and they've been in this situation many times where they need to completely shift what they've been picking. So in that regard, I feel like Extreme Gaming definitely has something, but so far their ideas that we have seen haven't really been working out, and maybe extra bit of a mental damage as well. Yesterday when they played against BB team is when they picked Bane Mirana, they didn't look good, then they get Bane Mirana on the other team and they get completely stomped by it in 20 minutes. So I want to see, maybe some adjustments, maybe what the takeaway is going to be from some of these games and what we're going to be able to learn.
Like, to me, the biggest change I'd like to see is the position 2 and 4 picks for Extreme. I think these have been the most problematic in a sense. Like, there's always like a good reasoning for why they select the heroes. It's never, I'm not saying it's bad or anything like that. It's always easy like to understand why they would go for that, but I don't think they cover certain angles that you just have to factor them in modern Dota. You need to worry a little bit about your ability to contest runes, your ability to protect your wisdom, maybe pressure theirs. Like the first basically 10 to 12 minutes of the game is very crucial in Dota right now. Like who gets to defend their safe lane tower, take the enemy off lane tower, sometimes even contest the mid, like apply pressure with the siege creeps, fight for the power runes, fight for the early wisdom runes. If your like support duo and your mid lane hero do not allow you to do that in any capacity, I think the game is literally unplayable. And you can go back to what Am is playing, whether he's playing Morphling or something faster, or same for the offlaners. At the end of the day, I do think it relies much more on both the supports, but mainly the position 4. We've seen FY play like pick early Rubik's because he's thinking about the stealing Bane spells, early Mirana, and then the lane goes really rough, and the mid matchup has not really been protected. It gets counterpicked, and all of a sudden they just don't get to play the game at all. So this really needs to change, I think, for today, in order for them to secure like a stable game, so that we can see what they're really good at. And what this team is really good at is how they team fight, how they play the map, how they scale into the late game, how they buy their items, how the synergy they can build going in the later stages of the game.
I'm very curious in regards to the approach that the opponent of Extreme is going to take. I want to compare BB Team to Falcons, because yesterday we know BB Team is a fast team. They are known for that. They have been known for that for a very long time. That's not necessarily the case for Falcons.
No, I think there's similarity in a way where they play very strong in the lanes. This team is not going to get stomped in the first 10-15 minutes, but sometimes they don't take many risks. They're going to be like going for that third Roshan, fourth Roshan if needed. This is pretty much the team, or at least part of the team during the Tundra era, which did invent this type of a playstyle which chokes you out of the map. They don't want to rush anything, and especially in this current meta where like one high ground push while you have, let's say, only 10k gold lead, 15k gold lead with one bad team fight, it can turn the whole fight around. So Falcons, they're kind of masters of their craft when it comes down to closing out the games. Maybe that's one of the reasons why it takes slightly longer. Might not be the most interactive gameplay to watch sometimes when it goes to like 45-50 minutes, but it gets the job done, and it's all about winning, so can't really blame them.
Yeah, I think it's like a better matchup though for Extreme in a sense, because you know that they're going to get a little bit more breathing room against Falcons than they would against a team like BB Team. So in that sense, I think if they do the proper adjustments coming into today, and it's a better fit maybe for them this series. We could see a closer match than what we've seen yesterday from Extreme. But at the same time, like I think if you expose yourself early on in the game, like Falcons, of course, they're great at playing the long game and they're amazing in the later stages, but they can also dominate the early game. Like you're just not allowed to be weak basically against that team at any stage really. So Extreme, they'll have to cover every single angle. That's just how it goes when you go versus the best in the world.
All right. So if there's one hero in particular that we don't want to see from
that
Extreme.
we don't want to see from Extreme, Mirana.
Mirana?
We disagree on Mirana.
Yes.
No hesitation.
You know, I was watching our team play yesterday. We first picked Mirana. I almost failed.
Little bomb, yeah.
We lost horribly in 20 minutes, and well deserved. No Mirana, please. And I'm a big fan of the hero. Like that's like Mirana's like the Dota hero. It's been there forever. It's always been flashy. You know, arrow accuracy, you name it. But no Mirana. Please.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some meme heroes win. Like, there was a Bloodseeker attempt from Crystallis. The other day, we saw BB Team dominate with Bloodseeker. Yesterday, Kurtic had the great performance, but seems like teams, they're getting ideas from Reddit, where they're like, oh, they said that Bloodseeker's a bad hero. Let's try to win with it. And now there's a new thread yesterday about CK being, like, the most dog hero in the game. Maybe someone's going to pick it up and prove us wrong. Yeah, he did. I think he played it during the last slam.
It's the thing. I don't think CK is that bad actually. Like we could take the conversation. I don't think CK is that bad. Like
yeah, he did.
It's one of the Edu heroes that's like no. I'm a CK. I'm not gonna go as far as saying I'm a CK fan. Like I'm definitely not a fan, but I'm not a hater either. I think
the chaos is fun.
Chaos is fun. I think the hero has some arguments. Like to be fair, I haven't seen it, so we'll have to double check.
He lost that game. Like when the patch dropped, I'm like, okay, these numbers maybe they're not too bad. All they had to do for me is one game to realize, yeah, this is not it, Chief. It's it's not working out. The illusions, they just die so quickly.
You know what one hero is that I think we saw it banned on day one, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's happening. It's a hero I really enjoy watching, especially in the hands of XXS. I think that's one of the heroes that, when he started his career, was really good at Legion Commander. And we saw potential.
Yeah, I did mention it, I think, during one of the drafts. Both of these teams, like both offlaners, they do enjoy it from time to time. This is how XXS kind of came into the scene, playing his Batrider, playing his Legion Commander from the offlane. But Amar, from time to time, if it's a good game for it, he's going to pick it.
Aghanim's on LC is amazing. Like I think it's a great item. We haven't seen it yet enough. I personally think I'm a big Legion fan, actually. I think the laning presence is really there. You can itemize a little bit more differently, I guess, like creatively these days. And again, the Ags, we're not seeing it in the meta, but it's gonna come eventually. I think it's a very interesting hero. What else could we see, like as a surprise from these teams? Like I know for a fact that Marine has been practicing a lot of IO mid. I saw it in pubs many times. I think he was doing pretty fine on the hero, but he's yet to showcase it. Maybe not good enough to his taste, you know. But not impossible.
He's not level 25 yet.
Not exactly. Yeah, it probably doesn't have the right to pick it. Amar is just holding it back. But you know, if he does all-nighters after these group stage games, gets back to
plenty of time. Yeah, with the format, he can grind in. I'd say like good 10, maybe 12 games of IO per day.
If they get out of the groups on top spot, then yeah, they get 2 extra days off, basically. Well, I say off, but we all know that these players are going to grind. By the way, you are aware that at the moment we are having a little bit of a tech issue. We'll get that solved as soon as possible, but that is why you're still without a draft. But
it's the casters. It's the SCG. He's always holding us hostage.
This is true. What does that mean? Is it possible? Don't say it if it's not.
It's good.
It's good.
It's so I participated in a French TV show that I happened to win, actually.
Hey, congrats! What was it about?
Representing esports. It's a game called Werewolf. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Yeah,
it's basically like Mafia.
Yeah, One Night Werewolf.
Exactly. So they built like an actual real village, like in the woods. And the game goes on for 2 weeks, where every night is a real night. Anyway, you know, I think I came in as a video game champion or something. So I think nobody really expected. They were like, this guy has to be harmless.
We use heroes.
But you're
champions.
good at games.
They didn't know about Dota, right? So I don't think there were only a couple candidates that knew about Dota. So they were very, very suspicious of me. They were like, well, this guy is a menace. But then the others are like, it's probably a nerd, you know, like no big deal. And then when the strategies started happening, it was already too late for them.
Were you a wolf?
And they lost. No, I wasn't.
Okay.
But then the mention was to one of the strategies that I set up there, that he appreciated, I guess. So thank you for that. But either way, this isn't about that. This is about Dota. Lots of strategies there too.
I mean, there's a lot of strategies.
Yeah, I mean,
we figure out here too.
Yeah, we talked about werewolves. There's one hero that's Lycanthrope that I think has been slightly underpicked as well. I feel like this hero gives you pretty much everything. The 2-lane push with your summon, with the helm, with the shard once you pick it up straight at 15 minutes. I just want to see more of this hero. I think this hero is going to be punishing most of the position 5 supports in the game, and a hero that you can always play the lane because it allows your position 4 to trade with position 5 or just manipulate the creep wave, get the wave under your tower, drag the creep wave with the wolves and everything. So it feels like a very natural offlaner. I think Enigma Galaxy, they played it 2, maybe even 3 times. One of the reasons why they are so successful is a lot of the times people have been saying that you can't really lane. Like Dalai said it in an interview that a lot of the times from the offlane, you need to have different mentality right now. This is pretty much what it was back in the days when I was playing, where you really couldn't, like every CS that you get, it's like a small victory. You're like, all right, let's bang out some fireworks because this feels really nice. And then maybe if you get a kill, you're going to be getting a couple of extra CS. It's because this is not an offlane meta. We had offlane meta like in the previous patches. This ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, I remember being coached at some point, and the goal was 15 last hits at 5 minutes.
It's rough. It's been rough for offlaners. I think desperation, you know, we need therapy at this point. Like we just can't. Even the jungle camps are not so easy to beat. It's like when everybody else is playing the game and you're struggling with your jungle camp, you're like, should I get tangos? I'm gonna get a salve. I think like this is pretty rough.
Is it worth it? Because it's so much money. I could just walk back.
Maybe I walk back. Oh, I stack. That's a bad stack. You know, it's like offlaners are playing a game of their own right now, and it's they don't want to tell about it. It's a little bit shameful when you hear everybody talk about, you know, casting spells and outplaying your opponents, and you're just sitting there in the quiet jungle. But it is what it is. You know, you just have to go with what the game, you know, imposes. I guess.
And it shapes the offlane hero pool for sure as well, because we see a lot of heroes that rely on levels a lot, or at least are able to clear stacks later on as well. Everything has an effect on everything.
I have to say that on like the one weakness that I could see talking about heroes on Falcon side is I don't think Amar is necessarily playing the meta heroes. Like, you know, we're talking about Lycan, you know, we've seen a lot of Darkseers this tournament. We see a decent amount of Largo. These are not Amar heroes. Like, I don't know. He probably can play some of them, but it's definitely not his top picks. At the same time, he's been known for being so good on what he does that it's always viable, kinda. Like his Timber will always be meta. We're probably gonna start seeing some Mars too, because I think Mars is like one of the best answer to Largo, Darkseer kind of team fights. Again, it's not a meta heroes, but when you're a Amar, it's always meta. So interesting to see if he can force these heroes in the meta this time around.
Yeah, Mars on paper kind of looks good because we are in the range turret meta, and like you can soak up quite a lot of that damage. And
this is our draft, by the way.
Draft done?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we had last pick, Wind Ranger and Centaur.
First pick, Snap, probably clock into Snap.
A Luna. Sorry, I have to decipher all these sets a little bit.
Oh, they have double Nova. They actually have triple Nova on side of Extreme Gaming. They have X Nova, they have Nova from Luna, and Supernova. Yeah. So
well, this is a very cool approach from Extreme in a sense. I think they have much more solid lanes and early game presence with this draft. You know, Luna Phoenix, very strong lane. Hoodwink Centaur, absolute classic. Snapfire mid, nothing can go wrong. We've seen the Snap versus Earthpit, which was devastating for Earthpit. I think the same might apply against Ember. I mean, Marine actually seemed to have picked Ember into Snap, but I don't think that lane is that easy for Ember.
And definitely not. I want to see more of Luna. I believe Luna currently is 0-2 when I was checking the stats. Some teams did pick it. It on paper, it kind of looks good against Necro because it's a mixed damage hero. You can try to burst him down with your Eclipse. Problem is, you can't really get that early Ags anymore because now the 15 talent, well, now, like a couple of months ago, has been changed to level 20 talent. So, like, the cooldown reduction, the 40 second doesn't feel as good. So I want to see what kind of approach Ame is going to have on this Luna.
There's like a trend in, you know, high MMR pubs on Luna where people actually play off the glaives and they buy Blink rather early. Like, I've even seen Manta into Blink, or, you know, you can go Manta, BKB into... eventually the Blink comes and it's a gameplay where Luna just blinks in with the glaives. It's really hard to turn on her because she has the Eclipse going and damage reduction, you know, it's just too much damage. You kind of have to run away. It's an interesting approach. I think it's something we could see, especially versus heroes like Wind Ranger or, you know, squishy heroes. You get on top of them and all of a sudden the nature of the team fight just changes completely.
What do we feel about the two support combinations? I believe it was a Hoodwink Phoenix versus a Clock Ringmaster. Is there anything to say about that?
I'm a big fan of Clockwork Ringmaster. I think these two heroes kind of naturally play the map. It gives you save, it gives you team fight. We saw a great performance yesterday from Save when he kind of, I'm not going to say solo dominated the game because everybody was dominant, but there was this 2-2 push attempt from Extreme Gaming, and with the one good Wheel of Wonder, he completely stopped that fight and the game completely flipped.
You know, I mentioned a lot the trio, which what I refer to when I say the trio is like position 5, position 4, and position 2. And I think you really need to think of how the 3 versus 3 game is going to unfold nowadays in Dota, because these heroes are the ones that connect the most in the early game. They fight for runes, they click smokes to connect to side lanes, to either defend towers or attack towers. Think about the difference here again, like, which I think is a little bit worrisome for Extreme. On one side, you have Ember, Clock, and Ringmaster. Like, they play together really well. Like, you have damage, you have control, you have Ember staying in the front, you know, setting up for the spells. And on the other side, you have a Hoodwink, Snap, and Phoenix. It's like, what are these 3 heroes supposed to do when they run into an enemy hero? Like, who starts the fight? Like, none of them really want to frontline. They don't want to get jumped on like anyway.
They need Centaur for that.
They need Centaur, but Centaur is not gonna look to connect early. Like, sure, they can connect to him, but Centaur, Centaur is not gonna come to the runes. Centaur is not gonna defend towers. Like, he's gonna be doing what Centaurs have been doing these days. Like, buy Helm of the Dome, you know, stack creep wave, stack for yourself, farm the heart. And the same with Luna. Like, you don't want to, you don't expect. Sure, Luna can connect sometimes when it makes sense, but you can't rely on Luna for these kind of plays. So again, I'm a little bit skeptical on how they select like supports with the mid heroes, even though, I mean, for instance, we've seen Falcons play the Snap mid, right? And they had 2 melee supports with it every time. They had Treant, then they had Clockwork. And then, of course, Cookie is amazing because you have somebody in front of you to use it. They're tanking damage and, you know, kind of eating the stuns for you, so you get a full ulti on. Now the Snap is just going to get attacked because it has a Hoodwink and a Phoenix with it. So they also don't want to front.
Yeah, it doesn't really have protection, and it doesn't have that +1 combo that Snapfire likes to have. Anybody that runs in some Clockwork, some Tusk type of a hero that just initiates the fight for her. So we're not going to be seeing that. Not going to be that easy of a time for the mid Snapfire.
Look at that! We got ourselves a game on the screen, and we're going to head over to Cap and SVG to talk more about all of this.
There's quite a history between Extreme Gaming and Falcons, and that is playing out on the screen as the going into this game, immediately Falcons, both Maureen and Amar, because of course, them being the duo that they are quite the schemers. They started off just immediately tipping their opponent in lane.
Is that bad?
I don't know.
You're not allowed to do that?
I don't know. I think it's just interesting.
They're just good-natured boys.
Yeah, just trying to get in the heads of Extreme Gaming a little bit.
Maybe trying to get in their hearts, Austin. The bonds of friendship are formed.
Kind of doubt that.
On the battlefield of Dota, as they say.
30 seconds.
Nothing.
Yeah,
There's no game that brings people closer.
How many friends did you make over the course of your career with...
Many. I made you as a friend.
Okay. I never played against you in a competitive match.
That's true. That was all formed outside of the game.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something to say about that. We're not friends in the game, I'll tell you.
You're friends with Seb now.
With Seb?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You took a pause on that one.
It's Dota 2, you know. Everybody's friendly. It's friendliest game in the world.
Yeah. Very friendly.
Very 3 runes for Falcons here. So I'll start for them. I think both these drafts are pretty well-rounded. I get what the panel was talking about in terms of the triangle, the 3-on-3 between the supports and the mids going against each other skirmish-wise. I think it's generally hard to have a favorable trio against Ember, because Ember just sets up any support in the game. You can literally play anything with this hero, and it's pretty reliable as long as he doesn't get cheesed on the lane. So in that sense, I think it always just looks a little nicer. But I think Snap can kind of play on the front line on her own if she wins the lane. I think that can bring range supports into the game. Like, I don't mind this trio from Extreme Gaming as long as NTS has a good time. Because then I think you can kind of run in. Sometimes you can just blast Cookie yourself, or you can just start kills with kisses going in. And if there's a bushwhack, someone dies.
Amar in some trouble already, almost gets burned down. Fairy Fire will keep him alive for now, but this high magic damage duo is causing some issues now. Xnova might be the one to die instead. He's got another Fairy Fire coming up, but unfortunately the cooldown just lasts too long between consumables, so it ends up being he's the one to die.
And this is what we saw yesterday from XG. Just a lot of weird deaths. Not a lot of synergy in the first 10 minutes. They just seemed off. That's another death I just don't think should happen level 1. Unless you really get caught out of position. You have a Luna lane. These dual lanes are generally really strong. Luna can contribute the beams early. Fire Spirits is very strong level 1. Necro is not that great level 1. Like, this is a hero you should win the first few waves against and try and take advantage of that. So the fact you fit a kill down here, not helping your cause, especially against a Boots first Clockwork. The Luna pick's very interesting. We do not see this hero almost at all. Can be a strong hero against Necrophos, though.
He hijacked the Madstone. Got
value right there. Mega value. I kind of like seeing Luna come out a little bit more. See if it works here for Ame, what kind of build he opts for. It is a good Mask of Madness hero. Mask of Madness is pretty strong right now. And it's a good Ancient Clear from the carry role, which I feel is always pretty valuable to have as you go into that mid game. They don't have it on any other role, so...
Good mid-game killer for certain heroes that can be abused by magic damage, like Necrophos can.
Sure.
Right? You're going to go the Mask of Madness, you're going to go Manta, then you go Aghanim Scepter. At least that's been the standard build for a bit.
That's where I'm not sure if you want the Ags this game. You are playing into the Escape Act, which is pretty debilitating for the spell. There's some mobility here with Ember and Wind Ranger being able to get out of an AoE. I kind of prefer the physical Luna.
Okay.
Just as a concept here. I also think their lineup is very magic damage heavy on the other 4 heroes. So you need some physical to bounce it out. If he goes Ags, then you're just kind of all in. The itemization becomes too easy for Falcons. You're just going to buy pipes, you're going to buy Glimmer Capes, and what do any of these heroes do against it? So I'm not sure I want to see the Ags build here. I think you just play this Luna traditional. You get some hybrid damage off the Eclipse, that's good enough.
Man, Mar is doing some work in this lane. Considering how low he got, almost dying and giving up first blood, has now turned into potentially getting 2 kills as Xnova has to pop another Fairy Fire. Ame is pushed out of position again and again by the Cogs. Amar's going to get close enough for another round of Death Pulse with the Blood Grenade chasing him down. Ooh. Another kill in lane. This duo just cannot be defeated, it seems. Crit and Amar just taking the off lane by storm. And a meta where we've talked about how the off lane is struggling, not for Falcons.
There you get both. Xnova just lingers around. And this is all Seda stacks for Amar, so he just gets all his resources refilled instantly. Feels like the easiest double kill of his life. He just Death Pulse 10 times. Got about 1,000 gold out of it. Already level 4. Gets to pull some of this wave. Luna lane not working out. And again, how much of that goes back to the early level 1 misstep? You feed that kill, they get some lane equilibrium. They're able to double wave you into the tower and just abuse Death Pulse. You can't shove it out fast enough. Really compounded there in terms of these small errors adding up for XG. Not what they wanted to see on this safe lane.
Yeah, they were just about to hit level 3 on the Phoenix, where I feel like level 3 Luna and Phoenix is where you really start getting very strong, and, well, maybe you've already given up too much net worth to Falcons for that to be the case anymore. How's our other offlane doing? 20-0, so the Centaur is not doing much better than our Luna when it comes to CS.
He's chilling, though. Already has Helm. Won't have to buy any more regen, so his net worth should go up from here pretty considerably.
And the mid lane matchup, NTS and Malrine are neck and neck. Net worth.
Pretty nice for Malrine. I think this lane mainly comes down to if you can dodge some of the scatter blasts. If you dodge even 1 or 2, you kind of just free farm here. Pretty much have to land everything as a Snapfire to potentially look for that kill before the level 6. Even then, it's pretty difficult.
If I'm Extreme, I'm already thinking about Okay, how are we going to shut this Necrophos down? Because Amar is jacked, man. He's level 5, highest net worth in the game. He's 500 up on Skeeter right now in net worth. Mid lane rotation, Blood Grenade's going to land, hit him with the Cogs. Nothing to say, another round of Cogs lands. He's got a Scatter Blast coming up in a second, but that will not be up in time to stop Maureen. Just rolls on through. And is this going to be another situation where X-Nova just dies alongside his core? Now Maureen forced out, but still. Extreme Gaming continue to suffer. And the Snapfire is going to be late for the power rune, so that kind of sets Maureen up for even more success.
He's going to heal, come back. He's going to be full resources for this fight, including Ward plus Sentry for some extra vision control. Should go his way. It'll be a shield rune top. Don't think FY is going to be able to deny it here.
Kiss is raining in on Amar. Amar trying to get close enough that the Kiss is that minimum range, but can't really close that gap fast enough. So nothing to say, makes the most of his death with a good rotation.
For sure.
To try and slow down Amar, who is, I mean, he almost has boots of travels already.
Somebody had to kill this hero. He was out of control. That's a big kill to find in this early game. Salvages it a bit. FY gets a bunch of experience mid. Maureen does the smart play, pulls the waves, forces creeps under the tower before NTS gets back there, and he efficiently farms a little stack. So super nice little mechanics from him. XXS not too happy about that, as he's still a little ways away from the Dominator. Gotta be careful about your Wisdom Shrine here. This is a Shield Rune Ember. Very strong, just sitting there with that.
Yeah, how do you fight this? I feel like you have to teleport in Luna or something. Some cores need to be here, otherwise they just have to give this up. And they make the call to give it up. And maybe give up the kill on XXS2. Okay, this is getting way out of control. Another power shot. It looks like Skeeter may not have enough mana for it. Snake King is going to be dove and killed. So, all right, Extreme do get something out of it. I don't think the trade-off is that great, but...
Especially if they lose Ame bottom.
Oh, yeah, Ame's being run down. Looks like that was the cogs that already hit him, so... Ame is a bit lucky, spared a bit of damage, but where does he go from here? Skeeter's already teleporting onto the tower. Ame is going to get sandwiched somewhere in here. Spot him with off of the rocket flare, and he's just not fast enough. Reaper Scythe will get the kill, and that's a stack for Amar.
Not only did he waste a lot of time there, he ends up dying to the Reaper anyway. Wave's just going to instantly come in, so you can just focus fire this tower. Easy tier 1 rotation for Skeeter. Things looking solid for Falcons. Maybe you lose Snake King again.
Yeah, Falcons just trying to, be a bit greedy and take too much off the map.
No, they're TPing Ember up here.
Oh, he almost got him with another double edge. Okay, they got him now, but Maureen shows up, kills Courier, and probably kills X-Nova too with no dive. He has no outs here.
He's still low level. Level 4.5 without getting that Wisdom Shrine. You're in big trouble here. If the support ults can come online for Falcons, they have a huge advantage in these early fights.
Yeah, the other way to recover levels as a support if you don't get the Wisdom Shrine is stacks. But Maureen already took some of the medium stacks. And now Snapfire's going to clear out the others without the Phoenix being there.
They got a deep ward on that triangle, however, so even if you go and stack it as XG, it's very contestable here from Falcons. Ember is a very good
Boots of Travels on, and the creep stays alive long enough for Ramar to show up. And now nothing to say. It's just going to be run down underneath the tower. Now Ame's going to cut in here. He does have the Eclipse. He goes after Amar, but none of the Lucent Beams really went to Amar at all. They still have the Kisses, though, and maybe that's enough magic damage. The final couple of hits do land. Crit. Nice dive there from X-Nova, trying to get in front of Crit. And with the Fire Spirits burning him out, he has a chance here. That final one, too many resources. Crit has double Lotus. Hasn't had to use any of it off the lane. Instead, it's X-Nova to die yet again. A Bushwhack goes out, holding back Maureen for a second. FY's in trouble, though. A big whip to bring him down. Crit threatened. Oh, the cookie actually plays against Ame as he gets bounced into the cogs. Falcons are low, but Extreme Gaming do not have the power to stop the retreat.
I can't get Maureen there. If he'd saved Cookie, he might have just been able to kill him. He's very low on resources. And he skirts out of there. I do like the rotations from Extreme Gaming. I think this is how you want to abuse Luna in these matchups, be able to TP her into dives and just eclipse people down. Kind of unfortunate with the beams there. Kisses are killing this Necro.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, Helmet Dominator. That's why. He's got his Helmet Dominator. I saw double deny on Bounty Runes. So I was like, what just happened? But
he is stacking the waves top, so this Centaur will start to pick up the farm rate, but just a rough early game for Ame. And I feel like this has been the trend. Laning against Necrophos, no one's really been able to have a good time against this hero. That is part of the strength of the Necrophos in these early games.
I almost feel like you should start off with a little bit more like tri-lane action.
That used to be the case,
hero that is so momentum dependent. Maureen jumping in fearlessly. Is that vision still there, by the way? Yeah. And Falcons just going to keep playing around it. They thought it was a high ground war. They missed it.
Scouting this ancient stack, Maureen doesn't want to let NTS start to farm it. It's pretty low right now, too.
Kiss is up in 10. It's a hard fight to take. Maybe better just to pressure this mid tower some more. Snake King keeps coming back. I mean, they got to know about it at this point. This is getting ridiculous.
Weird vacuum around this mid-tier 1. Again, the supports for XG are just so low level, you don't really want to run up and interact with this Ember at all. You're just food. So you're just kind of watching Maureen have his way around this mid lane.
Yeah, I think you said X-Nova was level 4.5 like 2 minutes ago. And he's still
he's still low. Yeah, he has not gotten a lot done.
An early Rod of Atos trying to sneak a kill onto the Ember Spirit, saved by the box. Still caught him in the bushwhack, though. Jumps away to the Remnant. Is he going to get out here? And it's the final Glade to do the trick. Nothing to say now with the kisses raining down on Skeeter. Double core kills for Extreme. That'll bring him back into the game in a big way.
That is just a confusing sequence, because if you're Falcons, you're going to dangle your Ember like that. Like, why does he not just have the Remnants to get out?
Another Rod of Atos kill. Okay, the whip pushes him back, but they have the cookie still to land. Stops the unicycle, followed up with the bushwhack. This early Rod of Atos has paid off already.
I was going to question if it was going to do anything here, but giving a little extra stun power, it's a nice setup stun because they don't really have the lead-off initiation. Like, who starts these chain stuns? And FY with a very clutch bushwhack. There's a Remnant out, but that's his last Remnant. So where did all the other ones go? He was just dancing with the Arcane Rune earlier, I guess? You even lose Skeeter on top of it. Pretty much a disaster for Falcons.
Yeah, they had such a nice lead going in. 2,000 plus lead, now cut down to pretty much nothing.
And I do enjoy seeing XG play a little more together and with some decisive moves in this game than we saw yesterday. They just looked very lethargic yesterday. And especially that game 2, I feel like they just tilted out of that one completely. Here they're at least, making some moves, joining up, bringing Ame into the action. I think they always look best when Ame is not 0-0-0 at 30 minutes.
What? But that's his signature.
That's not a good signature.
Smoke. Bushwhack, a little kill here on Crit, perhaps. No, actually the sharpshooter. Yeah, doesn't do quite enough damage. Crit. He's got, I guess, burn is enough. Combine that with the neutral item, the Polywog Charm. He actually chose the HP regen. Rod of Atos on the Ember Spirit. Could he get the Ember Spirit again? Another box save, trying to wheel to stop it. What a beautiful hit. The Ties catching 3. That is beautiful. Could they fight off this one? Especially with Necrophos coming in through the back. They kill X-Nova. Now run down XXS as well. And just like that, Falcons is back in control.
That's what I thought that first fight around mid should have looked like. When the Ember has remnants, he can get out. He's just baiting you to try and all in him. And if you mess that up, you're going to pay a massive price. They decided to commit here. If you get Supernova off, this fight might look a little different, but I think Ember gets out no matter what. This is the power of Ringmaster in this game. He can always just bail these heroes out.
Snova just definitely didn't even see the Necrophos coming.
Nope. Beautiful position from Snaking. He knows where to be, who he's supposed to play behind, and just bails that entire situation out. And man, Ringmaster's so strong in these early game fights when you full commit into him.
Especially if he's got multiple saves available. Right now he's got a strongman tonic ready to go. So
what do you think's in that thing?
Probably like the same Go Juice or whatever that's in Fortnite.
Is EWC sponsored by any energy drink? Because that's what's in it. If we are, I'll tell you that much.
7-11 Falcons. Got to be feeling pretty good about this game. The scale, though, is not super clear to me, just because Extreme have Snapfire. And that hero is just goddamn ridiculous.
When you go Atos first, your scale does become worse. It's kind kind of a dead item scale-wise. Gives you a lot more early game potential.
Sure.
Does fit NTS's style within this team, but it is not the hard scale build-up, either in the Magic or the physical.
The Croaker, stomp into Croaker's stun. Very nicely played from XXS, but once again, lacking in the damage. Crit just has just enough HP to survive.
This Clockwork is just a bait. This is not the guy you want to throw big ults on.
FY, he is going to die as well. No levels of Scurry. Already used the sharpshooter, so.
Very fast reaction from Falcons. They got all 5 down here quick. That's the power of the Boots of Travel. Necrophos, Radiant's already up, gets another Reaper Sight stack. He is vibing in this game right here. It's going to pose a big scale issue for XG. If the Necrophos can get to a fast BKB, your lineup does nothing against him.
Yeah, all the more reason for Luna not to go the Ags in this game. When you're behind like this, it's no good.
Everything for XG points towards them wanting to fight early here. We still haven't seen a good Supernova. You have a lot of early game nuke damage. You went Blink on the Centaur, not the Heart build. You went Atos on the Snap, not an early Boots of Travel or something. So you want to put these items to use. You need to be finding some kills, getting some sort of chain kill sequence going into getting on Falcon's side of the map. This would be the dream. And then Luna can choose to join some of those fights if they look advantageous, or just maybe take a free tier 1 on his own if things are going your way. Instead, you're kind of bleeding power runes to Maureen. These gank attempts aren't working. They're getting turned around by the Ringmaster. You're going to feel a little bad farming the map right now.
Especially when you know Falcons is doing it probably more efficiently. 2-man smoke up. Maureen pushes through the mid lane. And Crit smokes him after the wave pushes in. Snake King will join them.
Very strong
Level
power rune.
9 on both supports.
If this connects, kills anybody here.
And they know just where to go. Ooh, I thought that they pinged it. I thought they were going to go and catch Ame's Luna, but instead they're going to set up in the triangle, see if maybe somebody walks into them, and that is going to be Ame walking into them. There goes the wheel, the whip, lands the hypnotize, and he's dead.
Read him like a book. They know that Luna farming pattern. It has to be around this ancient camp. Nowhere else he can be in this game. Too easy. And what's the counter on the map in terms of map pressure, right? You have heroes basically hiding bottom for XG, trying to just pick somebody off who shows on this wave going in a little bit.
Yeah, it's like Fire Spirits from a distance, and then Helma Dom Creep grabbing waves and pushing them in or whatever, but XXS does use his Helmet Dom Creep pretty well. FY is going to die again. Again, still level 7, so still no levels of Scurry. Still cannot get away.
Another Reaper Sight stack. Starting to add up here a little bit. And they didn't find anything on that bottom play. Falcons not showing anybody down here, again, unless Snaking is behind you. You want to push this dangerous lane out, just sit the Ringmaster there. And then even if they go on you, you get a good turnaround fight. Playing this map really smart right now. Giving XG no openings. At some point, I think you just have to smoke in deep and get some good wards out, or force a fight on top of a tower if you're that confident in your early game spell power. It's doable here with a good Supernova placement.
Yeah, this is maybe your one chance here.
Tormentor's going to spawn in a minute, so if you don't get something going here...
Power Shot goes off, Scatter Blast, so both sides kind of know there's some enemies lurking in the area. The difference is Falcons feel very comfortable. Ember Spirit's ready to go for a TP to that bottom tier 1 tower, and Necrophos has the Boots of Travel. So they can play the map more efficiently right now while having this kind of a bit of a standoff.
Net worth is slowly going their way. Able to show on more waves with more heroes. That'll do it here.
Mars level 16.
He's up east.
It is not okay.
That's what this hero does. He just runs around the map, farms everything, vacuums it up, he gets kills on top of it. He's going to be mega high level.
And his BKB is going to be done, it seems like, before the next fight, because Extreme Gaming just can't seem to find that fight and make it happen. Again, dealing with a lot of deep vision. At this point, if your moves is seemingly being read all the time, might be the time to take a cue out of some of the other teams and buy that early gem, you know?
Could be an option here. especially for the Phoenix. Not a hero that needs super early items.
Early smoke from Falcons. Clear out this bottom area. If you don't get anything, you can probably still feel confident enough to take Tormentor.
Oh yeah, full Mjolnir on Skeeter. You're just going to go in there, focus fire it. Easy objective take. Again, I like this kind of smoke. Even when it doesn't land, you're getting something for your trouble. You're going to a good part of the map right now. There's a Croaker scouting something down here. I don't think it's going to deter Falcons.
But your gold and... well, where's Skeeter going?
They are deterred. Interesting they didn't just pull the trigger on that.
They really thought that a smoke play was coming their way?
That's the only reason you hesitate there.
Yes, I mean, they do have very deep vision, and somehow they're not seeing any heroes, so I can kind of see how they come to that conclusion.
Sure.
The truth is, it's actually just because Extreme Gaming are all playing the other side of the map.
They also just finished a Mars BKB, and TV's down here, so maybe they just said, yeah, give me 20 more seconds, I'll BKB. If they do contest, we're happy to take that fight. That'll be a spotlight for the Ringmaster. Not bad here against the Luna.
Sure.
Is a pretty good illusion abuse hero. Well, not against the spotlight.
Speaking of Luna, we can see Ame's plan for the build-up this game. BKB, Blink Dagger, MKB.
What, just blink, start hitting Windranger?
I mean, Luna does always kind of have a bit of, like, she's fast, but it always feels like it's... you want to be on top of heroes a little bit faster than she usually can.
Oh, I agree. Swift Blink is super good on some of these split shot heroes. Dusa, Gyro, Luna, I think are all natural Swift Blink fires as the game progresses. And in the games where you don't have it, I think you just feel a little impotent. Like, how do you get in there and start getting the hits off fast enough when the control lands? So I wouldn't mind the Blink Dagger here. I just wonder if he's going to do enough physical DPS to be able to force fights into this BKB timing.
Also, is it going to be any good to make that kind of commitment? Because I don't think you're ever going to start a fight on an important hero with a stun, right? Like, all their stuns are pretty well telegraphed. You can add BKB on this Necrophos.
Well, one option it gives them is if you're sending the Centaur in to initiate fights and stun, the Luna can kind of blink past that and look for the Ringmaster, who's naturally going to go in and try and save this first point of contact.
I'm sure.
So you can jump past the guy, pop BKB Eclipse. You might just kill Snaking as he's trying to throw out an escape act, then you can take the fight off of that. Just Supernova on top of the Luna, wherever he goes in. I kind of like that idea here. If it all comes together, it could be nice. If Falcons just get the farm to triple BKB, this game is going to become very difficult.
Smoke through the triangle. Extreme Gaming and back down. They're going to make a smoke of their own. It's going to break on the mid lane. Ame, not going to be hypnotized, but he's going to be slowed down. He needs some heals here. He doesn't want to pop the BKB too early. Would be quite the waste, but still the poke damage is really building up. He's going to have to BKB. BKB Stampede, and there goes the fight. Extreme Gaming can no longer take it. It's just about trying to get as many heroes out as soon as possible. FY will die yet again.
That's so annoying if you're Ame. You know, he's taking the brunt of this point of attack, and there's just no counterplay. Like, you landed some soft stuns on this Ember, but you can't full commit to him, especially with Escape Act behind. The Ringmaster is really causing their lineup a lot of issues.
And some of that is nothing to say. Felt he had to, Radabatos and Stomp both do not land. And that is a wasted kisses. So no BKB on Luna, no kisses. That is a green light to take Roshan.
You do have Supernova to fight the pit. You still have Eclipse.
Is that really going to be enough, though? You also don't have Ame. He's not coming back.
Just conceding this objective.
I think he's frustrated. It's like, I just got to farm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Scary to give away this objective, though. It basically guarantees Falcons can decide when the next fight happens, and if they want to wait for more BKBs to come out, they can absolutely do that. As more and more Magic Resist enters the playing field here for Falcons, the fights just become more and more difficult.
I don't disagree, but at the same time, doesn't it already feel like Falcons are leading that tempo? can
Yeah, they
make
are.
those decisions, you know? It feels like in many ways Extreme Gaming, the failures of the early game have just left them with no other choice but, okay, we have to dodge Rat. Play for, you know, the game extending.
It's a wise saying. Wise way to put it, Mr. Walsh.
What? Nice stomp. Nice bushwhack. Nothing to follow it up with.
Yeah, these goals are just kind of sad.
Yeah, they are very sad.
I have no words of advice in this game.
You got back-to-back stuns on 2 different cores, and you could do nothing with it. There wasn't even the idea of something. Ame will take the off-lane tower at least. Get a little gold in their pocket. But here comes Falcons, and Crit has that combo. Jetpack plus Blink Dagger, they have to fight. There's no way out of this one. They pop the Eclipse, they can kill Snake King. Maybe he actually does die at a BKB teleport away from Ame. A Supernova is going to be used, trying to protect Nothing to Say, who also BKB'd, can also TP away, and it'll be X-Nova left behind. Honestly, that might be about as good as it gets for Extreme.
That was really weird. Crit had hookshot. I think he could have just hookshot the Luna. But they get everybody out. Okay. Not a bad sequence for Extreme Gaming.
I mean, considering the fact that they are unlikely to be taking team fights anyway, it doesn't really matter if the BKBs are down.
Probably not. And this is where I'm saying that Luna can play this zone game against the ring. Like, you come in and box guy, fine, I'll just kill you. Here's where,
Crit.
yeah, I think you just hookshot him there.
What's Crit doing?
And then he hookshots the guy who hasn't TP'd yet. So I don't know what he was looking at, or because I was watching it, I'm like, all right, there's no way I'll make him BKB TP out of here, because Crit's just gonna sit on the edge of the fight and wait for you to do something. I think actually should have lost more there.
Yeah, missed opportunity for sure.
Maybe some mercy shown, you know. It's like, we beat you in the TI Grand Finals, so I'm gonna...
I don't want to humiliate you.
I can't hookshot Ame here. I like him too much, you know?
He's a legend.
He's my idol. Oh, my mouse was slippery, guys. I don't know what happened.
He plays Clinks just like me.
That's true. Another stellar.
I also have
game
never
for Crit.
understood that. How did Crit's favorite hero become Clinks? You know him from way back in the day. Where did that start?
So basically, when he was playing pubs and he had to play core, he had a very small pool of heroes that he would like to play core on. And I think he's kind of that like hipster core player where he doesn't like to play the super meta stuff.
Yeah, okay.
So it's this weird pool of like Clink's Troll and something else. I forget the third hero.
Hero attack fast.
Yes. He likes
Trying to get back to
likes
base.
to swing.
Stomp comes through. They go straight for the Wind Ranger, but again, the box is there, and it stalls up a lot of things. Skeeter's still stuck, though, and he is going to lose the Aegis. Okay, now
Solid
Extreme
damage.
Gaming can just reset. Oh, they got the Centaur and the Hypnotize. The wheel clips him. They will lose at least one.
Couldn't find Maureen, even though he runs out of remnants. That fight didn't look too bad, though.
It did.
The Luna actually looked pretty good there. With the serrated shiv, getting some extra attack speed as well. Like, he did some solid damage just being in the middle of everybody. If he had an MKB, he might kill 2 more heroes.
I think in many ways they're doing a good job of like trying to dodge, and Falcons are so, you know, they want to be able to take the fight to them. They're like, okay, these guys don't want to fight us. And they're punishing the positioning that comes out of Falcons extending so far forward.
I agree. I think XG's read of what's going to happen in the 5-on-5s is spot on. Like, you recognize that this backline's going to come forward when you go in initially with the Centaur, and you're kind of not trying to overcommit on that first target, but kill the supports that come in, or that Necrophos if he overextends. You just don't have enough staying power right now. But I still like their itemization. They went back for the bots on the snap. It was pretty necessary in this game. You have Lotus Orb on Centaur, you have Grease on Hoodwink, and you have Pipe on Phoenix. So they actually have a decent amount of 5-man utility. It's making these fights a lot easier, even though they're behind. And that is something I think we should see more against Necro. Like, Pipe is really good against this hero, the Glimmers are really good, the late game Wind Wakers, right? Utility generally ruins this hero. Offensive utility too, and Nullifier. That's one of the ways, yeah, Necro's always going to be super farm, super fat. But if you buy the right items against him, his net worth doesn't count for as much as a lot of other heroes because he's so one-dimensional. Centaur Cart could be big in this game too if they eventually get there.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a very good save.
I think this is a Necro Ringmaster lineup. You will need a nullifier here at some point. I don't know who buys it.
Yeah, you're going to get the Centaur nullifier? Like, I don't know. What's the plan here?
Honestly, Hoodwink nullifier?
Yeah, that might be your best option.
Well, there's another quick pickoff. Snake King doing work with this Ringmaster, man.
Yeah, it really is. Malrine has his Aghanim Scepter, by the way. I mean, of the heroes from what we've casted anyway, I feel like these are the two mids of the tournament. Staffire and Ember Spirit both have some insane timings. And we've seen Ember Spirit
for sure.
The Ags just devastate more than like usual. I can't figure out why that is the case, but it feels like Ember Spirit is doing so much more with Ags in this tournament than some previous metas.
There are a lot of range supports being played right now. Ember,
just easy, squishy heroes.
Yeah, he likes being able to just dunk on some of these hoodwinks and stuff.
Yeah. The turret heroes are also a little susceptible too, right? They can be sometimes a bit squishy, especially if they can't hit anything.
Sure.
They're oftentimes dependent on lifesteal for HP.
I wonder if we'll see some more Nyx Assassin at some point as an answer to some of these mobility mids.
Sure. I mean, it's good versus both of them, right? Both Snap and Ember.
It is a hero that's good against Necrophos too, in some ways.
For sure.
I'd like to see that hero a little bit more, the Schofield Nyx or something, but neither of these teams really play. I guess FY does play that hero. Was playing it kind of the first half of this year, and then it just disappeared. But these Chinese teams historically do like Nyx Assassin. It's a hero that can give them some nice map play against the European teams. Like there's a reason we saw Jin Q be really successful with that hero in some big games later on in LANs. So maybe going back to some of those ideas to help pick some of these heroes off and give you some nice map play could be interesting. We're going to see a quick smoke from Extreme Gaming. They did get that gem on the Phoenix, giving them a little more vision confidence here.
Oh, you don't want this fight. You don't want this fight, Extreme.
I don't know. They have MKB on the Luna.
Yeah,
it's a nice timing.
It's an amp damage that Malrine just picked up.
Okay, but he is susceptible. He has no BKB, right? If you all in him and you catch the Ringmaster in a stun at the same time, it's doable that he gets bursted. Not easy.
They see the couriers floating in. They're going to run into Skeeter, but Skeeter's going to be on the high ground. He got off the BKB.
MKB,
They do manage to get a decent amount of damage right away with the blink forward from Extreme, but it's not good enough. And now they've used their Stampede, and now they're deep on enemy territory, and Malrine goes straight for the throat. He's got that amp damage. He goes right to the middle, hits a slide.
He's going to get chain stun.
Necrophos is in the box. Do manage to get the box, though. The box coming out. Here comes the kisses, though, and he's being slowed down. The magic damage. Malrine jumps back in once again. Hits that chains, though. He has to beware of the Glaze. Glaze, a lot of damage. He got him inside the bushwhack. Now Amar, he came back in to try and help out the Ember Spirit, but he might just die as well.
Reaper.
Got a Reaper sight. That's enough. Ame goes down.
That's huge.
Now the heals start kicking in, and look at it. He's out healing every bit of damage. They all have to retreat. There's nothing more Extreme Gaming can do here. Every man for himself.
They're going to lose Gem too.
They have no TPs left. It is going to be 3 dead on the side. Oh, that was so close.
There's a lot of things that might have been able to push that fight over the edge for XG with this beautiful MKB timing. It did so much work there, but some beautiful kiting from Falcons.
Yeah.
A very clutch escape act that bought so much time in that fight. And that Reaper kill landed, it must have been within a 5% margin or less.
Yeah, that one was pretty close.
Still, they kept formation. They're all together. This is what you want to see. Good egg timing. You're able to fight around it. If that box doesn't come through, this fight looks way more one-sided because I think ATF goes down for sure. That's why you need a nullifier in this game. If you can nullifier them, you win this fight convincingly. Instead, he's going to get to regen up a lot. He gets to split the damage. Great reinitiation from Crit. This hookshot Cogs does a lot here to buy time for Amar to find the opening. And then once that happens, the fight's over. You cannot win these fights without Luna on the battlefield. It's just impossible.
We also saw at the beginning of this clip, the kiting that you were talking about from Falcons. They used Pike really early on the Centaur. I think it was pretty ineffective. I think it just got almost entirely kited, combined with the fact that they actually used BKBs towards the end of the timing. I do wonder if that's one of those things that could have changed that fight to the favor of Extreme. But instead, Falcons take it, and they, of course, in Falcons' way, are just going to grow that net worth advantage. They're up to 19K, have an Aegis. Now it feels like a lead that Extreme Gaming, even with the specific items that they've grabbed, It's not enough.
It's going to be rough without Nullifier to all in single target burst somebody. It's still causing them a lot of issues.
XXS, and again, I mean, he's got that Aghanim Scepter. That stops the Reaper's Scythe.
That's hard, though. That's hard to play for.
Yeah.
I think it's just not easy to get the cart on the guy right when the Reaper's about to connect. You have to be really close to him. There's an animation.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like weird stuns and slows going around.
Yes.
There's the cogs, which are really annoying.
Like, we go back to that fight. Even if he had Ags, would have he been able to cart Ame after the Reaper went out? No. He could have carted him before that and kind of prevent you targeting him for 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So there is... You could be more proactive with it this game, maybe? And then he can hold his BKB for longer. I kind of like that idea. It's a good item here.
Which does mean Falcons shouldn't take this high ground push for granted.
No. This push can still go wrong.
Here comes the fast damage on the Wind Ranger. Almost got the Aegis. Do get the Aegis. Okay.
That's the box down, too. I don't know if they can take advantage of this. Maureen's going to go in and create some space.
Maureen's going to go in. The hook shot, actually, but they put him inside the cart at the same time. That was a wild one. Ame, they could sense the targeting from Falcons. Now this is a bit weird because now it's Extreme Gaming who are lacking in some tools. No BKB Manta, no cart.
Got to play through Supernova if you're going to take this fight. And it's your best chance, but no BKB on Ame. Super scary for him to go in against the Reaper Scythe.
Constant spam of Amar on the front lines. The Death Pulse, as you said, they just don't really have the single target focus without the Nullifier.
It's going to let the lane go.
Yeah.
I think Ame's made the call. I'm not fighting without BKB.
That's fair. That's fair. Shiva's done. For nothing to say. And he's got the cookie charges.
Big talent. A lot of damage coming out from that.
And they actually go for the Necrovose. See if they can all in with the Supernova. The box save does go out, but Amar doesn't go very far here. He's still burning, but they actually didn't try and keep it going. They felt like it wasn't... Man, they got him down to half health and said, no. That is insanely disciplined. To not see that Necrophos get low and actually make the call to back. Maybe it was the right call, but either way, insanely disciplined.
Very hard to know. I can see a world overextending there goes really wrong without BKB on Ame. I can also see a world you should have just sent it. Maybe that's an opportunity you won't get back in this game. If they can connect the stun on the Ringmaster when they go in, that's what they're looking for every time. They've been very close to accomplishing that. That's another instance where they almost had it. Again, the ideas about the fights have been good for here from Extreme Gaming. They're just really difficult to execute, and honestly, snaking has been on point. I mean, you should give this Ringmaster some credit. It's not easy to position the Ringmaster in a game like this with the low cast range escape act when there are multiple AoE stuns that can go in. So, props to him. Falcons play really well around this hero.
He doesn't have an Ether Lens or anything, right? He's just a Blink Dagger, so he's got to blink in, but make sure he doesn't get caught in the stomp, doesn't get caught in the bushwhack.
You get caught in one of these stuns before the box goes out, that fight is going to look very one-sided. So, Aeon Disc will help him. Definitely a big item for him here. He recognizes the power of escape act in this game without a nullifier on the field, which again, who is going to build one here? Nobody's even eyeing it. They're just going to try and power through it, which is an interesting idea. Double Conjurer's Catalyst definitely helps. The Supernovas are going to be a big deal in this game as we go later and later because there's no one who's going to kill it on the side of Falcons. These should be guaranteed for X-Nova. And as a Phoenix player, when you feel that's the situation, you want to get really aggressive with them.
Right. And then if they do try and turn around, that's a dream opportunity for Luna, right? Especially with Luna on orbit. Smoke does get broken. Oh, the hookshot gets blocked. Exis gets blinked in and actually hit the hookshot. Kind of awkward for him there. Reaper's Scythe gets used. Lotus Orb bounces back. It didn't do any damage to the Centaur. That is not good at all for Falcons. Maureen still opts to go in. You try and stomp him. He pops BKB. Sunray trying to heal up XXS. Can he keep alive? Oh, he's trying to get away with the card.
He's out of remnants.
Just leave. Maureen is full committed to get this kill on the Centaur. He's going to get himself killed, and he didn't even get his mark.
And why did he go back in there, right?
Why?
Yeah, I don't understand, because best case scenario, even if you somehow kill Centaur and get out, how is that risk-reward ratio in your favor?
Oh, yeah.
You're not gaining objectives off that because the win ranger was so low. You're going to have to back up there anyways, Falcons. That just felt like a weird misstep in terms of that Falcon consistency and discipline we're used to seeing. And it starts with XG catching them off guard. They're walking to this base, probably setting some play up, and they just get jumped. Amar throws out a Reaper on the Centaur who's getting focus fired, but he's tanking up to survive. It actually got Lotus back onto him, too. And now you just have to bail. And while you're bailing, I'm going in. I think he felt he was going to be able to clean him up faster and then BKB TP out.
Yeah.
And I think that is a reasonable play if you execute it. But damn, that Centaur is tanky. And again, is the risk-reward ratio in your favor on that play? Even if you get him, probably not.
It's a 17,000 net worth Centaur, and you're a 22,000 net worth.
Exactly.
Right. Like,
it's just not that big a deal. And now all of a sudden, that small mistake is going to compound here. Swift Blink done for Ame. He hit level 25, so he gets the extra Lunar Blessing damage. Plus, he rolled the Flare's Boda. His DPS is pretty insane here. I think you have to Reaper him now. Maybe Skeeter kills him if he can land a good Shackle.
That was the other part. They used Focus Fire and Reaper's Scythe on Centaur.
Which just cannot be the play.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way you can commit both of those ults to the Centaur. This game is about Luna. And you need to respect that.
I'm sure Falcons, I mean, they see all those mistakes. They're not going to do it again in the next fight.
No. It'll definitely change here. They might also just try and slow this game down and farm into some more saves, some more sustainability, make the team fights a little easier for their cores to play sitting up there against some of the Luna burst damage. Still a lot of item slots to fill here. They want to slow this game down. Get another shard. Why not? This will be the nobodies because they have them all. Okay.
Just some
2K gold.
They'll give Wisdom Shrine over to the Snapfire. Nothing to say is a bit low level. They would love to have Nothing to Say to finish up both Refresher and B25. After the Tormentor, Falcons smoke up and sweep across the whole map, and look at X-Nova drawn the line perfectly.
Very good read right now. They got out some deep vision. They're going to dodge the smoke gank.
Do you want that kind of deep vision? I feel like
pretty deep here.
Yeah, I feel like there's a very good chance that that vision does nothing for you from here on out.
The one thing it could do is scout the setup from Falcons going into a Radiant side Roshan that could have spawned here in these 2 minutes. It's going to be a late Rosh spawn, so it'll actually spawn pretty much, yeah, it'll spawn bottom completely, so these wards will not be that effective. Could have been nice if it had spawned faster.
Well, they're going to try and play to their very deep wards. X-Nova has the smoke ready to go.
The issue is when there's these gems on the map, you can't really just ward it anywhere casual.
Sure.
You have to ward in some weird spot that's going to pay off for that one kill or one fight that they don't expect. Like maybe Amar is farming this camp back here with bots and he's planning to join the team. I don't think that's an unreasonable assumption. And they are going to smoke to that vision, as you said, so trying to take advantage of it.
And now it's Snaking's turn to read it perfectly. So both teams are not going to be caught by surprise in these late game shenanigans, though. Maybe Extreme Gaming.
Oh, they're going to go up this hill.
That's going to break immediately. Try and go for the blind stomp. XXS doesn't really hit anything. BKB goes out from Malrine. He hits the back line. The Kiss is raining in. Falcons just trying to juke this as much as possible. There goes the Supernova. So Falcons reset now.
Used a lot of ults.
Now wait to go back in with the hook shot. Lands it on the Phoenix. Very nice from Crit. And they should get at least one kill off of this.
Actually just bailing. They used Supernova. They used the cart. They used Stampede. They used Kisses. They used Eclipse. What did they not use, right? Only the Ame BKB. They blew everything on that attempt to go high ground. Basically connected with nothing.
And now Falcons are in a very awkward spot because they're like, okay, Roshan, is it up yet? Is it up yet? Still not up yet. A late Roshan. You know a bunch of things are down. There is no Phoenix. But you kind of have to just wait for Rosh. Because the last thing you want to do is try and hit high ground, throw that, and give Extreme Gaming an opportunity for an extra life on the Luna. You already need to Reaper Scyther. If she gets an extra life, then That'll be really awkward. Ame sees his opportunity to a swift blink. Again, box, box, box.
He does have buyback available, so you can play a little aggressive here. Maybe abuse buybacks going into a Roche fight and just power through some of these big focus fire Reaper kills.
Yeah. I mean,
that is an option.
Yeah, outside of Reaper's Scythe being used kind of early, they don't really have any ways to control this Luna for too long, right? It's kind of very likely you get the BKB Satanic. Oh, the problem for Ame has been actually being able to hit heroes during that Satanic. And with the hook shot, put him inside the cart. And did the cogs kill?
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, does the cog push somehow kill the workhorse?
There's no way.
That looks very odd. Either, I mean, I don't know. What else would it be?
The will of Gabe Newell. I don't know. Something bugged it out.
Aegis for Skeeter. Cheese refresher both on crit, holding it for some others. Level 25 is still not acquired for Skeeter. He will have it soon, though.
Same for the Snapfire. So some big 25 talents to get in this game. They do have a refresher on NTS, so that high ground defense is pretty damn strong.
Just what a world of difference it would be if he had 2 more levels under his belt.
For sure. And there's the nullifier. It's coming.
Who got it?
XXS.
Hey, I knew it. Nullifier Centaur. Let's go.
Will buy out for it, so he will not have buyback in a high ground push scenario. Definitely worth it, though, if you can land some big nullifiers and burst these targets down, particularly for Ame here. He just can't hit people, so he needs more control in this game.
Banner gets dropped, and the protecting the siege creeps, so this will be a tier 3 down. Not really much they can do about it, unless they manage to kill Skeeter and kill him again. Yeah, Ame, you can swing on those as much as you want. They won't die. Now, once the tier 3 is dead, it looks like the banner runs out shortly ahead of the siege creeps, so they won't be able to get a free assault on the barracks or anything off of this.
Got a minute and a half here. Looking at the wrong banner, brother. You got Jabaden.
What?
Do you think they dropped the Creepway banner?
No, the banner to the right.
I know, but I'm saying you think he dropped his clan banner to try and debate that it was a banner? Because like Ame ran up to it to hit it, and he's like, wait a minute. That's a fake banner.
There's no way Ame thought that was the real one, right?
I feel like you could get someone once with that.
Maybe you can. I actually didn't know that banner had a duration to it.
Yeah, it doesn't last forever. That'd be insanely broken.
I mean, would it? I've never seen it expire naturally. Have you? Tier 3 does go down. Malrine just jumps to hit the Phoenix, trying to force out the Supernova early, but X-Nova holds the trigger. Too much damage from the Luna threatens Malrine's life. He's forced to jump away before the Supernova goes out, so X-Nova still holds on to that very important tool.
Very hard to go high ground here for Falcons. Could turn into one of their patented 60,000 net worth lead games.
Also, have you ever seen the banner expire naturally?
I think so, a couple times.
What? There's no way.
You don't ask the question, you don't like the answer, Austin. I don't know what to tell you.
I think you're lying to me. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Which makes me think that you saying it would be broken if it was indefinite kind of is like, would it? Rocket Flare True Sight. What a talent. Crit is trying to get a Wind Waker. I can't believe this. He's actually put his boots in his backpack because he wants the opportunity to pass over Cheese and Greater Healing Lotus in a clutch scenario.
Honestly, not a hero that really needs the boots at this point in the game.
Yeah, sure.
Cool idea. Got to make the most out of those item slots as you go into the ultra late game.
It's definitely something they could bait the Necropos a bit. Speaking of him, Amar does have a lot of gold in the bank, 6,300. He's looking in S&Y next to replace his consecrated wraps, I guess.
No, he's not going to go S&Y. You got to remember, this guy just debates you with the quick buy.
what would be the best item? More armor, right? Get an AC on top of your Shivas or what? Ame blinking on Skeeter. Maureen, same thing as last time. Go for X-Nova. See if you can force the Supernova out of him. X-Nova, once again, able to hold off, but this time the range barracks does die.
You know what I would like to see from Omar? I think would be cool in this game is a refresher.
Double Reaper Scythe on Luna.
I don't think it's a very common item on this hero because you're usually looking to just tank up, exist in the fight, and win it that way. But I think having double Reaper in this game could be pretty nasty for XG to deal with. They have very limited stuns, and it's such a single carry lineup. Maybe you're worried about Snapfire really later, but
if it wasn't for cart, I would agree with that.
Well, he can Reaper him, he gets carting. You Reaper him when he comes out of the cart.
Yeah, but then he's got Satanic and stuff. Like, he's going to come out of that cart probably perfectly healthy.
You can double Reaper people straight up. It's pretty badass.
Right, and that's where the cart is the problem. I think the double Reaper is a great idea.
Ignore the cart.
Okay. Cart doesn't exist.
Here's what you do. You go in.
That's a great idea.
No. You go in, you Reaper Luna. Insta refresh, Reaper Centaur.
Oh, shit.
The double pump shotgun. What are they going to do?
Counter the counter.
Just think about it. We'll put it in our back pocket for now.
Okay, that sounds sick. I'm all for it.
They got a block of cheese.
If Omar pulls that off, I will confidently say that will be the greatest play in Dota 2 history.
That's just not true. There's no way that's true, even if he does do it.
Double smoke and crit with this jetpack. Tried to break it. Oh, he got away with the hook shot. The kisses are too far out.
He ate the block of cheese. He did eat the block of cheese, though.
Yeah, they forced it out of him.
I don't think you're too sad about that.
Oh, nothing to say. You can't afford to die here. He has to BKB TP away instantly because he is so close to 25 too. Hit the stomp on the Ember Spirit.
The nullifier.
There's that nullifier. The Supernova over the top. Maureen has to jump away to his remnant. He does get out. The Force Staff gets Amar away as well.
Super dangerous.
Close call. Close call.
You are forcing that because you know the snap went to base, so you have a little freedom there with some of those chain stuns missing. But man, you got to respect the Luna burst damage here. It'll be interesting to see if Ame mans up for like Daedalus or Divine, slotting out likely the Manta here, maybe.
Also, Omar did not bait us.
Get more burst damage.
He actually bought an SNY for his consecrated reps. Yeah,
that's weird to me. Is that even that much of an upgrade? I mean,
it feels like every bit of status resistance is worth its weight in gold, I guess. It's also more health restoration.
Sure, I do like Sandra's hero conceptually. We just don't see this item a lot on non-right clickers, I guess.
It's important for this hero to move fast. It's important for this hero to be able to regen. I think it kind of works.
Raps is move speed, though. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but
you didn't really gain anything there.
If I had to guess, I don't know for sure, but I feel like SNY is probably more movement speed.
I think Refresher was the item, man. I'm telling you. This is the game for it. The double pump. Like, you gotta go for it. Look, he's lining up now.
Okay.
He's like, man, I bought this useless SNY. If he sells the SY and buys Refresher, you owe me lunch or something. Like, that is just...
that's fine, because this is going to be a Refresher he's going to put in his backpack. This is 7th item Refresher.
Well, then he still should have bought it first.
What? No. You want your 6th item before your 7th item. That's how sequentialism works.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Aghanim Scepter is almost done for snaking. So now we will have double box.
Very strong Ags in the Ultra Elite. It's so obnoxious to deal with the just multiple boxes coming out.
Yeah, you can blink in, box Ember Spirit, box himself.
They do have Nullifier, though, so you can't really stack them in a sense. And they did get to 25 on Snap, so he has the Conjurer's Catalyst, 25 Refresher. They have Refresher on the Phoenix. Late game is kind of here for XG. I think they would want one more Nullifier Hex for some lockdown, but this is pretty much as good as it gets. There's the Hex for the Hoodwink, actually. They did get there, so... Yeah, you have a net worth lead here if you're Falcons, but it does not look that easy to win the fight. It is one of those games where it's honestly pretty even in the 5-on-5. Just the strength of the XG spell power is insane if they can make it all work. Now, level of execution, definitely a lot more difficult for Extreme Gaming to make it all come together here.
Amar's all over the place. He's broken apart his SNY for a Manta style now. Also,
interesting.
Avery.
Yes.
the refresher on Necrophos, right?
Yes.
You're saying it's the counter to the counter.
Potentially.
I'm going to offer you the counter to the counter to the counter.
Well, there's always a counter to the counter.
There is a counter to the counter to the counter, which is Snapfire Axe. Reaper Scythe, you card him. Reaper Scythe again. Wait, Scythe of Ice initiation there as the hookshot goes in. Immediately gets met by a big blast of damage. Crit almost dies, not quite though. Meanwhile, Ame's fighting up against 2 cores perfectly fine. Now Falcons are just trying to get something out of him. Refresh, got the Supernova. They're going to commit for it. Supernova is going to go down.
Okay.
They had damage on Ame, so Ame couldn't blink in at that time. Shackle shot going to be bounced back there.
Gotta try and turn.
Nothing to say. Landed the cookies. There's the box going out, though. They don't have the nullifier to protect him now. Did it hit the Luna?
It did hit the Luna.
Got the hypnotize on him. He's in trouble. They give him the cookie. It does maintain the stun, but the Focus fires too much. The Reaper Sight to finish him off, and now they're going to have to play for buybacks, and they couldn't even get nothing to say out. That's going to be multiple buybacks used, and they don't have everybody.
Did you have the Centaur in 10 gold, so he will have his up?
Okay, yeah, he was right on the edge.
No Phoenix, though.
Nova, 450 gold.
The pokes
here.
here.
A refresher and never even got to use it.
The poke game from Falcons is just so good. They know how to engage without full committing, force out spells, and reset.
Hit the stun. Amar needs some help. There's that nullifier. He's dead.
Okay, that's an opening.
The buybacks get something. They need more, though. Stampede chasing after him. Falcons are so damn fast, though. They're chasing after a Wind Ranger and an Ember Spirit. Even with Stampede, you're not going to get him. Ward spotted. Good clockwork. And now Cookie. Looks like maybe crit dice. He does have a hook shot. Can't seem to get away. Whip goes out. Hook shot lands on the 2 of them, giving him a bit of distance. He got the blink away. Even the supports get out.
They lost so many buildings, too. Only 1 more barrack standing. They used all their core buybacks. Didn't even buy the Necro. Maybe there could have been some pressure there for Amar to come back in the game with the bots, too, but he says, nah, I'm chilling. Don't need to do anything here. Even with Roche up, I think you have to go pressure this Roche now if you're XG. And again, the poke game, so good. You get this awkward Supernova that you can kill, and all of a sudden, the formation collapses. You don't have the BKB on Ame to bail you out.
I mean, you know what's bad? When Clockwork hook shots in, he gets instant Scythe of Ice, and they couldn't blow him up immediately, you know?
Escape acts are just debilitating in this game. Nobody is on top of this Ringmaster, and that is going to be a recipe for success here on the side of Falcons as
they are playing for that Roshan. They know they have to get aggressive.
And they went Divine on Ame. So they're all in full send it with this Divine Luna, give you the extra DPS. He took out the Butterfly.
Hard to find these initiations, though. Falcons are so good at getting vision with this this Clockwork. Jetpack, Blink Dagger. Tough to get the jump on him. Shivas is going to spot him, though. Get some vision. Ame jumping in, going straight for the Wind Ranger. Couldn't really get on top of him. Skated with the BKB. Wind runs back, hit the Shackle shot. Meanwhile, the Supernova is out, and that is going to be defended.
This fight's too chaotic for XG right now.
On Amar. Got the nullifier on him as well. The hook shot stopping Ame. Ame doesn't get a chance to swing on him. Once again, he's being kited around.
Can't hit anything.
Hit something, but the Supernovas, they're going off. They're exploding on nothing. They have expended so much, and now Falcons back into play once again. Pick off the Phoenix. He's down first. Who's next?
You have to fight here if you're XG. You can only retreat so much in this game.
They jump back.
An illusion bait.
Amar, nullifier on him. Ame actually gets to swing on him a little bit, but the nullifier it expends, and now they're turning around Reaper's Sight. The game is done. They went for the all-in with the Divine Rapier. They had no more lives left, no more ultimates left, no more BKBs, refreshers, nothing. Extreme Gaming used every bit they had, and none of it was enough.
Beautiful late game team fighting from Falcons. To me, this is what they are the best in the world at. Is the in and out of the late game team fights. Who's going in? How are you resetting? How are you bailing each other out and picking your moments? They're not pressured. They're not forced to use their ults early or their BKBs early. They're getting so much out of you, and you feel so pressured to drop a spell. And the second you use that one BKB or that one spell, it's like sharks in the water. They just instantly send it. They know they have an advantage. It's really difficult to outplay them in this scenario. And this is why these guys are TI champs. If they can get to a point in the game where they're comfortable taking those styles of fight, they're going to win it 99 out of 100 times. Like, there is no other team better at it than them. So you have to find ways to force them to fight you on your terms. Like, you do Roshan and they have to go into you, right? I would have rather seen XG do the Roche there. Not because they necessarily need an Aegis on Ame and it changes the game or something, but just to make the team fighting more streamlined.
Make the Supernova actually accomplish.
Exactly.
Either they fight into the Supernova or you get Roshan.
And of course, the counterplay is Falcons can just say, yeah, whatever, have Roche. We're not going to take a bad fight to take Roche.
Sure.
And it's probably the right call, to be honest, but you might get something out of them. Yeah. And I think that's the type of position you have to put this team in. You have to find ways to force Roshan, force high ground, force them into a bad map state, do Tormentor. Like these types of things where they have to play the fight on your terms. Because if you let them take these fights on their terms, they're miserable, you have no shot, and it just feels demoralizing.
Falcons certainly showing why they are top of the group and showing why they are TI winners. I mean, this was just a fantastic display of late game team fighting from there.
Especially the supports, man. Shout out to Snake King and Crit in this game. Like they were owning this game on the initiations, the saves, the boxes were all on point. This is the Ringmaster that will haunt your dreams with that stupid clown face.
Yeah, making Ringmaster look pretty good. This hero has been kind of cropping up more and more.
Strong hero if you know how to play it well. I think this hero actually needs a hero specialist. Like I don't think you can just throw anybody on this hero. You need a Snake King, you need a save, but then it looks really good.
Oh, banger of a game one. Falcons do walk away the victors. Let's head back to the pen.
And I was wondering if we were still going to have some of that TI Grand Finals magic, even though obviously we're a lot later in the season and things changed and the meta changed. But I think, Seb, we saw some of that magic here because what started off as a seemingly one-sided game turned into quite the game.
Yeah, I think it's kind of meant to happen in this matchup in the sense that Falcons, they like to take it slow. They're really patient with the mid game and in the late game. And I think that is, like, we've seen in this game too, like Extreme, they're off to a rocky start and the game seems pretty dire. But Falcons, at some point, they tend to like slow down a little bit. Which I think benefits Extreme. This is probably the reason why they actually ended up. It kind of makes you also wonder, like, what happens if the game is more stable from the get-go? If they're able to, you know, like challenge Falcons this way. So to me, it's always like a little bit sad that Extreme don't set themselves up well enough for success with the laning phase into the early to mid game.
Yeah, the first 10-15 minutes of the game kind of set you up for like good mid game, and a lot of the times, like I feel like this has been the identity for the team, where they always play with a bit of a deficit, showing that you know, very resilient team, and we kind of expected this game to go quite late because of the playstyles. They didn't matter because this is a very resilient team. We talk about team spirit, you know, once they're in their prime, to be one of the most resilient teams. I think Extreme Gaming kind of falls into that category as well, unless they pull off Ame like 20 minutes in. This is a team that their team fighting is super strong in the mid and late game.
It is very strong. The question is, I mean, I'm maybe getting ahead of myself, but as you say, Seb, they don't want to be in that situation.
No, surely they don't.
Surely.
To me, it really comes down to playability. I think we got to see it in the early game. Like at some point, this Ember is just unstoppable. Like he's just running around with Ringmaster and Clock. I think Snake King played so well in the early game. Like every single box that he used was. But again, I think like sure, Falcons is playing amazing, but I don't think Extreme have the tools to stop it. I really like the ATOS pickup from Nothing to Say. I think it really gave them a way to play the game, because without that, if you went for like the regular snap items, I think it was literally unplayable. But it did catch them a little bit off guard. But again, it's an Ember Spirit that's running around with max shield, and with the help of the Ringmaster, it's just too much to handle and not playable. I think drafting wise, I think the draft really makes it really hard, like for Extreme, and I'm really hoping to see them change something, because they're risking their tournament lives at this point.
Yeah, and if the draft was indeed already a little bit iffy from the get-go, it's quite impressive, Lacoste, that they were able to make this a near hour-long game.
Yeah, that's just how they play. Like, probably the team that has the longest games in the tournaments, apart from a 20-minute loss that they had against BB Team, which maybe someone's going to take over, but I just want to see something different. I just want to see them like winning the laning stage and then transition that into this type of a mid game, this type of a late game, because this is a team that will also risk it. Like a lot of the times you will see Ame pick up Divine Rapier, great itemization in a sense where they understand we need this nullifier. Who's going to pick it up? Centaur, not the hero that wants to get it. He gets it anyway because they definitely need it against the box, against the Necro. Still fell short, but also showing how they're thinking outside of the box, not the box that they've been put into by Ringmaster, but also just a crucial thinking that in these certain situations you need to change things up.
Yeah, there was also, I want to point out, one of the first picks that Falcons went for was the Clockwork. And I kind of feel like, Seb, this is a hero that crits just maybe a little bit too comfortable on, and especially if you think like, okay, the games are going to go late. The vision advantage that he gives, I mean, it's comparable almost to a Treant.
Yeah, I think comparable, maybe even better. In my opinion, like I really look at Clock as being like almost like a daytime Night Stalker in a way. It's that good because, well, what we don't necessarily see, because obviously we're catching the action on the stream, but he's constantly firing rockets around the map and getting info. And in the hands of good players, all they need to know is, has this camp be farmed, for instance, and then they know exactly what's going on. Like if all of a sudden Luna, let's say, is getting close to BKB and you're rocketing the Ancients all the time, and that minute the Ancient is not being farmed, well, Luna's in the smoke, right? Like they're making a play. It becomes really easy. On top of that, you have the ability to scout with jetpack. So to me, for teams like Falcon that is very methodical around the map and very obsessed with the macro gameplay, Clockwork is just like a cheat code.
Yeah, and I feel like you should take it out, take it for yourself, one of those solutions. I'm positive, quite positive, that he might also be featured in some of the clips that Lacoste wants to show us, because you did focus on the Falcons early game, because that was the point where they were very impressive.
Yeah, it looked insanely good, especially like the first rotations. So we're going to be seeing the insane dive coming out from Clockwork and Necrophos. Usually you don't get to use the Glyph as an offlane duo. A lot of the times it is extremely used, like in most cases, by your mid laner, but this allows them to dive behind the tower. You can see already Phoenix is very low, has to pop a Fairy Fire, has to use the healing salve, and the amount of gold that they're getting from it afterwards, because Xnoa, he's still going to come back. You can see the efficiency where Amar drags the creep wave into the small camp. That's going to be extra damage on the tower, extra kill for Amar, and also you are picking up neutral items relatively early on in the draft. So a lot of things happen here. Basically, they are getting the triple value out of it. And then to show another efficiency clip is from Malrine, who's dragging the creep wave from the mid lane, knowing that there's going to be also rune spawning in 30 seconds, plus on top of that, farming the stack that they have in the jungle. So kind of triple dipping on top of that as well, plus controlling the runes, which was secured by double supports again. And you have shield, plus you have another shield on top of that, which makes it almost impossible for them to contest in this area of the map, seeing that Ember Spirit, he's just way too tanky. While on the other side, there isn't really much pressure happening as well. And at this stage of the game, like the two support duo plus the mid laner, they don't really have enough damage. I think in a lot of these situations, we would see maybe position one TPing to a tower. This is something that Wids did a couple of times, and that they're gonna lose another Wisdom rune. And also wanted to show Ringmaster, the power of this hero. I feel like this has been kind of the crucial hero in this draft, because so many times we've seen them pop like Stampede. They're trying to use Eclipse on top of that. A lot of these long cooldown ultis, and then one box, great positioning coming out from Snaking. Unfortunately for him, Boxy nickname is already taken, so he's going to need to think of something else, because he had an amazing game. For me, he has been the MVP so far.
Seeing all those clips kind of is a little baffling, knowing that the game went as long as it did. And I know that Extreme's got a lot to work on in the break that they have right now, but I also want to talk about what Falcons should be working on, Seb, because I'm sure that they also don't go into a game like, let's crush the first 10 minutes and then let's wait a little while and sit back.
I think that they have well, I'm trying to actually think whether or not there's something they're happy with. I feel like they might be completely okay with it in a sense, because they're very confident that the more they get from the map, the easier it is for them to win, I think. And it is more than like wishful thinking. They've shown it. You know, you give net worth to their core players, like they'll just put it to use. I think, to me, you know, they want TI being the team that excelled at itemizing in the late game. Like the refreshers, the A on this, the nullifier, like you always were thinking the team against them, oh, they actually need a nully, they actually need that. Falcons, they don't need anything. They're always like one step ahead. They know exactly how the game is about to play out, and they have the right items for that right moment. They build up for it. So I think they're very comfortable dragging the game. It's more of a, if we go high ground now, we have, I don't know, 60% chance to take it. Let's make it 80, you know, let's make it 90. I mean, why not? At the end of the day, if you're winning, you know, it won you TI, why change the formula?
Great itemization point, because like you look at Amar, he has different things queued up. And at one point, he's like, Satanic, that's gonna be my item. I just want to be tanky enough, maybe get a couple of right clicks in, even though it's not the right clicking hero. Then he decides to switch to SNY, have extra bit of status resistance, knowing that he has been focused pretty heavily. So extra bit of HP, that status resistance kicks in, extra bit of regeneration amplification on top of that. And then he's like, yeah, I have that for one fight, but you know what? I'm gonna disassemble SNY, get Manta style instead, and afterwards try to bait, because there was one fight afterwards where he baited Stampede and he also baited Centaur Blank Jump, which was on the illusion.
Yeah, it's. I think of especially Amar and Marine. I think Skater is also there, but these two are really impressive with their item choices, especially in the late game. Because again, this is like a stage of the game that teams don't get to practice so much. Because when you scrim, it's very often that you call GG when the game is completely out of control. I think it's rare for teams to scrim 90-minute games.
Yeah, and it's not the same stakes, so you're not trying as hard.
It's not exactly like people are actually more willing to get picked off or make mistakes because they lose focus and, you know, whatever, lunchtime, you name it. But I feel like Falcons, they just have experience in long games, like much more experience than any other team in the world, and that must be like an edge. So why not use it, you know, when you get to these games?
Okay. You also think that maybe because that's also how they won TI, normally teams that win TI, they get an extra bullseye on their backs and people are trying to copy their style, but as Sib says, it's something that you can't really practice too easily, so you have to experience it, you have to live it, and we know Falcons lives it fairly frequently in their games, this being one of them. We're going to find out if game number 2 will be as much of a banger as game number 1, but before we get there, we are going to check in with Extreme Gaming's Road to EWC.
This ain't no regular thing, came for the ring, you know what I mean. My name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Extreme Gaming has been a powerhouse of Chinese Dota for many years, and they remain that way to this day with their current roster of Ame, Nothing to Say, XXS, FY, and XNova, which was built in the last few months of 2025. While Extreme Gaming is an incredibly strong team, it would be considered by most to be the strongest team in China by a fairly large margin, they do struggle against the top teams on a global scale. Knock them out! Extreme Gaming! Even with the extra lives, they have nothing on Yandex! They have a large amount of top 5 finishes, but you'd have to go back multiple years to see big tournament wins for the team. Their road to the Esports World Cup 2026 was more spread out than almost any other qualifying team. With no tournament wins to speak of, the majority of their points instead came from getting top 4 in Dream League Season 27, Dream League Season 28, and even ESL 1 Birmingham 2026. Will Extreme Gaming finally manage to break free from their pattern of getting barely within reach but not quite making it to the end? Tune in and find out here, the Esports World Cup 2026.
We're back with the TI Finals, Extreme Gaming versus Falcons. Avery, we casted that TI Finals. What's going to be different this time around?
We did. Well, not as much at stake in this match, right? You're not in a Game 5 TI Final where everything's on the line, but perhaps just as much pride between these two squads.
Well, there have been, both teams have looked a little bit worse this season. Let's start off with that. I think, in fact, Extreme Gaming has looked a whole lot worse.
They're in a rut. They're struggling. They need to find some form. This is the series they need to find some form in.
And maybe this is just exactly how they get back into form, right? Get the monkey off the back.
That's
beat
true.
Falcons.
Get the Maureen off the back.
That's right.
ready for game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Team Falcons. And while these two are battling it out, there's also 2 other series going on in Group A at the same time. And there's some positive news for Extreme Gaming, who lost game 1 to Falcons, and therefore they started as a 4-4 scoreline. And they're hoping to stay ahead of another team that is very much encroaching on their rank, which is Gamer Legion. But Gamer Legion also lost their first game that they are playing against BB Team. So, you know, a little bit of light in the darkness. I do want to talk about what Cap and SVG talked about, Seb, because this might be a series that is good for Extreme Gaming to find their form. Do you feel like a game like they just had could just be enough to kick them into gear? Oh, you should have seen his face.
I mean, I wish I could answer yes to that question, because to be honest, I'm a big fan of the Extreme Gaming players, first of all. I'm also just a big fan of Chinese Dota doing well. I think it's generally just for the whole Dota scene. I think it's always more exciting when the Eastern teams are strong, and you know, I'll never be tired of this West versus East, you know, clash, like the best European team versus the best Chinese team. And I think the game is just more interesting when the playstyle from every region can, like, you know, compete at the highest level. Either way, like, with that being said, I don't think they're there yet. And it's not because of, you know, player qualities or potential of the team. To me, it's really tactical, mostly. I think there are certain aspects of the game that they don't seem to value for a reason that is unknown to me. And I'm just hoping for it to be fixed. It was the issue yesterday, it was the issue the day before. They came into today doing the exact same mistake, in my opinion. Like, you pick the Snapfire, you don't pick support heroes that complement it at all. No playability in the early game, you lose double wisdom. I'm just tired of seeing Malrine play with every single rune, and I assume they also are tired of that. And they have Ame, they have XXS, which I think are 2 of the most talented side laners worldwide. But these guys don't get to play the game because I don't think their team is allowing them to play the game. So I really want to see some changes. Like, they first picked the Snap, it's amazing. It's honestly a great answer. I think, like, it restricts Malrine hero pulled by a decent amount. Even though you could argue that they banned the Earth Spirit and we've seen Snap dominate Earth Spirit, but whatever. Forget about that. Now he's shown that he can play Ember versus Snap pretty effectively, because I think he drew the lane. So maybe that's a ban that's required. And then please, you know, select heroes that are gonna play well with Snapfire in the early game and do your magic.
Yeah, I agree. I like, this Clockwork has been a menace. This has been one of the best pairings with the Snapfire. Unfortunately, they're not going to be on the same team, but the vision aspect that you talked about, super annoying hero. It kind of stops the ganks as well, with just like having a BKB piercing ability, like you've seen so many times. They're trying to TP out. He's holding the hook shot. He does have a blink dagger, force staff. Like, vision game is through the roof. Having Essence Distiller on top of rockets. This hero has pretty much everything, and it also, with this type of itemization, it allows you to scale in a different way, where you're getting shard from the Tormentor, so you're not investing your gold into it. It's not like S-tier shard when you purchase it, because it's very expensive. You don't want to be spending gold on it. But when once you get it for free, like, you are getting quite a lot of value out of it. And also, lane is secured with this hero. Whether we're talking about the offlane Necro that they did pull out this time around, it's not going to be happening again. But also something to point out, that Extreme Gaming, they can be the ones playing this Snapfire from 2 different roles.
Yeah, we saw it very successfully for them from the offlane earlier on in the group stages. Happy to see them ban out the Ringmaster and the Necrophos. They addressed those 2 problems, at least, as we already talked at length about Snaking's Ringmaster.
Yeah, Ringmaster obviously was just very good synergy with Clockwork. We mentioned it in the first draft. Like, these heroes just play together really well. Clock is a great setup for Ringmaster spells. Clock lacks a lot of damage, and Ringmaster, I think, is one of the highest damage support, like, from position 5, if you factor in all the spells and the Wheel of Wonder. So I like the ban. I like the Necro ban too, because this is like the lane that Falcons has run the most so far, like offlane duo, like Clock and Necro. Because at the end of the day, Clock is, like, very disruptive on the lane. Like, he basically enables the offlaner for, like, getting XP and gold, but at some point he just runs out of steam. Like, the offlaner still needs to be like a dominant laner, in my opinion. Clock is not a hero that can basically set up kills or anything like that. He amplifies what's already there. So great pairing with Necro. We've seen them abuse that lane a bunch now, and they're just blind picking it. So they are hurting the clock pick in some sense because he's gonna lose 2 of his most impactful combos, I guess.
And it takes a time for Falcons to find their one ban they have in this stage of the game. It's hard to ban at this point, considering Snapfire is not really... Like, she's going to be good regardless. Doesn't necessarily need a pairing or anything like that. They end up going for the puck ban coming out.
Oh, yet to see. Let's see if Snaking was a liar, whether they're going to be playing this Undying potentially from the offlane. It doesn't strike me. In a sense, it does, but it also doesn't. Like, how annoying you can be with Undying. You can be very unkillable. I think Necro fits the profile for the Falcons offlane for ATF in a way where he's the farming tool. He can be on top of the network. He can be unkillable, so he checks a lot of the boxes. Undying, he doesn't flash farm. That's one of the issues with the hero. Sure, you can go back to stacks, use the tombstone in a triangle, but he's not very efficient at farming. He's more like, I want to keep fighting, but for now, they are keeping things open.
I guarantee you Amar is not going to play Undying. Like, I would be so surprised.
Yeah, kind of similar vibes that we were seeing from his Largo, where he played it like once, and it's just like, okay, this is not it. It's not his playstyle.
Yeah, I think it's not happening.
Do you think the odds are higher that Skeeter plays it?
Yes, but then it's like a mistake or something because Undying +1 doesn't sound appealing at all.
Nah.
It's going to be a snaking hero most likely. Well, luckily for Extreme, they have a pretty good answer to Undying in the sense that I think Snapfire's Little Shredder is one of the best answers to Tombstone. So not a bad pick by Falcons because it's one of the few melee supports that remains and they really enjoy range carries on Skitter right now, so it makes a lot of sense. And Extreme, they decide to go for the Snapfire mid. They're gonna force it, and again, like, they didn't ban Ember. Mallorin just played an Ember game. He drew with the Snap, and I think it's a good Ember game again. Like Bane, Rubik, these are supports that are too low damage for Ember to care about, so we'll see if he decides to go that route again. I don't think Ember's the best pairing, to be fair, with Clock Undying, so... And I know Falcon is very obsessed with like mid and support heroes pairing, so perhaps not ideal. We'll see what route they go for. I like the Bane pick though. I think this is one of the few heroes that actually plays well with Snap from what Extreme has shown so far. This is the kind of combo I'm talking about. Like, because you run into a Snap Phoenix, you're just laughing. You run into a Bane Snap, you're dead. It's very different.
I mean, if they want to be running this core Undying, maybe there's a chance because it's such a good silencer game. It's a bit of a memey one because I don't think they can fit into the draft, but maybe something like a Dawnbreaker could work out for them, seeing that there is Bane. Problem is you're playing against Rubik, so that gets stolen kind of almost immediately once you drop, but we'll have to see.
The silencer value though, when you see like
Bane Snap.
You see Bane Snap and you're like, Amar, please, come on, one game. Just try it. Buy Radiance. You'll be fine. We won't say anything.
You can scale. Get Echo Saber, Radiance, whatever.
I mean, if he's allowed to buy Radiance, he's probably gonna play the Undying. Like, but if it's a Phase Boots Blink run around the map,
nah.
Yeah,
that's not him.
Pass. But a lot of value in Silencer. Probably a really good pickup for Falcons if they grab their hands on it.
They grabbed instead the Ember Spirit.
They go for the Ember, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I think it's an. I don't know. I don't understand why Extreme is stubborn with this and they don't cover the angle. Like, they just played that game, and I'm just afraid that this Ember is gonna run around uncontested with Undying and Clock. It's 3 melee heroes, but at the same time, like, it's so good that Ember might almost be fine on his own. He just needs a little bit more help, a little bit more support, and the game will be just fine.
Yeah, we're seeing what Extreme Gaming wants to go for as their 18th overall pick ban, and 18 is always one of the most important picks, especially on the side that had first pick. This is the one they can protect with 2 bans afterwards.
Yeah, they have so there was a Wind Ranger pick on Falcon side with Ember, so it's going to be an Undying Wind Ranger lane most likely, and they will be last picking a Mars hero that will lane with the Clock. As for Extreme, the mid matchup is decided. It's Snapfire versus Ember. They have a Bane and a Rubik support, and it's either Ame or XXS hero next.
Terrorblade coming out.
Yeah, they had a great success in the last few days. I made that one game where he was a 0-2-1 in 30-plus minute game, and then the other game as well. Like, I'm just not seeing the synergy between the heroes. Like, what are the timings? You did talk a lot about the hero pairings, the 2-4-5, pretty much what they're going to be doing in the game, and they can do stuff, but also I feel like this type of a draft is lacking something. It's also lacking the front line. We have seen in the previous game where Falcons, they are masters of the craft, like going in and out multiple times. I don't think you can allow yourself to do this with Extreme Gaming. Like these heroes, once you're in, you're kind of in.
Yeah, and keep in mind for Extreme Gaming, they can still flex the snap to offlane. I don't know if they want to. I already see Seb shaking his head.
Yeah,
not going to happen.
I don't think so, because, sure, I mean, there are arguments for it, but at the same time, they really lack like a blink stun initiation. Think about their lineup. Like their TB is a range hero when he's team fighting. Snap also wants to play off like from distance. Sure, Snap can blink cookie in, but against these kind of heroes, like Snap's gonna want to see what Wind Ranger's up to. You know, Clock needs to be already also kept busy. You don't just get to enter the fight freely if you want to cast your spells and maximize your damage. Same for Bane and Rubik. Like they want position. They want the fight to start and them to pick their targets, like steal a spell, position themselves properly. So there's like a lot of holes in the draft that needs to be like fixed by XXS's hero. But again, he's laning against Undying Wind Ranger. Like
not gonna be easy.
There's not a lot of heroes you can afford to play on that lane. And I feel like he needs to fix so many issues.
I would say like 2 would be some Centaur, maybe Axe as well, like Axe because of the creep skipping ability. Centaur can kind of do the same, but also both of them are like not necessarily blade mail buyers. Centaur doesn't really go for that item build anymore, but once you see Wind Ranger, you want to be having a hero. Like this is the Crimson buyer, this is the Lotus Orb buyer on a Centaur. With Retaliate, you're not going to get heavily focused, and I feel like they need that type of a hero to actually just soak up the damage and be able to team fight.
Well, I can tell you that Extreme Gaming has banned out the Timber and the Darkseer, and Falcons has banned out the Centaur.
Yeah.
And one more that I'm still waiting for.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, it's very unlikely that these heroes make it through the pool, or okay, they actually get their hands on the Axe, which I don't think it's a great Axe game, in the sense that it's, you know, Axe versus Undying. You have the Tombstone save at some point. Also, just the Tombstone and Undying ulti. It's like you have one jump basically against the
yes, you're not getting out.
You're
twice.
not getting out against Clock Undying, and the Tombstone save I think is very annoying. And the lane is again not ideal. Sure, you can start creep skipping, but Wind Ranger is actually one of the few carries that will, you know, close the distance and will chase you even behind the tower pretty easy. She's so mobile. It's decent. I think it's exactly what's required for Extreme's lineup. Not ideal against Falcons. Let's put it this way. And Falcons would end up with a Doom, Amar Doom, that's like an absolute classic. He's the one that actually made the Radiance build popular. It's a very solid pick. I don't think the lane is great, but they can just be pulling waves. Again, Clock makes it really hard to shut down the offlaner completely. So in that sense, I like the pick. It's gonna secure them like the win condition essentially. Like you doom this TB and all of a sudden they don't really have much to play with on Extreme side.
Yeah, they don't have the damage. I feel like Snapfire, the combination is there between the offlaner and the mid laner, so they can play together. It takes a little bit more time, but again, I feel like they are having the same issue that they had in the last 4 or 5 games that they played.
It's another great Ember game. I think it might be the repeat of game 1, where this Ember is just gonna reign supreme around the map with the help of the Clock and the Undying. I don't really see Bane, Rubik, and Snap contesting this Ember. I don't think it's punishing at all.
But if it's the same as previous game, I mean, of course the lanes then would be very rough for Extreme Gaming, but they had a decent shot at fighting back towards the later stage of the game. Do you feel like they have that potential again?
They do, but again, like, what does the later stage of the game look like? Like, how much...
They're going to be 30k gold behind.
Yeah, well, then they don't. You know, that's exactly what I was asking. Is like, how much gold deficit are we talking? what is the map looking like? Did you lose sides? And
They have clockwork, so yeah, 30k gold behind, no vision.
Clock sees you everywhere, 30k gold behind. You lost 2 sides. They have Aegis.
Oh no.
Do they have any chance in the late game? The answer is no, Shiver. No chance whatsoever. So it kind of depends. Like that's the thing with Dota is like thinking about the late game and the team fight condition and the win condition. It's just not enough. You have to factor in every stage of the game, and it starts. You know, the first objective essentially is the 4-minute water rune. Let's say I think before that is somewhat irrelevant. 4-minute water rune, 6-minute power rune, 7-minute wisdom rune, 8-minute power rune. This is Dota for you nowadays. It's like there are objectives that you need to factor in your draft and how you approach your lanes, because if you skip these steps, you don't get to play the game. As simple as that.
So we just want to see Extreme Gaming be aware of those timings and fight for them. And of course, Lacoste come out on top of those fights.
Yeah, easily said. We're going to be seeing if that's actually doable. I don't want to see them lose the XP rune again. It's like it has been nerfed in the last like 4 or 5 months, but it's still such a massive objective that you need to contest, and they need to find a way, because in the previous one, like we saw a clip what Ember Spirit has been doing, where he's doing basically 3-4 things at the same time. So I want to see NTS kind of try to do the same thing, try to contest this and set up his team for success.
Well, we're all saying about what Extreme Gaming needs to do to win this, but let's be real, if Falcons win this, they claim top of their group. Can they do so? Let's head over to Cap and SVG for the answer.
That's right, these two teams are fighting for very different positions. Falcons hoping for the guarantee of top of their group. Meanwhile, there is a weird scenario where Extreme Gaming could end up in a tie for that 5th elimination slot. So definitely could use a win here. Even still, just getting the better seeding going into the elimination round would do them some wonders. I would even say just getting a win for morale's sake would do Extreme Gaming a lot of good, and getting an early kill on Snake King will certainly help with that. First blood is available. Who's going to take it? Finally, they get it as XXS comes to collect. Xnova is going to be surrounded by too many Falcons heroes, tries to pop the Fairy Fire, but he will still go down. Malrine takes the bounty for that one. So, Avery, in that case, you got first blood, but it wasn't on your mid laner, while Malrine did get it. He got the second kill, and he is the mid lane.
But you got 3 runes, and you denied the 4th.
Okay, all right.
So 0 runes for Falcons. That is a massive win here. I wanted to see XG come out fast, play for those objectives, as Seb was mentioning. Well, you're winning the objective battle.
You are.
So off to a fast start here. I think this draft looks a little easier to execute than the first one for them. The stuns are way more reliable here. They have more reliable chain follow-up, a little better catch with the Bane as well. The one concern I have is their initiation is still pretty dependent on this Axe. And he has to play in some rough matchups. The Clock of Dyne are really annoying supports for him to go in against. You only have one good Blade Mail call target, and it's the Wind Ranger. I don't know if XSS is going to maybe go some like Helm Dom, Pipe, Crimson build or something in this game. That doesn't sound that amazing either, but his path towards having solid impact off of the single initiation doesn't look great. So I think XG will have to think about that, how they approach fights, because that was the biggest issue in the game one, was how do you start a fight and make it work for you against a Falcon squad that is super good at kiting you out, picking their moments, and turning those initiations around. You're also playing against Damar Doom. He is the best Doom of all time, basically, so... Well, I guess him and 33.
I was about to say, I feel like I would give 33 that title.
Well, I think they'd both say they are the greatest Doom, so I'll give it to both of them. Depends who I'm talking to.
Oh,
there's our draft, in case you missed it.
Overlay back.
It's a pretty nice Doom pick. Like, you're just going to look to Doom this Terrorblade every time. Maybe he'll Doom NTS. The situation calls for it. But it's an anti-carry hero. XG are kind of all in on the Terrorblade scale here, because I don't think the Axe can scale too amazingly in a game like this.
Okay, but we've seen the Snapfire scale, and the Axe can set up the Snapfire. We had a trade off in the top lane. Ame collects the kill on Amar, so
not bad.
4-4 support.
That is always the X factor, is how much NTS can do on this hero. He has more... He at least has the Axe to go in for him. But man, I think XG just don't like playing with heroes that go in. They just constantly pick these lineups with 4 to 5 heroes that want someone else to do something for them. I think it just makes their games so much more difficult to execute than they need to be.
I mean, I do think at least that the Ember Spirit on the other side of things, who really wants to go in, I really like this Bane pickup to deal with that Ember Spirit. Because Malrine was, last game, he was just jumping in right into the middle of all their heroes, getting a bunch of information, forcing out Supernova to be used early sometimes on X-Nova. Now X-Nova's like, go ahead, jump in, see what happens.
Just grip him. It's always the easiest solution. Tombstone drop?
Battle Hunger has caused quite the issue for Snake King. FY with a little bit of miss micro there.
Snake King's in trouble here.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, XXS not committing.
Yeah, surely you just commit. You have Blood Grenade.
He doesn't want to miss the wave under tower.
Yes.
It's also kind of nice to just leave on dying low.
Yeah, if he's on low on resources.
Again, your goal is not to kill him. Your goal is to win the lane. You already have Helm online, and you won the bounty rune, so you're up to fast start across the board here. Lanes are looking really solid for Extreme Gaming. First Blood, effectively all the runes. You got that extra kill top. You're winning the CS battle. Mid is going a lot better for NTS than the first time around. Maybe some of that extra gold injection doing some work here. And this side lane is going better than I expected. I think Snake King is getting owned pretty hard by this Battle Hunger on the side. He didn't really get great trades. You didn't get the Tombstone kill. Sometimes you can just really ruin this Axe's day, but the fact he got to the Helm of Iron Will so fast, he's got 4 tangos in the bank. I guess the thing, XXS, he bought double tango. He was expecting to be harassed heavily with decay power shots, and he's just chilling down here. He's on vacation. Look at him. Thriving.
In his lane.
Oh, if he gets this kill.
A little bit more. Blood Grenade. And they will get it.
Okay, that is... This lane's out of control. I did not think I'd see the day where Falcon's losing on dying lane this hard.
Yeah.
But it has gone real wrong. And that shows you the strength of runes in Pro Dota. Like, these little things make a big difference. You get to level 2 first. You know, Axe had that first blood as well. So you were saying, yeah, Malrine got the kill mid and first blood went to the Axe. Is that really great for XG? Well, if he gets a fast helm and he can do this, it's going to make a world of difference because he is your one initiator in this game. He can bring the lineup together here.
We have seen, it was Extreme Gaming, right? Struggled before in the solo initiator for XXS. We've struggled in that situation. FY could teleport away. Close call.
Okay, there.
He makes...
That teleport felt real long. That was me after playing 10 pub games in a row.
Very good. It's not like they can really punish the Axe at all while the Rubik is away. Crit rotates into the mid lane. He can kind of rotate, but what is an Undying do when you're left in a lane you can have 0 impact in?
Gate rotate, drop a tombstone on the other one, or just stack?
Stack.
Just go farm a camp with decay. Not a lot, honestly. It feels real bad right now for snaking on the map. It's always been one of the weaknesses of the hero. That's why that early portion of the lane is really important for the hero. Because now you're just watching XXS do this, and you're like, can't really do anything to him, guys. I'm gonna go look for the 6-minute power rune. That is something you can do. Oh, nice TP, nerd.
Invis rune will be secured. Amar trying to pressure Ame. I can't believe Ame came back to this lane. He was already hitting neutrals. Him and the Bane were together, and he actually walked back into this lane without his Bane.
It's a rough kill to give up.
All right, well, they do have level 6 on Nothing to Say. Cookie into... Oh, missed the cookie. Still can go for the kisses, which is why Amar's just going to just chase after the Snapfire and try and do as much damage as he can while they also get the kill. XXS does give up his killing spree. Things are getting a little weird now for Extreme. They had a nice lead off this laning phase. Can't afford to give too much of it away.
Died to level 5 Wind Ranger, so there's no focus fire down here. Just got decayed Tombstone power shot. Kind of a weird death for XXS. A bad death for Ame. Double wisdom. I mean, there's no way you should be losing double wisdom shrine in this game, right? There's no way. If you go look at this net worth chart and you told me that Dire lost both wisdom shrines here, I tell you, who are you trying to pull? You know, what's going on?
What are you trying to pull? Whose leg are you trying to pull?
There was a mixture of a couple of things that got mushed up in my brain.
Sound about as lost as
but you get my point. Right, like this is not an early game you should be losing shrines in.
Not at all. top net worth on all 3 cores. You have a self-sufficient Axe, or it should be self-sufficient, with his Helmet Dominator. Nice toss back into the call, into the Centaur Stomp. Very nicely played. Pulling blade to get the dunk.
You're still looking real pretty here. You should not let this phase you. The XP is fine. It's not as if you're behind on it. That was just some recovery for Falcons. And of course, you're still dominating lanes, so...
Yeah, it just would have been nice to have the faster level 6 on the Bane and,
of course,
and have Clockwork just sit there not able to be the initiator he wants to be because he doesn't have a level 6 yet. But double Wisdom Shrine goes a long ways to fixing that. FY gets shot down in the river while Ame has made the rotation through the gate. Hard to be in that safe lane, better to be in the enemy safe lane.
I will say I do agree with Seb's point, and I don't know, XG are just allergic to power runes or something.
Give it all to Malrine.
They give every rune up. And then he just uses them to bring the game back. And you sit there thinking like, what? Surely we can stop him getting some of these, you know. Yeah, sometimes you get unlucky. Yeah, it's more difficult against Ember because he can go to one remnant to the other, but you have Bane who can fight that. You have instant stuns here in this game. Undying Clock are not the scariest heroes to skirmish on the rune. Right, you might go there and lose the rune, but you shouldn't die to it.
Instant doom put onto the Bane because Amar knows if he gets Nightmare and he's gonna die.
A Sunder
gets
save.
used to save the Bane. A bold move from Ame. They can't quite get the kill with Amar unless the kisses land. Oh, he's dodging, but it's not quite good enough. Crit attempted to stop it with the Cogs hit, but I think X Nova ran in front of the Cogs. Is that what I saw?
Either way, Medic Ame, Dr. Ame healing the boys.
What a nice guy.
Maybe it was a misclick. We'll never know. That'll give NTS a fast boot to travel here. This is where you want the mid Snapfire to be. Owning the lane, getting some extra kills with kisses all cooldown, very fast boots to travel, and then you can kind of control the map. You're also going to be able to bots into that Axe Dom creep. Could be a really nice combo this game. Might let XXS play a little more aggressive in enemy jungle. Still looking very solid. This is probably the best early game we've seen from Extreme Gaming.
Can they get this power in? Malrine jumps, and it does spawn top, so he gets an illusion. Flame Guard making FY significantly tankier, but Malrine kind of has infinite chase potential right now, especially with snaking behind him. FY dies. Now Skeeter also rotated into mid lane. No wonder Malrine was being super aggro. This is one of those plays from Falcons where they just bring everybody to the mid tower to take it.
Gotta respect the European mid lane that quickly turns into a quad lane if you're not careful about it. This will be a focus fire committed. Still have Flesh Golem available. No Tombstone though. Can definitely fight this if you're XG. So that is not the way you want it to start.
Got the cookie stun on Malrine. Half health. XXS shows up to teleport. He's going to sit on this remnant. So if they can actually force Malrine to jump to that remnant, XXS can get the kill, but Malrine looks like he might just be able to run away. No, he actually does jump back, and he immediately gets called by XXS, and he claims the kill. Didn't use the Culling Blade for it. He could use that extra movement speed now that he moves to the next hero. Hookshot gets popped, but that stopped the kisses. Who cares? Snaking's already dead, and now Crit has put himself in the danger zone.
XXS running away with this game. Having himself a performance here. He is 6-2, might make it 7-2. Already getting some Culling Blade stacks early. Give him another shot. Okay.
Oh, he missed 2 different Culling Blade opportunities here.
Well, that's a little disappointing, but his net worth is not disappointing right now. He is soaking up the farm in this early game. This is an Axe that got picked into an Undying Wind Ranger, right? Your expectations for how his early game should look were not this good. A vast overperformance here. Might just power XG to a game 2 win if he can keep snowballing. Nowhere for Malrine to go. Straight into the arms of an Axe.
Yeah, it's funny. I think he thought he was going to get Fade Bolted. So that's why he jumped to the Remnant, but FY was actually short on mana. He was 7 mana short of a Fade Bolt there.
I really
slow
just
motion to watch XXS's failure. Come on.
Oh, look at the mouse turn. That's a exasperated king. Yeah, let's turn that back. That's a good little slow-mo shot right there.
It's a pro player equivalent of hands off the keyboard.
When the mouse comes up, things aren't looking good. They're not going
The
well.
mouse comes up, the shit's going down.
That's the equivalent of a belt in esports terms.
Ame is dead. They're going to pump the Doom on him just to make sure. And Xnova, who thought he would help. Well, actually, wait a minute. Nightmare underneath the tier 2 tower. Fiend's Grip on the other. Can they get something off of this one? Surely underneath the tier 2 tower with stuns. Amar, they're trading off. The Glyph finally gets popped, but it's a bit too late. XXS coming in from behind.
Missed the call.
Amar's making a run for it down the river. He's not going to be able to get it. Now Maureen is chasing it after nothing to say. Still underneath the tier 2. Power shot does not land onto the Snapfire. Huddled underneath their tier 2. Falcons managed to win a fight this deep onto the enemy map. That is concerning.
And they got Ame in the process. The last hero you want going down right now, he should just be accelerating in the jungle with all the space being created. Instead, you're losing your hard carry to the Doom counter pick. You get nothing in return. You brought everybody up there. You lost your Axe Courier as well. And you know why, Austin? Because he had another power rune on Ember. He's just living the life. Regen did so much work there for Maureen.
Somebody's got to stop this guy.
At this point, just bring 5 heroes to the next rune. Send a message.
He'll probably still get it. He'll slight steal it.
Look at a Wisdom Shrine, though.
They're baiting him, and if it's spawn top and he jumps, XXS maybe could have gotten the jump on him, but instead it's a free rune
They
bottom.
just can't get one. It is inevitable.
Well, time to just chill out a little bit if you're extreme. Let's just get that Blink Dagger underway.
A lot of that early lead is gone, though. It's Falcons with a net worth advantage here after how rough that early game was. That's a nice trajectory for them. If they can get one more team fight going into a tower, they're going to be sitting pretty. I'm not as convinced that this Terrorblade has a free go at it in the late game here. They have a lot of spellcasters, a lot of disruption. The Wind Ranger matchup's pretty good. The Doom matchup's pretty good. You need all of your cores to be scaling here if you're extreme. Bleeding a lot of couriers, too.
Yeah.
Solid team gold.
Still, Extreme do have a very slight net worth lead. And the Blink Dagger's done for XXS. The Blink Dagger for the... I was going to say the Snapfire. He's going to build Blink Dagger next. But opted to buy the Shard early. That's
they're setting up on NTS with that deep ward from Crit. I don't know if he can make it out of this one.
Gonna backstab him. Has no cookie to hop over the cliff. He is surrounded. Very easy kill.
Another power rune, another kill for Maureen.
Does feel like there's maybe a bit of a correlation there. I don't know.
It's doing some work. Still, it's a nice angle, nice deep ward. Crit's going to try and continue to protect this and use it. If he can get another core kill off it, even if it dies, it will have paid for itself. Some more stacks being created by Snake King. He's done a decent job making sure these Ancients are getting beefed up for somebody. I don't know who's going to clear those. Not the most efficient. Probably Amar. It's usually what it comes down to. Get a Radiance on Doom. There's your Ancient clear. This ward's doing so much work right now.
Yeah.
They do have an amp damage on XXS, so he won a power rune.
They did.
My God. They did it.
Incredibly useless.
But the Ember doesn't have it.
That is true.
And that's a win. It's a moral victory.
Had some pretty good Rubik games this tournament, and it's an FY Rubik. He's got some good steal opportunities here. I would love to see him actually get that net worth up. See if he could just start farming some waves somewhere or something.
Or get some fights going. That's what the hero really wants. I think XG are tentative to run into this mid-tier 1 with the Undying around there. That's a tough fight to take aggressively.
Yeah, forcing Falcons to fight you is easier said than done. They are very good at dodging you when they want to. Or only giving you just a single hero pick off some support that dies or something.
I like the smoke bottom. It's not going to land here. Still, getting the vision down here to find the Wind Ranger later on is super nice. Might just be able to get a tier 2 off of this. And I think there was a decent chance you found Skeeter down here. He's just a little too quick for it. How fast does Ame take this tier 2? Pretty damn fast.
Yeah, if you can't find kills, get towers.
Pretty nice early objective to take in this game. Can open up that outpost. Push this lane in super
TS is
deep.
being hunted down. His team's going to teleport for him. Little hop. Nice TP.
The vision for both teams is pretty concentrated in these enemy jungles. So you really have to be wary about going into the dark zones here and just feeding some bad kill that's going to break open the stalemate right now.
Oh, nothing to say. He fills his bottle with the power rune. Now that's a win.
Pretty good one too here. Shield rune. When you're looking to break this stalemate and force some fight mid or something, they find a Mar.
Mar's very tanky.
Getting decayed. He's getting
kisses. With the battle hunger slowing him down, it's pretty easy to hit those shots. There we go.
Only ran back into it and burned.
Xnova, Nightmare, getting the +1. Cookie makes it easy.
Nice.
XXS actually made the jump there. They had the opportunity to maybe get even more. Ame
Look at Ame go.
Ame just chases after Snake King. All right, 1 turns to 3.
A slight misstep by ATF gets punished pretty damn hard as XG. They were looking for this fight mid. They just didn't know how to get it. It gets gifted to them. That's going to break this game open considerably. Now they're invading enemy ancients. They still have all these deep wards bottom. A lot of map control to play with right now. It's nighttime with the Bane. The Axe is a big threat.
I don't want to jinx it, Avery, but dare I say it, I think Extreme Gaming, they could maybe get not just some power runes, but maybe even a Tormentor.
Okay, you're pushing it now.
Got another initiation. Chain it with the telekinesis. Sadly, Xnova felt like he couldn't keep pushing forward.
Hook shot with the remnant back.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward. Cogs does go out. FY steals it. Tombstone shard puts him inside of the tombstone. Really weird.
Oh, what a Centaur Stomp.
Nice Centaur Stomp that actually gets Snapfire a little bit of distance away from Amar. Amar's still going to try and hunt him down here. Hits him with the blade. Does not commit the Doom, though. Not sure if he can get the kill. Now with the Shackle Shot, though, I think they've got it. Doesn't even have to use the Doom.
Solid chase down. That is definitely something this lineup has in spades between their 3 cores. You even have the speed aura on the Doom that Amar really likes for some extra. I run at you and you die.
And here comes the smoke sweep to the Tormentor side of the map. There is this offlane tier 1 tower is still up, so they can't take like a whole lot of map here. Can make the dive past the tower anyway, spotting Xnova, but coming in from behind. 2-man call. XXS plus FY setting it up with the cog steal. Now, Doom is going to be put onto XXS, but he's going to say, that's worth it, man. I got the kill I was looking for. That's the Wind Ranger down. FY, ooh, doesn't quite make it out.
Couldn't get that Doom steal either. Nice cover from Amar. Is that worth it? Who got more gold?
It wasn't worth it in the end, that's for sure.
XXS, he did get the 3x streak on Skeeter, but he had a 5x streak that went to Amar. So now all of a sudden this Doom is the highest net worth hero in the game, as he usually ends up being.
Ame didn't have a TP. Maybe they thought Ame could TP in. Like, that's XXS sees a 2-man call next to a tower. Like, he's like, I have to take this, right?
Snapfire not being there for that call hurts them a lot. Like, that's your big follow-up in these fights, is the Axe call comes through, and then Snapfire spells come on top. Rubik Bane can control the Doom or the Ember, and you get to isolate some of these heroes. That's the dream. That has to all be there at the start. They do defend their Wisdom Shrine. Tormentor still available. Not the worst. A lot of gold for Amar, and that's going to be the scary part here. Getting that streak, that pushes him towards a BKB. At least you have some BKB control this game. That was a big issue in game 1.
Oh, no doubt.
You have the grip, you have the call, you have a Terrorblade that can just kind of swing into you. That's good enough.
TB can maybe build a Scotty at some point in the game.
For sure. Eyeing up an early MKB again. He really likes itemizing just to punish this Wind Ranger.
I can kind of see, because so much of Wind Ranger's gameplay, these carry Wind Rangers, they just hunt down the enemy carry, right? It's like every single fight, they just run in, focus fire the enemy carry. That's their job.
For sure.
So if you actually have a way to hit back, then what does Wind Ranger do then?
He has to run. Get an earlier Satanic or something. I don't know how Maureen got out of that smoke play, but he managed it.
Yeah, completely surrounded by heroes on all sides. TP's out.
And they get a Tormentor.
Got it. He did it.
Objectives falling for Extreme Gaming this time around.
Actually giving Extreme Gaming
Bane Shard
net with lead. But they gave up Roshan for it. Even when you win against Falcons, you still lose. That is annoying.
I don't think this is that. Aegis is solid here. You're going to give it to Malrine.
Ember Spirit Aegis.
For sure, it's annoying. You can still fight into this, though.
See the supports positioning to make sure they block any maybe smoke play. Playing these high grounds.
I think you're just waiting for Ame, MKB, XXS, BKB. Then you're going to take some fights. That's your next timing here. If you get there and they still have Aegis, I think you can force that fight anyway if Falcons give it to you.
I will say another thing that makes me more hopeful for Extreme in this game is Snapfire levels. Right, level 15 at 23 minutes. Nothing to say is I think making better progression than he did in game 1.
He had a better early game.
Yeah, it helps that he also didn't go for the Rod of Atos build, right?
Yeah.
Straight to Boots of Travel, so he was able to play the map a lot better.
It's going to scale a lot faster, a lot better. I think that Atos ended up being pretty solid.
It works. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's just a mixed item.
Maybe if the early game hadn't gone so badly, maybe he wouldn't have had to go Rod of Atos, right? Just to try and salvage things. That's kind of how I viewed it.
Double power rune Malrine. He's arcaned with a shield rune.
He is amped the hell up. X-Nova is dead. FY and Ame quickly retreating back to the base as they know Falcons are going to be searching for more.
That's fine. Sacrifice that to the power runes and the Aegis timing. Get a Devour Steel and some extra gold on the map. Still trying to get to the Axe BKB.
Now that's how you can farm.
Oh yeah. And look at this early Ags for crit. He usually goes Blink on this hero. This is another vision mechanism.
Yeah, why do you go early Ags on Clockwork? What are you looking to achieve for it? Is it about the spamming rocket flares to push out lanes? Is this a map play?
I'm trying to think of why he wanted it in this game in particular. Because I've not seen him buy this early in any other game.
I think it's, here's my theory. Extreme Gaming, the way their lineup functions, they have to be S5. So I think splitting the map is more effective here.
Could be an idea to improve their catch. I almost think he just wants a lot of the rocket flares in the fight. Just to be able to spam them out. Get vision on these two supports, get vision on the snap. It's a little extra AoE for this Terrorblade.
I think to say he's pretty close to his base here.
Yeah, you're not.
Forced him to use BKB.
You're not chasing there. That doesn't feel that good for Falcons. I mean, what are you accomplishing up here in terms of objectives? And you're watching your other two lanes get shoved in.
Especially since it is their Aegis timing against Telekinesis turn around. Malrine going to be Fiend's on the first life. Now, Extreme still need to retreat here. Unless Ame can get a Sunder on somebody. Nice call on the Doom, but they stopped the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade did
got the Sunder.
It goes off barely. They still commit to him. He's still going to be in trouble. He's still going to die to the Doom. Maybe he can get enough damage to kill Lamar. He does.
Did get him.
Got that much. FY with the stolen remnants. He's got one out. They'll jump to it. Malrine's going to chase. There's crit on the other side. Telekinesis is running down the river. Nicely played, but FY, he doesn't really have an out here. It gives him enough time to buy out his shard, though, so he won't lose too much gold.
They're going to lose XXS, though.
That's rough.
On top of popping that initial 9-second BKB, rough fight for him. He had to try and do something to buy some time for Ame. You just only have a little bit of a window there. Getting baited by that Aegis a little bit. Ame pushing in that tier 2. Lingered a little too long, you get caught. Now you have to commit to try and salvage this situation. It ends up costing you a lot.
If I recall, he was pretty low on mana, too. It's not even like he had that much resources for his first life. It was almost like they would get nothing. If they don't get off that Sunder, then Amar doesn't die. They chase down,
for sure,
maybe even more heroes, or at least more efficiently.
It's the Clockwork causing him problems again. The rocket flare slows, the catch, the cogs. You just can't escape from this hero. It's so hard to disengage against 10-man battle plan.
Yeah, would you agree that it feels like Clockwork, maybe it's crit, but I also feel like the Clockwork is more effective against Extreme. But why would that be?
Okay, well, this is going to sound a little mean, but I think Clockwork is better against teams that don't have like 100% discipline flowing in the team fights. You know,
Okay, yeah.
if you're misstepping in the team fights a little bit, like that whole fight starts with Ame just hitting a tier 2. Those kind of sequences, Clockwork takes advantage of.
Crit slowed down by his Aghanim Scepter. Might just be in range. XXS, the smoke broke, but they don't see him because it's nighttime. He managed to blink on top of him. Okay, so they do get it.
Solid. You get stolen cogs too, which is pretty big here.
And it's Steal the Wisdom, which pushes the Snapfire up to level 18.
Pretty nice. You get some tower damage too. Ame sitting here with this MKB. He takes buildings and heroes very quickly if he can connect on them.
It does feel like Extreme Gaming, their smokes are landing better and they're in better positions to take objectives afterwards.
I think it's just more straightforward for them. They smoke in, XXS is going to jump somebody, then you have follow-up stuns. It's a lot easier than that game 1. We'll see if they can catch the Ember. There's the Axe from Malrine. Could be equally as elusive this game. They have some nice tools to potentially catch them. You're going to have to execute that.
Oh, hello, Snaking.
Goodbye, Snaking.
That's a freebie.
You're not TPing out of that.
No, Hamik does so much damage with a rushed MKB.
Got that gunpowder gauntlet too. Feels good.
It's crazy. He went from level 17 to level 19.
And he's quite farmed now.
Stealing wisdom, or taking wisdom, and then killing Undying.
He did get a lot of gold for killing Amar in that fight.
Yeah, Amar had a killing spree, right?
Yeah, it was 500 gold. So honestly, it wasn't the worst exchange for him. Looking at his position now, he's probably feeling pretty confident in this game. If he can get to... He's eyeing up Scotty. I mean, we talked about how good Scotty is here for kiting some of these heroes and just pelting into the Doom. If he can get to that plus a survival item, I want to say Lincoln's does look pretty juicy this game. He might just opt for more damage, though. Some Butterfly, Daedalus, whatever.
Yeah, what's the thought process? Lincoln's versus Lotus in this game. Because XXS, he's going to go Lotus.
I don't like Lotus as much. I think you'd rather block this Doom than reflect it.
I would also argue that Shiva's, in a way, also lets you... It kind of accomplishes some of what you want, which is like that AoE hit maybe hits these heroes that maybe want to blink in or slows them down at least, which helps the TB maintain that distance anyway.
That's where XG need to decide how these fights are going to go and what they're going to try and aim for. If they want to just send their frontliners in and that's going to create space for the Terrorblade, Ame can itemize for higher DPS, and you can just buy zone control items on the side of XXS.
To say his Blink Dagger's on cooldown right now. This is going to be awkward. Hit by the hook shot, bounced back by the cogs. He has a BKB, but it's been chain stunned up and he can't get out. Too much damage is done. That is so bad. He was just slightly separated from his team. The rest of Extreme Gaming were on the other side of the river.
Maybe they get something cheeky here.
Yeah, another setup where maybe somebody walks into them for the Fiend's Grip.
There's no Doom available. That is a big opening for Ame.
They're going to go out to the Wind Ranger, see if they can call him. Snaking has to get the Tombstone saved.
No chance. He got slept.
Nightmared immediately. Really well played by X-Nova. He'll go for the kill. Still though, Maureen, he's dicing him up something fierce though. He quickly kills the Bane. Snaking lives for a little while.
Ame needs a Sunder.
Ame, Sunder. Oh, Force Staff, he goes into it. Not a big Sunder though. Still at half HP. Still with no way out. He has to turn around and swing. There's no other way out. He's not going to live. He just has to try and do damage. It won't be enough for the kill though. Another Extreme Gaming fight. They choose to take it, and they still end up on the losing side. 2 for 5.
How'd that go so bad? They slept the Undying, they killed the Wind Ranger. That fight should be good at that point. There's no Doom available. You are missing Snapfire, and that's a huge portion of your follow-up DPS here. Still, it felt like it should have gone better, and it's just Ember
TV
slicing everybody up.
Fragile to magic damage, right?
I agree, but this is the game you picked it into. This is what I'm saying. Like, these matchups for TV aren't that great, right? Ember's always been a pretty good matchup. The Wind Ranger's a good matchup. Doom's a good matchup. He, in theory, doesn't really have any favorable core-to-core. So you're worried about a lot. And he doesn't have a defensive item. There's no Satanic, there's no BKB. Doesn't have that Scotty yet. He's still pretty fragile. Flesh Golem hitting cogs, that's pretty nice. It's Amar who gets all those kills at the end too, though.
Amar grows bigger and bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Shiva's in. He is going to go the Aghanims build. So look for that big AoE Doom. If they don't have ways to disengage, which they will, they do have Cookie. Cookie charges in particular is a really good way to get out of the AoE of Doom.
I think the damage is going to happen too fast. I think that's the issue.
I don't think you're wrong.
Even if you get out of it, Falcons can still just charge at you.
Work. Man,
He's really
that
fat.
Axe rush, he has gotten a lot of farm
from
the Rocket Flare spam.
He is real fat.
Maybe Crit was just feeling himself after game 1. Said, damn, I'm good. You know what? I should have more forward farm. I should have more items to play with. I'm too good.
He should be. I think he has looked like the best Clockwork in this tournament. The amount of work he does and how consistent it is every game. And he doesn't feed. I think a lot of Clocks where you see you have like 7, 8, 9 deaths or whatever you're creating space. He has very low death count and extremely high impact in every team fight.
With the level 15, he's got the battery assault damage. The AoE off the Aghanim Scepter is pretty good. Call goes out, and Maureen, you dodge it with a slight there.
He has Aeon Disc
Aeon Disc
anyway.
as well, so...
Might get popped if you can land some kisses.
Try to land kisses on Skeeter instead. Well, that's kisses on cooldown. Is that enough for Falcons to finish up Roshan with confidence?
Bigger spell meta. I'm gonna pop meta here.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, it's
so you're not doing anything.
I mean, Falcons are actually pushing the fight to them. Maureen, he managed to kill X Nova right in front of XX's face. They got the jump onto the Terrorblade.
It's a disaster.
No Sunder. Yeah, this is all bad for Extreme Gaming. Hook shot stops the BKB TP away. They might just get wiped here. Maureen, are you gonna go for that last one? A blink away from X6S gets him enough distance. He will not collect on the final kill, but 4 for nothing.
Again, it's the same paradigm as game 1. You bait them in a little bit. They miss one jump. They misuse one spell. The clock is ticking on the meta. They're trying to disengage. You find an opening. There's just no organization in this team fight for XG as Falcons pick them apart. They just make it look so easy.
Don't even need to do the Roche. They can take the mid lane of Barracks and go back for it as Extreme Gaming are respawning.
I will say this Ag's Clockwork is also really nice with Doom. You get initial vision mechanisms, but if you Doom somebody and then you just start laying all these rocket flares into him, you get slowed down. It helps him get another couple. You just can't escape the Doom, basically. It's obnoxious.
XXS playing a dangerous game right now. He knows the tension's definitely coming his way. He cuts the wave, farms some neutrals, blinks away.
He lost his Lotus on Courier.
Still catches him.
This game is spiraling quickly. They have triple Shivas, by the way. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I did notice that. There is more value to having multiple Shivas
for sure
than previous.
Very little overlap now.
And in this game, if it's just the TB, if you just need armor, Shiva is kind of the best item for it, right?
On these spellcasters, for sure. Especially if you benefit from the AoE.
Yeah, you don't really have an AC hero, so.
Just a good item right now. Feels good on so many heroes. Another Aegis into the hands of Falcons. I'll give it to Skeeter here, who can go straight to the Daedalus and be a massive damage threat. Too many problems to solve for Extreme Gaming right now. Running out of time to solve them.
Once again, the trade-off, Roshan for Tormentor, Extreme Gaming.
Already have all 5 shards.
Weaker side of that. And don't even get the shard. That's kind of sad. Could have used it. They are so close to Scotty on Ame. Now, I don't know how much that changes, because it kind of seems like they just man up on him and doom him and kill him. And they don't have a way to stop that. They will never potentially have a way to stop that because nobody's
Strength of the Doom picks. You can always just find your mark. You can go on the Doom if a mark gives it to you. Maybe he lags out.
That's the hope. There goes Smallreed. Spotted a support.
Yeah, look at him go.
Gets the kill.
Gets up pretty deep, but he has Aeon Disc here.
Yeah. He's going to have a chance to throw that Remnant out. And he is almost level 25 off of that kill. So all the remnants he expended, if he got level 25, they would be back in his pocket pretty quickly.
Luke got cut. Nice play by XXS. So guarantee his Lotus Orb respawns off the Courier. They finished the Scotty for Ame. They did get to their next set of items. Can look to take a team fight when the Aegis expires here. Still 3 minutes for Falcons, however. Gives them a decent opportunity to try and find something into some more building damage.
There on the right side of the map, Extreme Gaming likely to push out somewhere, so they smoke, sweep to the left. See who shows, and it's going to be Ame. Ame shows on the courier,
Oh, no.
and it's doomed.
Not like this.
It is exactly like this.
He can live, right?
Cover your eyes, Avery. It's all bad business here for Extreme. Quick little TP to the other side of the map. Make sure, okay, now we take the left side of the map. Let's re-secure the right side. Just don't let Extreme Gaming get out there. Because there is a possibility. Again, it's a Sapphire. If he can get to Scythe the Vice, he's got the cookie charges. If they can get the initiation, a lot of ifs. But it is possible for Extreme to win a fight. Not without the Terrorblade, though. So that's going to be a free high ground hit. 2 lanes of barracks should be acquired here for Falcons. It's a nasty combo. These rocket flares just given the... Not only just canceling blink daggers, given the information for the Ember Spirit, he then can go in deep, catch those heroes before their blink comes back up. X-Nova, spotted. Does not get him on the chains.
I think Falcons use this hero better than almost any other team I've seen. They have very good conceptual understanding of what the clockwork gives you, other than, you know, cogs are broken, like, whatever. You can say that about any spell. They use a lot of the utility of this hero in really smart ways. Rocket flares are constantly scouting gank targets or threatening heroes on lanes. It's giving you vision initiation in the fight for your other cores, but it's not necessarily the clockwork going in himself. And then I feel when Falcons do play around this hero in the team fights, the cogs are always creating some sort of disjoint. It's splitting the fight up.
Yeah.
Where you have like half of XG in this game are on one side of the cogs, hookshot, the other half on the other half. And Falcons, they're so good at picking heroes apart, displacing them with a lot of their lineups, or bailing someone out. It's like half your team is dying, and you're caged off from that half, and you're just watching them die. It's really obnoxious. It's also a great hero to reinitiate. If you kite out the first half of a fight and then want to go back in, there's almost no better support at guaranteeing that you can find a catch in that situation than the clockwork. So
sure.
It actually really fits a lot of the things they look for. Unsurprised to see them first pick at every game it's available. This might be a hero you have to ban against this team and just let something else through that is more one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because the other issue with this type of abuse is it's very hard to come up with solutions for it. Like, you can't really itemize against clockwork, you know? What are you buying to deal with hookshot cogs, rocket flares? It's not a hero where, oh, I'm playing against Viper, I can buy Dispels and Hurricane Pikes and stuff. It's not... Even Lone Druid, I think, in some ways, is a little easier to itemize. Is that a weird statement? I guess that statement makes no sense.
You're also kind of comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, that's why it makes no sense. But,
nice telekinesis toss up to the high ground. Unfortunately, the damage over time is still too much. Doom is, by the way, ridiculous. 66 damage, level 20 talent. Was that necessary?
Oh, yeah. It's juicy. Always need to make sure this hero is viable.
It's too much.
20k net worth lead. What did XG get to? They got to Hex for NTS? Okay, and they got to Ags on X-Nova. So there's your increase in control. They are nice control mechanisms if you can land them. A little worried about what this Ember is going to do with A on disc. Level 25. Double Sleight of Fist. All those Revenants to work with. Very hard to nab Maureen here. He's just going in.
Look at that. Hello, X-Nova.
Got hexed.
He does get hexed. Gets cookie. Gets controlled up. The Aeon Disc is going to pop. They have the follow-up disables. The Fiend's Grip.
That was during the disc.
The cookie follow-up. X-Nova's even going to die. Okay, he almost died there.
I had to wait a little longer.
Just a little bit longer. Or maybe the cookie follows up the Fiend's Grip a little bit faster.
It's the status resist. They got you. Still, it's on cooldown. You could smoke here, try and surprise jump Falcons. But look who's
Surprise
breaking it.
Falcons against this crit clockwork? No chance. They do manage to get the telekinesis toss back, so maybe they can kill the clock.
So tanky.
Look at it go, man.
So tanky, man.
Not dead. And the Doom got his initiation.
Oh, boy.
Amar finds his
ya.
mark once again. Level 25. Doom applies mute. And, well, Terrorblade's dead for 80 seconds, so you can try and live. But your base is still free for the taking. You have no damage dealer left to defend all this. Falcons will get their 2-0, and they will claim a top spot in Group B.
They are looking like a force to be reckoned with. They are finding their form again, finding some heroes that work for them in this patch too. Some big threats, right? The Ember feels like a must ban. The Clockwork feels like a must ban. This Undying's been working out well for them. The Necrophos from game one. This Amar Necros, it's a problem. I think it fits that category of these anti-carry heroes like the Doom, like the Viper, that it's just his style to a T. Too many problems to solve in the draft, and I think teams are having an issue formalizing how you want to team fight Falcons right now. Right? How do you maintain your formation? How do you deal with the front line collapsing so quickly? How do you propose something against them that is a threat that they have to deal with? It feels like they're just kind of shrugging everything off and getting their lineups and then going, yeah, you beat us. You know, we're not going to worry about what you're doing. We're going to make you beat us. I haven't really seen a team challenge them on some of those areas yet. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare against some of the other top dogs in this event, draft-wise, and if they can continue to adapt. But man, the gameplay is looking pretty solid. And if you're XG, there's a lot of holes in the ship right now that you got to plug. Right? It feels way too one-dimensional to me. I think they're just going back to this, not for Protect 1, but a lot of the eggs in the Alme basket. He's not in a game where this carry has good core matchups a lot of times, makes it harder. And it feels like they always have this support duo that just doesn't play with NTS too well. I mean, we're joking about losing all the power runes and stuff, but I think that is a symptom of they don't feel natural going to this mid NTS here with their support duo and making something happen around the map.
Oh, but it's Bane Sapphire. Like, shit, that's a combo of sorts.
I'm not saying the heroes are an issue. I'm saying it's their idea of what these heroes are doing together.
Okay.
You can make it work with anything in Dota if you understand. I'm gonna, abuse blood grenades or some angle or whatever.
Yeah.
They're just not doing it. So either that means their idea of it is incorrect, or they're not picking heroes where they understand how to do it. But something has to be adjusted there, because, man, when you lose like 20 power runes and wisdom shrines and all these small things, the game just becomes incrementally harder to play. Your mid falls behind, theirs gets ahead. And this game, they won all the runes and first blood.
Hey, won everything. 2-0 for Falcons.
Thank you so much, our fantastic casters over there, SVG and Cap. We are here with ATF, sir. What an honor it is to see you win that game. I'm only going to ask this because I feel like we have a relationship. We've known each other a long time. Does it feel good to know that you guys are good again?
Well, first of all, we're still bad.
Okay.
We're just top 8. It's nothing. It's almost, it's not an achievement.
Okay.
So we still have to win 4 more series, or I don't know how much is left. 3? No, 3. I don't know. So, but it's good to, like first seed, move out fast, not like make stress, and yeah.
Well, you've been doing a lot better than what I've seen from you guys over the course of the year. Don't be offended, but it feels like you guys are back in your groove. Everything's kind of clicking. It doesn't feel that way playing. There's still much more to do.
Well, I mean, last year, surely, like, we didn't win anything, and then we got second into first.
Yeah.
But the thing is, luckily, last year, our heroes were good. But this year, I'm playing Necrophos, so I'm not sure what's happening.
Well, I do want to talk to you about that. This Necrophos hero is crazy. Now, in the beginning of the tournament, we saw you get a little bit out of position, picked off sometimes when your teammates weren't. But now, you seem to have a mastery of the hero. It is actually looking broken. Is that how it feels to you? Do you feel like this hero is too OP?
No, it's a very bad hero, I would say. It loses only games.
Okay.
It's very low win rate, but it's my best hero. That's why I just play this hero every game. I first pick it. I don't care in every game. My team knows I want to play Necro every game.
Is there something appealing about this hero to you? I mean, I missed the old Mars days. Snapfire is so big now. You'd feel like Mars would be good too. Why does it appeal to you?
I mean, well, Valve just decided like Mars, Timber, and Razor, my 3 best heroes, are not gonna have facets,
Sure.
You have to buy Aghanim or Shard, or maybe it doesn't even exist. So yeah, I have to find new heroes, and luckily I found some.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk to you about your very interesting flag text that we saw on this one. When you were going uphill in game 1, you have the Roshan banner, but you put your little flag down instead. Maybe that was to trick him. Was that on purpose?
I mean, this trick usually works on lanes more. Like you just put the creep in front of the melee or the range, and the enemy actually gets confused. Like they just see a fucking creep flag, you know, and it's like, what's it doing even there?
Now, I just want to ask you about your second flag trick, where at the end of the game, you put the flag in the enemy fountain. What is the purpose of that maneuver?
We conquered their territory.
Okay. So, well, there's a lot of different games here at EWC. There you go. We're playing a bit of an RTS here, but thank you so much for an incredible series. It was an honor and pleasure to watch you guys absolutely nail it. They had a great time. We loved watching it, and we'll see if our panel can break it down and get us to the next one.
Thank you very much, Slax and Amar. And Amar not too impressed with that he will make it to the playoffs, which is rightfully so. We expect Falcons to be in the playoffs, and Amar is expecting his team to be in the playoffs. This was just another step in the direction that they already knew Lacoste they were going to be in.
Yeah, it seems so, but not satisfied. It could have been better. There's always room to improve, even for the winning teams, as we see. Like Amar is a big troll. Let's say that first, because this guy, half of the time, you don't know if he's being sarcastic, if he's joking. No, that's what we love about it. But also, like the fact that this guy is trolling, always finding a new way to troll enemies, whether with, maybe some spicy all chat, maybe with mantles, maybe with potentially flags. With the flags. Now, he always finds something. These guys are very creative when it comes down to gameplay, but also very creative when it comes down to this like mental warfare. I mean, Seb, you probably know like quite a few things about it.
Oh, I enjoy that always. I think it actually matters. Like, it's true that some players don't get affected and you feel it, but some players, I can promise you feel it right away. Like their clicks start becoming shaky. They get overly aggressive. It's so often that you use a voice line or you spray the ground or something, and then like you feel like, wait, why is he trying to harass me now? What's going on? Like he should not be doing that. And you know that it's just emotions, and this is when the fun starts really. So I mean, you should use every tool that's available in the game, in my opinion. I don't think Amar is overdoing it or doing it in a way that's like disrespectful. I think he's doing it in a pretty relaxed way, actually. He could even tone it up, if I'm honest. But it's cool. I always enjoy to see it. I mean, the best way to answer that is just beat him. If you're not good enough, you just have to just accept it.
Yeah, which Extreme did not do in this series. This game, though, this game too, it didn't look hopeless. I feel like
the better starts. Yeah,
way better.
First blood, a couple of runes here and there, and the relatively strong laning stage. But again, we come down to them having this issue. We talked about it multiple times, where the team just doesn't play that much around NTS, where he isn't really getting priority. I feel like a lot of the times you will see these 4 protect 1 strategies that still a lot of that like focus goes onto Ame, where I feel like it needs to be NTS, where like you need to have that pairing, you need to be controlling the runes, because a lot of the times like you are playing, it's not like you're playing Kunkka, so you don't care too much about the runes. You're not playing Nature's Prophet mid, that one game where he dominated. You are playing heroes that you want to be getting Octarine, you want to be getting haste to gank so you can gank the side lane, maybe amplify damage to have that extra bit of a damage that you need to kill certain heroes on the map. We really haven't seen that from Extreme Gaming.
I'm just worried for that team, to be honest, because I don't think they're drawing the right conclusions from the games that they're playing. They just keep showing up, and they falter to the same thing every time. And now it happened, like, it's even worse than that, like, because it happened twice in the exact same manner. Like, they lost the game to an Ember Spirit that they could not stop, that was getting every single rune, and that was making all the space on the map that was required for Falcons. Like, this Ember is enabling a Mjolnir Wind Ranger on one side and a Radiance hero on the other side of the map, and it did the same in the game 1. They have Necro that is farming the entire map, Skitter doing the same. Like, when are you going to adjust that? Like, I feel like you don't get to play the game, and they not only, I mean, they had a great start, but they also played their lanes awesome this game, like Extreme. They crushed 3 lanes essentially. And even though that happens, they still can't play the game. Like, I'm really looking forward to see that team change that, because I think if they don't, I don't expect much anymore in the playoffs if they don't change that. At this point, modern Dota this is just part of the game at this point. You just can't ignore it.
There was a point that SVG made during the cast regarding the clockwork and how, of course, Crit's really good on the clockwork, but he said Lacoste that he found clockwork especially good against teams like Extreme Gaming, and that clockwork is just really good at beating He said it nicer, but less good teams.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, this is the hero that I used twice today. It looked extremely good. Completely different itemization as well when we compare game number 1 to game number 2, where he is playing not slightly, but quite a lot greedier compared to what he was building into game number 1, and kind of opting to go for himself the rocket spam. It gets pretty annoying. We talked about vision that this hero provides. It gets pretty insane at the later stages of the game, and the toolkit that this hero has, it has everything. Like, it can stop BKBs, and something that he pointed out, what are you even buying in that situation? Because it doesn't feel like you have the clear item build. Like Rubik, he picks up the shard so he can lift you out of the cogs. But this hero has multiple rounds of spells that he can go in, get out with the Force Staff if he's buying the to protect himself, protect the allies, and also getting the jetpack on top of that. So very annoying hero, vision hero. He checks a lot of the boxes, pretty similar to how I would compare Tusk. Tusk doesn't maybe have the vision aspect, but very well-rounded position 4/5 hero.
Yeah, it worked out great for Falcons. 2 games in a row, and I'm sure we're going to see him in Crit's hands more often if they don't ban it time and time again. We can take a look at where this leaves Group A, because Group A is done, and better yet, Group A is completely solved. We have no tiebreakers in this group. It is as you see it, with Falcons securing the top spot, and because BB Team was able to 2-0 their opponent in Gamer Legion, and because Rune Eaters was able to 2-0 the Rangers, it is Gamer Legion and the Rangers that will be eliminated, Seb.
I mean, for poor Rangers, I dare to say it's not a surprise. I think they're the least experienced team here, and you know, I didn't catch all their games, but them being able to take a game off one of the teams and gathering, you know, a bunch of knowledge on what happens in these tier 1 tournaments, I'm sure they're gonna walk away being, you know, feeling grateful that they participated. Obviously, you feel bad and it's a disappointment, but yeah. As for Gamer Legion, I think the disappointment is a little bit bigger, because they really showed that they were on par. It's like, you think of Extreme and of Rune Eaters that made it through, and you think of Gamer Legion, it's like, were they really worse? I'm not even sure. Like, if anything, I could make arguments for why I think Gamer Legion could challenge some of the top teams more than Extreme would at this point. You know, so it's obviously it's the cruelty of group stage. Every map matters, which is also at the same time it's difficult because you play so many games, but every point matters. It came down to one this time around.
And I think we sat at this very spot when we watched Extreme Gaming take on Gamer Legions, and Gamer Legion let alone drew it through 2 games in a row, and they did so well. And then later on in the game, they still couldn't make it again. Like, it just takes one game.
Yeah, that one game, they would be potentially in the tiebreaker scenario. They could have, to be honest, won both of these games, considering like the mid game that they had. Maybe some decision making wasn't really there, and also they started pretty strong. Like, they started with the 2-0 and then still managed to get only 1 dub. But the games that they played, they looked pretty good. Like, I gotta agree. Yeah, I have to feel bad about the team because they have so much more to offer, and maybe it comes down to also Rune Eaters, a team that not many people expect to have this good of a result because they are slightly overperforming.
Yeah, nobody can really expect what's coming with all these groups and so many games being played at the same time, but that's what Dota is. It's brutal at times for those 2 teams, of course it is. For some teams, it's not that brutal. For some teams, it's a joy. And it was a joy today watching twice Malrine play Ember Spirit. And that is why Seb, gets our MVP.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Well deserved. Definitely the best player, the most impact in the series. I think I dare to say he actually carried them game 2 straight up. I think not only in the early game, but also the team fight. Game 1 was a little bit more like even in a sense, but his performance has been crazy good. And he mentioned it in one of the interviews that we you know, he gave here, where he didn't get to play the last tournament with them. He feels like he's not sure he's like, you know, warmed up basically for these kind of events. So he said that he needs a little bit more time. I can feel the difference in his play, like the amount of confidence that he has in these like later group stage games compared to the first ones. So I'm very happy to see him pick up some steam. As for the teams he's going to be facing, yeah, good luck to all of them, because when this guy is on, he's really, really hard to stop.
Yeah, and there's already so many heroes you don't want to see him play, and yeah, he gets his hand on the Ember Spirit, and you're like, that's another one we maybe should be adding to the list of heroes to ban against Team Falcons. But there's just so many heroes you want to remove.
And that's with him losing his lane, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, that's what happens when you win the lane against him. Just imagine if he wins the lane, which happens very often.
Beyond godlike.
Yeah.
I think it also comes down to this being a carry meta, so a lot of the times in the first bans you really don't see a lot of mid laners, so it opens up the other mid laners as well.
Yeah, and that was our Series 1 for the day. That was our Group A for the day. And that means we are moving forward because we are about to find out what's happening in Group B. We are, on this stream, going to be watching Aurora versus Team Liquid. I just also want to give a quick shout out that on the B stream, you'll have Enigma Galaxy taking on Playtime. That's another banger and also so important for these standings as well. And we'll tell you all about that in a bit. But first, we're going to check in with our commentary duo who also has something to say about the series.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Group B currently has a tie going on, but that could be solved in our upcoming match, Liquid versus Aurora. Avery, Liquid hasn't looked in the best form, but they have beaten Aurora in the past.
True. Could have a good matchup here. I think it's all about Nisha. Which Nisha shows up today? Good Nisha, evil Nisha, terrible Nisha, wash Nisha, garbage Nisha.
What, that's
prime
a lot
Nisha,
of bad Nishas.
Wagyu grade Nisha.
Ooh, that's good Nisha.
There could be a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get multiple Nishas, multiple personality Nisha.
Well, all it takes is one win to be able to ruin Aurora's current standing in the groups, because Enigma Galaxy is also standing there with one loss. Meanwhile, Liquid, they can't get eliminated off this series. That's the upside. But they also can't really get top of their group either.
It's looking a little weird for them.
Yeah.
I think they would agree with that. I think if you asked every member on that team where they stand right now, they'd be like, we don't know. So a lot to prove in this series. I think Aurora are just cooking. I expect them to continue to cook. Chef Nightfall delivering his master course.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for puff and blow the house down.
The Esports World Cup. It's basically nerd mecca, and it's being held here for the first time in Paris, unlike previous years where it was in Saudi Arabia, near actual Mecca. But this core pillar of esports history dates all the way back to 2024. Okay, fine, it hasn't been around for that long, but since its inception, we've already had historic upsets, big victories, and of course, moments like this.
I'm 35. Too many people say I'm older, I can't win anymore. But today, I proved myself.
And outside the shock of someone over the age of 35 accomplishing anything, the emphasis has and always will be on the winners. But what about the losers? Who tells their story? To learn more about the art of losing, I decided to consult the experts, the French. Wait, do you actually want me to say this? Have you seen the French on social media? I'm gonna get destroyed on Twitter. You have me in a beret. But there's a lot that we can learn from losers. So who exactly are they? Well, according to my mother, it's everyone in this industry. But when it comes to the tournament, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. There can only be one EWC champion, and in order to win that title, they have to accumulate points across a series of 24 different games. So serious contenders are going to want to field a lot of teams. It's like the great Canadian hockey player Wayne Gretzky once said, "I don't even like poutine. I know it's supposed to be our country's thing, but this isn't the right... Can you pull up the right one? Yeah, thank you. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So there you have it. So you might be asking yourself, well, why don't these clubs just field as many teams as possible? Well, the answer's a little complicated, but the technical term is that it's expensive. Hey, anyone got a euro? I'm trying to buy an esports team. I just need a couple million. Anyways, here's a copyright-free version of Wonderfall. I said, well, maybe I'm gonna buy an esports team, baby. And after that, I'm gonna buy a laundromat. Is that, But does it actually work? Let's say that the results are mixed. For example, in 2024, Twisted Minds qualified 12 teams for EWC, but 7 of them didn't even register a single point. And not one of those teams found a tournament win, which, if my math is correct, that leads us to... and the same number of wins my grandma had that year. Now, in 2025, Virtus Pro registered 18 teams, and because I'm such a huge supporter of esports, I pledged that for every win they got, I would rescue a cat from an animal shelter. No meow meows were saved that year. I would have been better off pledging to Verstappen sim racing. I mean, look at these guys. Specialized sniper clubs. 1 shot, 1 kill. That's gotta be better, right? Well, sort of. In 2025, Twisted Minds doubled down on EWC, bringing 14 teams, but 8 of them didn't register a single point. However, they were able to move up into the standings to 4th place. With millions of people from around the world tuning into this year's Esports World Cup, the pressure of winning is at an all-time high, but the threat of losing, even higher. So who's going to be taking home the World Cup this year? Do any of us even still have jobs after this? Have the KC fans already found my hotel? Find out the answer to all these questions and more at the Esports World Cup.
Virtus Pro catching strays a little bit there from Uplead, that they're already doing a little rough here in the Dota 2, and then another kitten doesn't get adopted. That's very sad. But we're gonna focus on a different group. Group B here for Dota 2. No Virtus Pro in this group. We're gonna focus on, well, a potential awesome tiebreaker. I know, we're gonna talk all about it. I'm here with Lacoste and Seb. And this group, you would think, Lacoste, that it's kind of solved, but is it really?
Not really. We have a level up team and L1 team being already eliminated. The P-Time, they cemented themselves with that third/4th spot, which means that they're gonna have to go to 2 rounds of BO3s through the survival mode, the stage, because they will have to, you know, get in there somehow. This is a team that does deserve it. And today they are going to be playing against Enigma Galaxy, which is not going to be an easy one by any means. So this is a pretty difficult matchup. Enigma Galaxy going to be looking for those extra points, because right now they are sitting at 7-1, sharing the first spot with Aurora Gaming. So a lot to decide. And if Team Liquid, for example, drops only 1 game, they are not going to be a contender for that first spot.
I think that if, as we see the points, if Liquid 2-0 Aurora, then both of them are 7-3. And then P-Time 2-0 Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma is also 7-3. We've got ourselves a 3-way tie, and we could be infinitely watching Nigma Galaxy and Aurora and Team Liquid play up against each other. That sounds wonderful, Seb.
Sorry, I stopped listening at the fourth if.
What?
The chance of this happening, probably with the current strength of the teams that we are going to be seeing, very low, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah. To be fair, to answer your question, is like, it would be a lot of fun to see these three teams battle it out. At the same time, quite unlikely, I would say. I feel like Nigma. Maybe I feel like calling them the most convincing team of that group. I mean, definitely there's an argument with Aurora, and maybe I'm biased. But if I had to pick the strongest team so far in that group, I would maybe pick Nigma. And these are the two teams that are trying to challenge them. Aurora way more stable, way more clear on their identity than Team Liquid. But we didn't catch the Team Liquid game yesterday on this stream, but they looked much more solid in the sense that they had their strategies figured out, I feel. I think they're picking up some steam and better understanding on what they should be playing in this patch and in this meta. So I'm pretty hopeful that they can bring a real challenge to Aurora today.
Aurora, they looked much more stable, like with the picks, with the execution of their drafts. We talked about how strong they are in the laning stage. Liquid, they were having some of the issues, like coming into this tournament, maybe not the team that you would like expect to be the top contender straight away. This is the team that does tend to power up, and it seems like Blitz has been carrying them pretty heavily, and now they have to take care of him. Boxy does the 360. I thought it was gonna be 360 flip, like it'd be much better, just for the camera. But I feel like there's gonna be solving some issues from the offlane that they did have in the last couple of games, but that's yet to be seen.
There's also, of course, a bit of history. Team Liquid, TI winning team. You know when they won TI? When they had an extra coach added to the mix, and that extra coach was the coach of now Aurora. So focusing in on Aurora, we are gonna hear something from said coach, KP, who is talking to Purge.
Hey, I'm here with KP, Team Aurora's coach. Now, your players have been dodging my interviews a lot. What's going on with that?
They're just shy boys, yeah. And I'm not that shy, so...
But it's their job.
They get paid the same whether they do this or not, so they just choose not to.
So I got to pressure them more effectively is what you're saying. All right, that makes sense. You guys have been slapping lately. You've been doing really well. What's been the big difference? It's you probably, right?
Yeah, of course, guys. It's all me. What else? But nah, it's like, seriously, I think after our roster change, I'm not sure what it was, but like maybe we have like this honeymoon period and we're kind of still riding off of it. And I think my players are just really talented, like nothing too special. I draft like okay, like just make them play the heroes and they just play the game and,
Well, it's working. That's really good for you guys. You've got Liquid coming up. The score's decent, but they're like on that edge of being like maybe topping the group if they beat you guys and Nigma falls down or something. Yeah. Do you ever like look at moments like this in a tournament where you're like, here's a great team, I could break their morale, and do you like try harder in hopes that like you're going to be the one that like crushes them and like they go into lower bracket and then they like flame out before they see you guys again?
Not really.
Is that too elaborate?
Yeah, it's too elaborate. I think not really, but there is one thing though. Since we're playing Liquid, I'm going to try extra hard because
just because
they're my ex, and you have to try hard to beat your ex.
Every time you see your ex, you're like, I'm gonna make sure I do my hair that day.
Exactly.
I'm gonna wear my
you have to like
clothes.
make them jealous. You have to like show them the best version of yourself.
While they're sad that night when they lost, they're gonna be like, maybe KP was a good fit.
Yeah, but yeah, jokes aside, nothing really like too special. I'd say like every team we're gonna try hard as hell. Like we're gonna go all out every team, every day.
That's fair.
Liquid, maybe I spend like an extra like 10 more minutes.
10 minutes. Oh,
yeah.
How much of that is daydreaming about your nice times with them though?
Maybe like 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
I do miss them.
Understandable. Yeah, we all do that, right? What player on your team are you most proud to have? Who's like really impressing you lately?
Lately, I think Makoto's been playing really well.
He has.
Yeah. He's my top pick for now.
Your new girlfriend.
Yeah, my new girlfriend. But I can always change girlfriend. Like next week, maybe it's like Nightfall. Week after, maybe like Kaori.
The benefit of being the coach, yeah. Yeah, you have to instruct everybody equally, I understand.
Exactly.
Otherwise, they get jealous. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
There's one point in particular that stood out to me there. KP says, you know, ever since our new additions, we've been in a honeymoon phase. That's 6 months ago. How long can a honeymoon last?
A lot of people would dream on going on a 6 month honeymoon.
Forever with the right person, and it seems like they found their favorite persons to play with.
Get me a ticket. Can I be part of this?
I mean, this cannot just be the honeymoon phase, right? This team has been very solid and very stable as well.
I think he's being very humble. Obviously, they're way past that honeymoon period, and it's much more than just coincidental or, you know, kind of circumstances helping them perform. At this point, this is a group that, well, first of all, seems to gel together really well, and their ideas are correct, their approach to the game, and everything they do, because at the end of the day, performing at the highest level of Dota is not just about being good at Dota. It's much more than that. It's being a good teammate, you know, being a professional, what happens inside and outside the game. So in order for them to be so stable, I guess, and so good, they must be doing all of that very, very well.
Very professional. I'm actually going to ask if we can get Lacoste camera shot for a second. See if we have the tech there. Speaking of being professional, actually, Lacoste, could you lean a little bit to your right? Or left, doesn't matter. Other way, other way, other way, other way. A little more.
Don't fall.
What's happening over there? Behind you?
I don't know. You tell me, Shira, I can't see anything.
Someone's just laying down.
Oh, it's Blitz.
Yeah, it is.
He's just resting.
He's just resting.
I mean,
thank you for
it's just that there's
He
no
found something interesting on his phone, and he's interesting as well.
No, I don't think he's on
They were carrying him in the wheelchair, but no, they took it away from him and they just left him there, and he's just stuck. Like, somebody helped the guy out. Like, he just can't stand up again.
You can't stand up. All right, thank you for that, Lacoste. We are going to focus on that team. We're going to focus on Team Liquid, of course, as they are the X of KP. KP is looking to impress them, but I'm sure the feeling might just be mutual. Don't take my word for it, though. Maybe Ace has something to say about that.
I'm here with Ace of Team Liquid. Now, Ace, I talked to you earlier in the tournament. You guys were feeling pretty decent about how you expected things to go. You're about halfway through the group stage. Your score's pretty decent, but how are you feeling as a whole?
Like, I would also say decent. Feel decent, don't feel amazing, because like we would like to be like on the top spot. But we're still in a good spot, you know. We can maybe still make top, but it's like unlikely, I guess, to get top 1 now. Depends.
You'd have to beat Aurora, I think, and then the other team, which is Nigma, would have to lose their final series against P-Time. So it's like, maybe, but...
Stars would have to align a bit, and then we would probably also have to win some tiebreaker type of stuff.
I could see that, yeah. I mean,
it can happen.
You don't need to win the group stage. That's okay. In terms of like how groups to playoffs usually ends up going in a tournament, I've heard before that you guys collect a lot of strats while you're playing. You figure your stuff out. Group stages are for learning. Do you still view it that way?
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like from what we have prepped from bootcamp in terms of like heroes and stuff, it has changed a lot already. Like in these couple of days, honestly, some heroes popped up that we were like not sure was that like strong, and like just need to adapt to like what others are bringing to the table, kind of.
How do you get opportunities? Are you gathering this information, like the stuff you just said? Are you getting that from games you're playing? Is it from scrims? Is it from watching other teams play?
I think it's just mostly from our own games, like mostly the officials, I would say. But also scrims.
Are you getting enough of that from your officials, though? Because there's only one series a day.
Yeah, you have to adapt pretty fast. But I mean, I feel like we can adapt pretty fast. But also, I mean, there's also some tournament stats you can kind of like try to like get some info from. But yeah, like a bit of a mix.
So what's your confidence against Aurora? We already talked. Do you think it might be hard to get top group, but you could beat them?
Yeah, like basically, I feel like we can definitely win. Like it can go either way. We know they're also strong. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think we're strong. We can beat them.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Well, thanks for joining me, and good luck in your match.
Thank you, man.
We will see what happens. Indeed, and I'm a little worried of the way he describes that how they deal with group stages, learning a lot of strategies from the group stages. This is a very difficult format, or at least risky format, Lacoste, to do that with.
Yeah, you play 1 series a day. That's like you prepare the wrong strat. Maybe something that we've seen when they were playing against Nigma Galaxy, where Nigma Galaxy, they came much more prepared, where they had a bit of this like healing strat, and in the second one, they really stepped it up. So gotta be slightly more careful, definitely, how you're gonna be approaching it.
And then single elimination after that, so
Yeah,
there's no
like,
lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
So
there's only lower bracket. Maybe they're just gonna go with that.
that's just lower bracket. It's not
Everything's
even.
lower bracket.
That's the only way to think about it, honestly. I mean, why not? And Liquid is no stranger to lower bracket rounds, so they're not gonna get intimidated by this.
Okay, so let's talk about the matchup because we're feeling that Aurora is on top of their game. They're doing so well, only dropping that single game against Enigma Galaxy, whereas Liquid still seems to be searching. You mentioned their series yesterday that they look better, but at the same time they were up against L1, which is a team that's obviously at a different caliber than both of these teams on stage.
But I think the drafting part and the strategy part is what looked better, because honestly I felt the shakiness of Liquid from the draft before even seeing them play, and if that already is better, then the hopes are much higher. I think, like, generally speaking, throughout the season and the peak level of both these teams, they're on par. If I would maybe even give an edge to Liquid in general, but in this state of, like, at this point in this tournament, they're definitely the challengers going into it.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with this because Liquid, they had a bit of a mixed results as well, but this is also a team that on a good day, like with Nisha speaking, like Casters talked about it, then Nisha, he looked very, very stable, and he's going to be the driving force for the team once again.
Yeah, it all depends on how they wake up. Did they enjoy their lunch properly? Did they have a good rest? All that will come into play in the upcoming match. Let's head over to the stage to start.
Absolutely. We'll see if Team Liquid has woken up yet, but I know that you guys are waking up as well as we are getting ready for this banger of a match coming your way. Now, last series, I know, bit of a stomp, if you may. Falcons came out swinging, but this one is guaranteed to be something a little bit spicier. We have the top team in the groups facing off against a team that is notorious for taking early groups a little bit easy and then really locking in towards the end. So let's get this party started with our first team headed to the stage. Allow me to welcome Aurora Gaming. That is right. Nobody seems to be able to stop these boys as they have survived quite a difficult group getting into that top spot. They got fans in the crowd. They've got the boys walking out in full confidence on that stride. You can tell they have been practicing that walkout. It was like seeing assassins come to this stage. Absolutely beautiful job. And now we will see their opponents. Will these boys actually be able to pick it up? Will they stop pretending? And will they finally get their coach off of the stage who's been laying in the corner for the last 20 minutes? Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Team Liquid! Now, Team Liquid has been pretending, if you will. They've been losing some games that perhaps they should not have lost. But now, the time for joking is over. It's time to stop playing with your food and destroy the biggest team in the groups. We all know Liquid can do it. We all love to cheer for them when they are. But we have to see if they have brought their A game today and if they have learned any lessons from this very competitive group stage. Aurora, you guys ready to put that key down? They're ready. Liquid, you ready? Let me see it. All right, gentlemen, please, your keys to your stations. Get onto those computers, and let's get a nice handshake out from you as well. I know there's a very heated rivalry. Here we go, and beautiful handshake. All right, this match is about to begin. Hope you guys are ready for what could be the greatest match of today. Might be the last one, too. Let's find out as we head into the match and back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Slax. Yeah, we're very ready for Aurora versus Liquid. The history of these two teams is mostly Aurora favored, actually, in this year. It is a 3-2 in terms of series, but the most recent two series both went the way of Aurora, so having a little bit more of a fresher experience with beating Team Liquid. We're expecting Liquid to power up, and I feel like we say that a lot because they do that in tournaments. But are there any signs in this game, in this draft, that we're gonna look for that will be the proof
I'm looking at the offlane. I want to see Ace on a it's very hard to dominate the offlane right now. He has been known to dominate the offlane, turn that throughout his whole career into these auras, into these winning conditions for his team wherever he was playing on. And now I think every offlaner struggles. It's very difficult to adapt, and they were struggling to find what's really good for him. And if you see the adaptation after they lost Enigma Galaxy, you can already see the offlane winners. He is playing Enigma. He is playing these relatively easy matchups for him. He's playing that against the Lifestealer. Then he's playing Lycan into Draw Ranger. Again, a winning matchup for him throughout the laning stage, throughout the whole game pretty much. So the adaptations definitely were made compared to what he was playing against Enigma Galaxy, where he was kind of completely shut down. He was unable to play the game, and even in the meta that is dominated by the carries, you still need to have your offlaner be able to do offlane things.
Yeah, and I feel like Ace has always been a big identity of the teams he was part of. You go back to Gaming Gladiator days, they had a lot of strategies based around him, and he was always a space maker in the draft, in the sense you knew what to expect. They're gonna pick his Underlord, they first pick it, they know exactly how to lane it. Back then it was with Tofu on the lane, and they were just impossible to stop, basically. I don't think they have the same in Liquid yet. They didn't manage to fit him in that well, I would say, and they still end up often in a draft situation where the conversation must be about, hey, what do you want to play here, that kind of stuff, and they have to figure it out on the spot, but it doesn't feel as good. So I hope that they went back to the drawing board, figured out, okay, this is what we want to do, like Ace and Boxy, this is how we want to approach the game. This is the kind of hero pairings we're gonna go for, and it's just so that it gives them a little bit more stability and confidence also going into the game, because that shakiness can translate to the other lanes too, and to the entire team. And now with the addition of gates, I think when you lose one of the side lanes, very often it also hurts the other lane.
Yeah. Do you think that because you were explaining how Ace and how he had impact on previous teams, do you think that the current way the offlane works, because it's a safe lane patch, that patch just also makes that he can't be the leading team and he can't be the person in the game that you want him to be?
Not necessarily. I think it's just a matter of being on the same page, essentially. If you think of Aurora, for instance, we saw Mira play the other day and he had 9 stacks, for instance, right? So they were not playing up on the lane. They got what they wanted to get, and he was also stacking, knowing that at some point WS is gonna go back to the jungle. He's gonna be wanting to clear some stacks, because he's not gonna be able to enter the lane and the wave anymore. They need to be on the same page with that, because we saw Ace and Boxy try to dive the tower, for instance, and it didn't work. You're maybe this is a little bit outdated, or maybe it isn't. I don't know, but it's mostly about being on the same page. You can decide to lane and apply pressure. You can decide to creep skip. You can decide to fall back to something way more defensive. Like we saw yesterday, it was on Group D, where Neta, he started jungling level 1 with Darcyr, and Ari actually started with the Windlace. You can tell they're on the same page, right? Because he the position 4 bought items to try to get what he could on the wave, because they knew that, hey, I'm not going to be laning, or maybe depending on what they do, I might linger a wave or two, but no matter what, I'm falling back to the jungle. So I really want them to build their approach to how to play the offlane together in this patch, and to stick to it.
Do you think that the offlaners, the players that played offlane, who were more sacrificial compared to the offlane dominators, are going to be shining more in this meta, because they're the teams that have used to play around offlaners who don't get as much farm are going to be having an easier time in the meta?
I think naturally they will, but again, these players are, star players, world-class players. You shouldn't be needing more than a week to adapt. It's okay, you figure it out, you draw the right conclusions, you get to practice, and then you fix it. These players have been around forever. They've seen that in the past. This is no revolution or anything like that. Yeah. It's just you have to change your mindset, change your hero picks probably, and also break it down to your team, because it has a lot of impact on many other things. For instance, when you're jungling, it's much easier to connect to runes, because you're not being you're not in range of getting hit by stuns. You're closest to the runes, closer to the runes also, just physically. Anyways, there's a bunch of stuff on the map that change. It's all about theory crafting it as a team, and making it happen in the games. If you have to figure it out on the spot, I think it's really, really difficult.
Well, let's hope they don't have to figure out this draft on the spot as we are in it. We got Team Liquid on the Dire side with first pick, and they went for the Earth Spirit. Undying was the answer by Aurora, and in terms of usual suspects that we see banned, maybe interesting to note that the Drow Ranger is untouched.
The games that we've seen Drow Ranger, at least the ones that we were covering, a lot of the times Drow Ranger, she's stuck in the base for like good 20 minutes defending and then losing the game. So I'm not really.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm not. It's good. I think it's good for meta. Like all we have to do is get rid of Shadowfiend, and we're gonna be having normal games. I also gotta say that I've been very impressed. Not just by WS, I've been very impressed by Undying from the offlane. From position 5 as well, but from the offlane with the Blink Dagger pickup, the BKB. This hero feels extremely strong, and it also could be potentially like an answer to this Earth Spirit that has been contested in almost every single game because of the low cooldown heal that you have on 6-second cooldown up to 10 units, which is 500 max heal. It goes up even higher once you get to level 15. So you can heal magnetize damage. That's going to be very annoying for Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's a very good hero. It's been looking strong, and as you said, it's flexible, so that also gives you some agility in the drafting phase, which is very precious, especially on your first pick, because I'm just actually looking. For some reason my brain was telling me that Liquid would have banned the Invoker, because Invoker is one of the answers that Liquid decided was like good against Earth Spirit. Like we've seen them pick Invoker twice, yesterday or the day before, against Earth Spirit teams. So maybe this is also why Aurora, now that they banned the Invoker, Liquid were like, well, that's a free entry for first pick Earth Spirit. So they're gonna be pretty happy with this first phase on Team Liquid.
They ban out the Centaur on the side of Aurora, with the Lion and the Keeper of the Light removed on the side of Liquid. So removing a couple of position 4s that would be very good with Undying offlane.
Mira's Lion, it's getting a lot of respect so far in the tournament. It's either banned, sometimes it's snatched by the other team. And Coddle is just because Coddle Undying is such a toxic lane. It's probably one of the strongest we've seen. Like the Coddle pairings or the Undying pairing for that matter.
Good amount of damage with this Hoodwink. It doesn't really say anything. This is the hero that is going to be for Mira. This is not a hero that Kaori does play. We've seen also Kaori getting a little bit of priority in some of the drafts, saving his pick up until the last one where they picked Jakiro, and he completely dominated that game with Jakiro getting quite a lot of priority, and also showing that some of these forgotten heroes are still relatively good at meta in the right hands, where he's still banging out the Warlock, securing the lane for Nightfall, or even Jakiro, where they can kill a hero from 100 to 0 easily.
And you see the difference, right, with teams' takes on hero matchups, and somebody is wrong. Not everybody can be right, because like yesterday we saw P-Time against Aurora, and they twice picked Earth Spirit against Ember. This time around, Liquid is banning Earth Spirit when they want to pick. Is banning Ember Spirit, sorry, when they want to pick Ember, when they want to pick Earth Spirit. So it's like one team seems to think that Ember is a Connor, and the other team seems to think otherwise. All these things are going to be settled once we're past the group stage, in a sense, because well, the teams with the superior ideas are going to be the teams going through, and the others are going to go home. This is a flex pick for Liquid, I think. It could very well be Boxy, and it could also be Mickey on Wind Ranger. I quite like the Wind Ranger against Undying on the lane, personally. I think it's pretty chill, especially if your position 5 is also aggressive. Maybe not with Witch Doctor, actually. Maybe that's not the best pairing. Witch Doctor, very good hero against Undying, in my opinion. I mean, it goes both ways, but it is one way to make sure that this Undying is not going to reign supreme in the team fight. You just get on top of him, click the Maledict. I mean, whatever happened next is usually Witch Doctor dying, but you know that
he got the job done.
Yes, he's gonna be taken down with you.
Yeah, he's okay to die with the Gree, extra bit of a gold. I like how Liquid approached this. They were picking up a position 5 here at this stage, making sure that they can still flex the Wind Ranger and potentially get maybe like a very good answer to the enemy carry hero. Potentially pick up some Spectre, like the amount of damage. It's a good laning partner for Spectre, because Spectre needs some kind of sustain in the lane. Like, this hero is not self-sustainable, and with the addition of Witch Doctor increased AoE on the heal by 150 AoE, it makes it so good.
Yeah, that's another answer we've seen to the Earth Spirit. So far, to the Earth Spirit mid, which is the most dominant hero of the tournament, you know, we were showing this morning the most picked heroes, and Earth Spirit was like pretty much number one. We've seen Largo mid, we've seen Ember Spirit, we've seen Invoker, and we've seen Lina come out. I think the hero's like at 80% win rate or something like that. It's played like 6 or 7 games and won, you know, well, 80 or 90% of these games. So it's too early to say whether Lina is like a top hero in this meta, but it's definitely effective in some games. And this could be one of them. You have an Undying position 3, so you have a natural front line, and especially the way WS is playing this hero, he's super reckless. Like he goes blink first item, blinks in, clicks ulti, clicks tombstone. He kind of forces the enemy team to look at him, so that's gonna give a lot of space to Mikoto to, you know, play Lina, which is what the hero needs.
Do we feel confident about where Wind Ranger and Earth Spirit are going to go in terms of mid carry for options, or do you feel like they're leaving it open more?
Well, it's hard to say. I guess Wind Ranger +4 is acceptable versus Jakiro. I don't think it's amazing. Like Jakiro still wins the trades, and maybe you want to think of pulling waves against this Jakiro plus counter pick, because they also have the ultimate last pick, if I'm not wrong, on Aurora, so it's going to be a very tough safe lane to go to. So in that sense, do you really want a Wind Ranger there? Because Wind Ranger is kind of designed to lane, or are you happy just putting it on position 1, try to damage control the Undying Hoodwink lane? I don't think it's a clear win for Wind Ranger Witch Doctor, but it's a stable lane. It kind of depends on what Ace wants to play.
I could see Ace maybe pick up something like a Night Stalker, Darkseer, these type of heroes that can get on top of, like, this is also good because it gives you like the Blink Blade Mail. It has always been good against Lina. They have no saves up until a point where maybe Undying gets a shard, but core Undyings, they're really not buying it. Might need to buy it, might need to get slightly more priority in this one. And again, we talked about the ways how they can make Ace lane easier, and Axe is going to be that type of a pick. Not the easiest lane to lane for him, because you're laning into Jakiro, you're never going to be having that good of a time, and you can always try to creep skip. So yet to see what Nightfall's going to be playing, and they are removing one of his classics, removing Carry Doom. I don't think we've seen Carry Doom on the games that we have so far covered, but it does feel like it's still very good. Like we've seen a couple of respect bans coming out.
Yeah, it is very good, and I personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the Axe. Like it's okay, like it's an acceptable pick, but I don't think it's amazing by any means. Like the lane is going to be really rough. I don't think it's a great Axe game either, to be honest. Not that I've seen the amount of heals Undying is also able to provide. He has the Tombstone, like he has the Shard, the heals. He has a lot of counter plays against Axe. Axe calling in the Undying is most of the time a disaster. Also, when he has his ulti form, you just die basically from calling him. So essentially, this Axe is a little bit iffy in my opinion. I think it's gonna leave Liquid in a weird spot because their team fight potential, I think, is kind of out of the window. I feel like Aurora already have like a big team fight advantage, even though they have the ultimate last pick.
What would you prefer this pick was instead?
I think I think a Lycan, for instance, would have been amazing. Like all these heroes are really bad versus summons. Undying is actually also terrible versus summons. Like this hero doesn't buy armor before. Like they go Blink, they go BKB. Like it takes a while before they actually get an armor item. So they die really quick to some Lycan or some Beast. I mean, Beast would have been harder to lane, but as we said, Lycan is a cheater because he can always pull the wave, so he doesn't really need to bump his head against the wall. But I mean, we'll see how it plays out for them. Axe is never a bad pick. Like this hero is very solid, very stable. But I think Aurora is smiling. Like that's the second time now that he picks Jakiro, and he has a meaty position 3 coming to his lane. On Liquid side, they decide to remove the ult. Like we've seen Aurora play yesterday, it was very good. Again, as we said, it's going to be hard to pressure Nightfall because this Jakiro is going to reign supreme on the safe lane. I could see like a Tiny for Aurora last pick. I think it fits their lineup really well. Very good against Axe. Decent matchup also versus Earth Spirit. You're just too tanky basically to care about the spells.
It's also a bit of a mixed damage. Having status resistance feels really nice. And as you said, super tanky. Stabilizes the lane, gives you kill threat. Nightfall, like a lot of his hero have been also banned out. And he has interesting hero pool as well. Maybe something like, okay, This is Liquid's classic.
Okay, we'll go back for that. It's a really good hero against Undying on the lane, by the way. Like, it's one of the counters. I think when Undying +3 was popular, TA also became popular. Super good lane. You can always blink out, kite him with your traps. It's quite solid, actually, this TA pick. I really like it. Also very good against Lina. Lina is very susceptible to physical damage. TA gets on top of Lina at all stages of the game. We're yet to see enough Linas, but it's a lot of split push, like travel, Aghanims, they clear waves from the fog. If she ever steps on the TA trap, she will just die.
What about Nightfall, PL? Yeah, there he comes. It's very good. I would to see PL or Naga Siren carry would look insanely well because of the items that you're buying. You don't care at all about the battle hunger in the lane. No. It's very good. Like you have a dispel mechanic, double dispel mechanic against Earth Spirit. It feels really nice. You can pretty much dodge anything. We're talking about one of the best PL players in the world. And we've seen PL, I believe, 3 times, and he didn't lose a single game yet.
That PL pick is rough. Like if I'm Liquid, I'm a little bit worried. You're on a timer. You're on a massive timer. But you have really good heroes to accelerate the game. Like Earth Spirit, super fast-paced, you know, very, very active. Same with TA. TA, objective-taking hero, Tormentor, Roche. It can happen real quick. And same for Axe. I mean, Axe, if he's really, like, if he wins his lane somehow and starts to creep skip, we could be, like, he can hit some crazy item timings. So, but yeah, Liquid cannot allow a slow game. Because as soon as Nightfall is online, I don't want to say it's GG, but it's as close as it gets.
There was a time, like maybe a year ago, where I think it was Mickey who first started this. I'm not going to call it Mjolnir TA because you're playing against the illusions and you need to adapt somehow and you don't have enough AoE. So I want to see if Mickey is maybe going to go and try that route because I don't see the other answers.
Interesting. I mean, you can get a Shivas from the Earth Spirits. You could get a Mjolnir TA. I still think they want to win the game before it gets to that point, but interesting. Yeah, he actually started against Illu heroes and I think he realized, well, this is actually just good. And he started doing it in games where they weren't even Illus, so perhaps still viable. We'll have to see.
Is Axe not also considered somewhat viable to PL? I mean, you jump in, you call, you kind of know who the real one is?
If you get to call him, it's amazing. But the thing is that a good PL player should never let you call him.
He'll always doppel.
He will always doppel. Like, they're going to play around the invis, like the shard. It's, you know, and with his lineup, there's going to be an Undying starting the fight. Like, the PL should have enough freedom to kite the Axe around. Yeah. And in this game, it's pretty simple. Like, Axe is the only hero he has to worry, so yeah, be sure that he'll have his screen, his camera on the Axe, and he will just...
And you're going to get the value out of Soul Rip because you have PL, so with all these extra units, you're always going to get the max amount of heal with the 10 units. So that's going to be 500 heal on a hero like PL that gets it on low cooldown. It's going to feel really nice knowing that you can't really die that easily from 100 to 0.
PL Undying combo, look at that.
Yeah, it's quite the treat for Aurora fans here. They look solid in their draft. They just have to make sure that they don't give Liquid too much. That Liquid doesn't run away with the game, because if they get a big lead and can force the game to close out early, then they are definitely having a good shot here. So it's a little bit of a race against the clock, if you will. The main question is, can Team Liquid win that race against the clock? Do they have the tools to do so? Do we think they can, Seb?
They can. They can for sure. It's gonna come down to the laning phase, honestly. But my only concern is that Nisha's playing a losing matchup. No matter how good you are, I think this Earth Spirit versus Lina is... I don't want to say it's unplayable, but Lina is gonna bully you. There's no way around it. So in that sense, their biggest tempo controller is going to be slowed down. So it will have to come from maybe Mickey finding some, some clutch moves early in the game. Same with Ace, like he has to play a fast-paced style. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see, and we will see, as it is time for game number 1 between Aurora and Liquid with Cap and SVG.
Finally, we get a chance to witness the greatest Phantom Lancer player of all time. Other people have been picking it. We saw Yandex have already won 2 games with it. BB Team followed suit with the pickup themselves. Aurora have picked the Phantom Lancer in other tournaments, but here at EWC, the first time we get to witness it. Avery, I say that
the best Phantom Lancer player in the world with confidence because he's got the stats to back it up. What would you guess that his win rate is on this hero?
In professional gameplay?
In professional gameplay.
Probably 77%.
80%. Over 80% with 52 matches. That might be the highest player-hero combination win rate with over 50 games. That's crazy high.
Is he beating up Milkmen or though? I mean, who's he playing against?
Well, 2 years ago, he actually played against Liquid.
Yeah, so I stand by my
lost to it.
Well, it is a scary player-hero combination, that is for sure. Let's be honest, the greatest PL player in the world is the guy who was in your last pub. That guy is the greatest PL player in the world. He's 20-0 untouchable.
On the enemy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The last guy you played against in a pub. In professional gameplay, it might be Nightfall right now. It very well probably is Nightfall right now. There are some minor counters on the side of Liquid. Axe is a top 3 stat counter to this hero. I think it's mainly pub-driven stats, definitely not as good in Pro Dota. If the PL player knows where the Axe is, if you doppel dodge, he doesn't do a lot. But you can go the Zags, you reduce Helix cooldown. You get a larger AoE call now. The Shard can be interesting for some extra melt. Like, you have more tools against the PL. I don't know how much it changes your actual win chance. But I could see Ace popping off if he has a really good start. And of course, the lane can be very good for you on Axe if you get a fast Vanguard. PL doesn't touch you too much. Earth Spirit can also be okay. But generally, you're not doing anything to him. He just dispels your Magnetize and he's just running around the fight and you're sitting there like wishing you had better AoE spells. Sure. So again, I think Liquid's answers are really about being ahead. Like, that is generally the best way to beat PL. You just get ahead. And you can kind of just run it down with anything. This is really a true game of that nature where your soft counters are not going to do the job unless you have a net worth advantage in this game. Because the TA matchup is 100-0. There's no way out of this matchup for Mickey. He needs his other 2 cores to pick it up.
What do you think about the Mjolnir build? As it's not an answer, hard answer, but
irrelevant. Mjolnir doesn't touch this hero anymore.
Okay.
Those days are gone. You have to be able to chunk him down. He's going to get tanky. He's going to have 3,000-4,000 HP, right? Like, you proccing Mjolnir twice is completely irrelevant. We're talking about an extra 100 damage or something.
Sure.
So
better just to go a normal build and play for tempo and take fast Roshans.
If he wants to go the Mjolnir build because he likes it, I mean, that's fine. But you're not doing it because you're against PL here. In my mind, it makes no difference. I am excited to see more Lina. I'm really big on this hero.
Yeah.
I think we should see this hero a lot. I think it is... I'll make a bold statement here. I think Lina is a top 20 hero this patch.
Top 20?
Yep. Just in raw power level.
Basically, you're saying it should be in every draft, pick or ban. It should top 20.
Okay, so the thing about Lina is she is a little one-dimensional, which I think hurts her draft potential.
Okay, all right.
Like, even when she's broken, you're not going to see her in every draft just because it's rare the hero can't get countered in some way.
He's already backpedaling, folks.
But I will say, this hero has a lot of build flexibility now. It can become insanely tanky, and I think people still don't understand the truly broken builds on this hero. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it there. So I think if we see players develop this hero more and understand what it can do and how you can scale with it, we're gonna see it a lot more. It's really scary in the late game.
Sounds like Liquid should hire you as the 3rd coach to teach them how to.
I only do 2nd or 4th coach slots, so sorry.
Okay, unlucky.
Out of commission. Yeah, they got to fire one or hire another.
Yeah.
Then I'll consider the option.
Well, maybe Aurora could pick you up.
They don't need me. They're doing quite fine.
That is true. They are looking very good so far. Ace, who's been doing some backlaning, they're actually going to make an effort here to chase him out a bit. And it is actually working. Meanwhile, mid lane matchup, talking about that, Lina Makoto is killing it in CS. 22 and 11. He's destroying Nisha. I mean, we did a little pre-record earlier, talked about what kind of Nisha are we going to see today. Well, this is not the Nisha that Liquid wanted to see, at least not so far.
Rough matchup for him. We haven't really seen Earth Spirit win lanes unless you dominate the CS early.
There we go. Let's get some Malrine tricks in here. Just, the lane's not good. Don't lane at all.
Range creep? Oh, we got it. Very nice. Very well played. That'll give him a little respite here. Probably go to base. As Makoto is full resources. He is vibing in this lane. Going to get real fat. This is a great boots of travel hero. one of the fastest farmers in the game when you get your build online.
It sucks that it's, for Liquid anyway, it sucks that it is a safe lane Jakiro, making it a whole lot harder because they do have to back lane because Jakiro's quite the laner. And as a result, Nightfall is getting great CS. So the threat, they're going to have to hit the mid game real hard because they are not shutting him down in the laning phase.
I think it's a product of Wind Ranger just not being able to synergize with Axe that well in the lane and exert some sort of aggressive presence against Jakiro in particular. It was a very clutch pickup by Aurora. Cool to see this hero come back a little bit as the Doctor gets soul ripped into oblivion.
Yeah, they, I don't know if they buff Soul Rip or something, but I've been seeing this Soul Rip built up by these core Undyings. It's actually insane how much damage it does.
It does a lot.
By surprise.
You used to have the max units cap. The fact that it's always 10 now is a pretty big deal.
Right.
Especially you just drop tombstones, zombies pop out, you soul rip somebody, it's guaranteed max. It's a lot of burst damage in these fights. It's a very low cooldown spell. Always been a very good spell at level 4.
Yeah, 80 mana for 140 damage. That sounds like a great trade-off.
That was like a Timbersaw spell for 8 years.
That's true. Silence on the Lina, in some trouble. Great bushwhack from Mira. Is that enough to save Makoto? Makoto turns back around. Laguna plays straight to the face of Tofu. Tofu with the heals will not be able to live long enough. Kiari should be able to get away here. No problems.
All right, Makoto survives, gets a power rune. I do think the weakness of Lina is the roaming, skirmishing against this hero early. He's really susceptible to just getting gone on and dying because you're not that mobile, you're not that survivable compared to almost any other mid you're going to pick. If you can ruin his early game a little bit, you set all his timings back, and then it can be a slow crawl to get there. You can see these Lina games where you have 4, 5, 6 deaths, even if you're winning the lane, just because you start getting chain gang. So the fact that Makoto can survive that is pretty big.
Yeah, simultaneously, though, these Earth Spirit builds where they don't go any of the rolling boulder early on means that you're less effective at being able to go for that all-in kill, right?
Definitely hurts you, your potential in this matchup. Still, you split the Wisdom Shrines. PL free farming. Vanguard is done for Ace. You can start to get a little more aggressive down here. And this is the point where Liquid would want to bring heroes into this lane and start ruining Nightfall's time.
They need the extra magic damage to kill this Vanguard Axe, so they bring in Mira.
Oh, if he dies here...
He is definitely dead. It's just a question of how much damage can they do. Kiari is probably going to die to the Maldig, but Nightfall is getting free swings on Tofu. He doesn't opt to chase him down, just accepts the 1-for-1 trade-off, which is still to their favor. 48 and 13 is his CS. Gets to be a part of a kill, didn't get the last hit, but now he's got his level 6. So even if the Axe were to start asserting himself in this lane and start kicking him out, well, he's already got Juxtaposed to farm up neutrals just fine.
Jump the gun a little bit there if you're Ace. You needed the supports with you to take the fight into this Phantom Lancer and Aurora. They were ready for that play. Preemptively there with supports, get a big kill. That's going to keep Nightfall in this lane. Sets the Axe back considerably. No aggressive potential coming out in this lane. That is bad news for Liquid, because now you're playing against a last pick Phantom Lancer that is not getting pressured in lane. In fact, he is the most farmed hero out of this laning phase, and he has an absolutely free carry matchup. So what's the game plan here?
Well,
that was a question, Austin. What's the game plan?
Back to the mid game where you get Blink Dagger on Axe and you go from an even game and then in 10 minutes you've won the game. And if you don't do it in that 10-minute window, then you've lost.
That was like the most optimistic game plan I think I've ever heard.
You asked me for a game and I gave you one.
Get Blink Dagger and then win the game in 10 minutes?
Yeah, pretty much. Do you disagree? That's not like...
I don't know if that's physically possible in modern Dota.
But I think that's the best game plan they have.
You know, you should be a coach. You'd be a great coach.
Thank you.
That was sarcasm.
I choose... I'm going to optimistically believe that that was not sarcasm.
Okay.
That you were genuine about your feelings.
That's why you'd make a great coach. Very optimistic.
Thank you.
Sometimes that's what a team needs. Yeah. Aurora are chilling right now. There's no pressure on them to make any sort of moves. The more this PL gets to sit bottom, the happier they are. Same with the Lina mid. These are two heroes that just want... They just want to sit for 12, 13 minutes. You know, get their first little farming item up, the Boots of Travel, the Yash, or whatever it is. Have a nice, slow-paced game. There's no ganks going into them. You're vibing. You're getting levels. Levels are super big on this Lina. So every time you don't die, that means you're getting XP on the map. That means you're progressing your game plan. they're feeling very comfortable right now.
I mean, legitimately, when would you say the timer is that Aurora have, like, let's say a 93% chance to win the game? Like, what items does Phantom Lancer get to that it's like, oh, okay, Liquid, you probably have lost?
Dire's bottom tower.
If he has Manta, Ags, and he has highest net worth in this game, I think that is the point.
Okay.
I don't think it takes much if he's the highest net worth, right?
That almost sounds like the Axe needs to get a Blink Dagger and win the game in 10 minutes. Otherwise, he'll get those items, and the game is pretty much over.
There's going to have to be something that happens here, for sure. It has to be from the Earth Spirit and the Axe. If, again, we go another 10 minutes and your Earth Spirit Axe are combined like 0, 1, 1 or something, I just don't see it panning out. Of course, anything can happen in the world of Dota 2, but I think this is Aurora's game plan, and it's falling into place for him right now. See if Liquid can get something going. You always have that TA wild card if Mickey can find some good early team fights. Kind of snowball the game into an early Deso, early Roche. Could do some serious work here. Liquid looking to find something up top with the Magnetize, but once again, Aurora just already set up for this move. They're one step ahead in this game, it feels like.
Yeah, with that, like, not being able to win the lanes super heavily, and then now going into the situation where in some of these early game skirmishes, you're fighting into an undying, very tough hero to fight into. Just doesn't really look like Liquid has a chance of, you know, being up 5-10K in the first 20 minutes. They just kind of have to sit back, hit their timing, and hit it really hard. Tower down for nothing. Nightfall just goes back through the gate. No pressure on any of these objectives. Shackle Shot does land on WS here. They do not really have anything to follow that up, though.
Really annoying trying to go into this Undying when he has the Ceaseless Dirge anyway. You're just not even gaining map control or anything. My best guess is you should be killing this Lina mid.
Yeah, well, that's where they just smoked to, but the rune spawned bottom. If it spawned top, then Lina goes for it, then maybe they had a chance to get a kill there, but instead, they're going to have to go deeper into the map, which is a dangerous proposition.
They scan Makoto. If you can get on top of Lina, it's a free kill every time. Amp damage on Nisha is also super value here. You'd love to take a fight. But once more, the move is red. You miss your opportunity.
Yeah, you're just going to have to take the consolation prize, which is going to be going for the support that's showing mid. Mira will die to the amp damage from Nisha.
Can you hit this tower?
Not really. I mean,
juicy.
It's one Dragon Slave, and you're pushing dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, well, you're getting to the Deso on Mickey, and I think that's when we will see Liquid try and do something more drastic. You should have your Blink Dagger on the Axe as well. You can make a nice smoke move into mid. You just jump Lina, bring him down with Deso hit to take a tower. You can start to snowball this game in your favor. We'll see if Aurora can read that move as well. Because right now, if all I'm thinking about if I'm Aurora is protecting my Lina, protecting my tier 1s. Let the PL do his thing solo. So just try and read the moves going into this mid area of the map. And you should have a pretty good time defensively here.
Sad part is these supports have nothing to do on Liquid. At least Aurora, you can confidently make some moves because your heroes are actually quite good versus TA. You can burn through that refraction pretty quickly, and with WS picking up the Blink Dagger, joining in on that kill, nice and easy. Nisha, he tried to show up to help, but he does get a really good Magnetize. Immediately threatened by the Laguna Blade. LSA does land, but the Shackle Shot holds them back. Nisha trying to survive against the zombies, but it's too much. They overwhelm him. And Liquid will get nothing out of that. Nada.
Boxy might die here too. This Undying's really fast.
Yeah, he is. With the Blink Dagger, Bushwhack lands, and a Soul Rip. Woo!
That's max level right there. That's the other thing. You can go 4-4-1 on this hero as an offlaner. You don't need to play around the Tombstone that much. Just drop it, it's a nuisance, and then you're just soul ripping people for days.
500 damage max level.
Rough fight for Liquid. Losing your cores like that for nothing. This Nina's fat. This PL is fat. Stacks are being made. It's coming up all Aurora right now.
Manta done, and Nightfall is well on his way to an Aghanim Scepter. You would probably say that's done in what? Less than 10 minutes?
Oh, for sure. It should be done 6 or 7 here.
Okay, so top net worth Manta Axe.
Maybe not even that long. We'll see how fast he can farm. You have your blink on Axe.
Yeah, and he's not doing
TA.
nothing with it.
He kind of needs the Blade Mail too to be a threat to these heroes. Part of the issue.
I guess. If you just keep doing the one more item thing, then you're just gonna one more item yourself out of this game, right? Unless we just Liquid have a different read in the situation.
To be fair, Axe, you kind of need the kit on Axe in some games. You know, we've all been there.
Yeah.
What do you want him to do?
Okay, let's put it this way. Is Blade Mail effective at killing Phantom Lancer?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
It's solid. He does a decent amount to himself.
I would say realistically, what's more likely to kill him is just getting that lockdown in the first place and then Liquid rolling in, getting some follow-up. Kari trying to play pretty deep here with some vision. Here comes WS, though. Drop the tombstone right on him. Both supports are already dead.
Oh, my. Where'd he go?
Couldn't even, did he even get the Culling Blade? He maybe got the chop, but he's so slow that he'll run down right next to the rest.
I'm going to ask a bold question, Honest.
Go ahead.
Is this game over? Like,
it kind of feels like.
It feels.
Kind of feels like.
Yeah, it does really feel like. I mean, these team fights are just not. It's playing with your food. You see how fast Boxy disappeared? You got Soul Rip, Sharp Shot. This hero just disappeared. And like, what is the threat? You're focus firing for a Maledict with an Axe Call without Blade Mail. Look at how fast these supports die. What, you know, yeah, you got a chop on a Jakiro, but how are you taking the long fight here? Do you want to roll in this as an Earth Spirit? No, there's no way I want to roll into any of this.
I just think when you're not going on Aurora, Aurora's going to eventually set up on you, and you don't really win that fight. Like, we were talking about it as if like Liquid need to take the tempo. Right now, it makes Aurora look like they're the one with the tempo draft. While still having this very spooky Phantom Lancer who is 10,000 net worth. And he is 1,000 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter.
Big problems here to solve. It has to be the TA getting involved now. You have to win some fight where Mickey can stay alive, come in, clean 3 or 4 heroes up, get Deso charges into Roshan. That is your way back in this game. They're trying to do just that. Mickey can connect to this fight. Could be a great one.
Gonna have to just blind initiate. They do spot the Hoodwink. Walks into him. Don't get the chop, unfortunately, and they also only get one support pick off.
You have to keep going here. You have to just keep pushing forward.
You either gotta feel that's enough for you to be able to do Roshan, or keep getting kills, or get a tower off of this.
At least you get a D-Ward. Lose Haste Rune to Makoto. That kind of sucks. What can you do about it? If Roche were top, maybe they would have just done it there. A little awkward on the timings. Nightfall, he's chat wheeling. Tells you how comfortable he is right now. This is an average pub for him.
WS with the early BKB. Just one more item, just one more pickup to make sure that, okay, Liquid, they're going to have a really tough time running us over in this window.
They're going to have the Ags on Makoto, too.
I don't know. Liquid's just not playing it with any urgency, which says to me that they have a different read of the game. So
I would say it tells me they don't know what to do. Like, they don't see an opening.
Maybe.
It's hard to play with urgency if you don't see a play.
Ags 1, Ags 2. Both being done. Phantom Lancer and Lena will both collect their big supercharge items. And, well, I believe that says Phantom Lancer is top net worth. So, Avery, you said that that's, what, 93% chance?
I think they are extremely favored given this map state.
Dota Plus says it's 83%.
Yeah, that's...
Wonder how much that'll tick down with the TA lineup not getting Roshan. They smoke up, but it's a bit too late.
Blade Mail's flying in for the Axe. It does up your kill threat a lot, especially if you can land a call on either the Lina or the Phantom Lancer. Aegis on Nightfall. He's just going to run into him.
He's breaking the smoke. He spots Tofu,
Lord.
starts running him down with the Aghanim Scepter, but he doesn't want to go too far.
You have double Blade Mail on your initiators. You got to get something done right now. Even Mikkei's trying to...
Hoping, praying that Makoto will walk into them here.
Nice idea. Fortunately, Makoto's not walking into anything right now.
Yeah, because in Park, he can walk anywhere he wants to. He's got boots of travels. He could take the long way around. He could teleport somewhere else around the map. He doesn't have to play in this triangle area.
Wisdom Shrine spawning. Potentially a point of attack here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor still available too. Aurora eyeing up that bottom. So they're going to concede a Wisdom Shrine to take Tormentor. Something going Liquid's way, because I don't think they were getting his Tormentor regardless.
They seem to be conceding all objectives. Boxy's going to try and take the mid tower. Makoto's going to pop out. Bushwhack doesn't land. Tower will still fall at some point. 44 HP. Could die to strong gust of wind at this point.
You get the boomerang too.
Very nice. That'll amp up the Lina's damage.
Oh yeah. Very deadly combination. Just the two of them kill anything in this game.
So you're not going to reevaluate this at all?
Reevaluate what?
I don't know, the matchup. Liquid just seem unconcerned about this. You really think they're so... Like, what? Even if you don't feel like you know exactly what to do, like, you still have the general idea of, like, oh, okay, we have to force a fight somewhere.
I would have urgency in this game, but... I'm an observer, you know? Maybe the game feels fine.
Curious. Well, they're going to rat him a little bit. Here comes the Phantom Lancer, though, and he is not to be trifled with, especially with an Aegis. No real rebuttal. He's working towards a Scotty, which is going to make things a little rough for TA.
Could just... you're going to go in the fight and just Axe call Nightfall every time. And you can follow it up with other stuns. You will be able to kill him.
Right.
Maybe the confidence is there. Maybe Ace is like, yo, I'm going to have this guy's number. Don't sweat it.
Boxy getting a Blink Dagger certainly going to help with that.
Ooh, nice little
snipe. Gate carry. Well played. There's the call on WS, and now we can see that Deso put to use. Quick little Culling Blade to chop him down. It is a lot of gold for that kill. Because, Aurora is up in net worth right now, and he had a dominating kill streak, so...
It does instantly respawn here, but you get all the goodies.
Yeah, chance for Ace to move along to his BKB. Kind of waiting to see like some sort of item queued up that is like, oh, okay, now I can see how they're going to deal with Phantom Lancer. That meld hit wasn't particularly inspiring.
It's got to be Axe, BKB, Ags at some point. I have to believe Ags is one of your best tools here.
Okay, yeah.
Refresher, you could double call him with infinite spin. Sounds kind of hype. The lawnmower.
I was going to say the ballerina, but lawnmower is probably more fitting.
Missed Bushwhack mid.
Mira's been fishing for these.
Here comes Nightfall.
Oh. Blink away. Run away. Everybody run.
The call.
Ace actually went for the call.
Still has Aegis. You don't want to full
commit. A little bit, trying to get these side blade hits on the real one. Meanwhile, Tofu, out of position, will be left behind.
A rough one for the Doctor, but he's got his Gree going, so it's not all lost here. 700 in the bank.
When do you pop the Gree? What
not
item?
for a long time. I'm waiting until that baby's got 3,000 on it.
Nisha has to BKB defensively. That is one thing. This lineup does not have a way to stop BKB TPs.
No.
And they will almost never, unless Lina or Phantom Lancer want to get a basher. Which they might, if it becomes enough of a problem.
Yeah, PL can buy it. I don't think they really care, though. You just keep pressuring the map, force them out of areas. You're going to continue farming and scaling here. We could see that late game Abyssal for Nightfall. I think he will want just Scotty Butterfly, Bloodthorn, something of this nature. Bloodthorn's just too good on this hero.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a boring ass game. Both teams just settled into farming. Aurora are obviously very comfortable with it, and Liquid seemingly are okay with it. They're gonna set up for the bottom tower. This is a great setup. Instant Culling Blade. It's too bad they actually jumped as early as they did. It would have been nice to get both supports there, but they can get another objective now.
Okay, Liquid finding some openings here, getting a couple axe calls into some towers. It's not all doom and gloom. They have a gem running on the Wind Ranger. Pretty hard hero to kill unless the Lina finds him. Get a lot of map control off this. Work towards your BKBs. And should have a pretty nice triple BKB timing. I guess maybe Mickey won't want it this game if he thinks he just needs to go as much damage as possible.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be the case. Building up the Daedalus now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Shivas for the big bad Undying. We saw him, he had a problem with that direct damage earlier when he got called shackled. The TA killed him pretty quickly, but that Shiva's armor will definitely make a big difference.
Quick smoke from Liquid, trying to catch the PL top. He vacated that area a while ago.
Nisha just going Kaya Sanj. Nothing real special there.
Nope.
Well, I know one of the reasons you're a big fan of Lina is this hero's scale. It's kind of out of control.
Oh, yeah. It's real juicy.
Level 18, going for Kaya Yasha and a Blink Dagger. Gets up those later talents to level 25. WS leading charge with the Shivas. Blinks in, Flesh Golem. Boxy is already gone. TP away 6. Oh, not successful. Mira catches him right on the edge. What a huge pick.
That is going to feel real good for Aurora. You get the carry and you get the gem out of the Wind Ranger's hands. Makoto with a fast BKB Flame Cloak pop. He's untouchable unless you get axe called there.
That's probably the two best picks they can possibly
100%.
get, right? Because the gem pays dividends for them by being able to clear out all these TA traps. Lets Liquid not be able to play the map as well.
You almost rather lose anybody else in this game than those two right there for free. They got nothing out of that, right?
Nope.
And Axe just isn't even here. So this is kind of a doomed fight if Aurora run into you. I don't know how that snagged him. That was kind of... that was a fake bushwhack, to be honest, but he's a two-time TI champ, so who am I to say? He doesn't have a Chasm Stone, right?
No, I just checked that.
Whew. This is a rough one right now.
Well, here it comes. Aurora feeling like 3-item Phantom Lancer is enough. Trying to deal with the rats on the map, though. Lina's pretty good at being able to deal that. Flies off the cliff area. Nisha hopes. He rolls it back on Makoto, hoping to catch him unawares. Makoto definitely dodges that one. Tofu running down the river. Meanwhile, Ace, BKB, make a run for it. Shackle shot, hoping to hold back the real PL, but there's just too many illusions. And he's going to chase him down all the way behind the tier 3.
Look at him go.
Liquid. What can you do about this? LSA stops the Witch Doctors. Tofu did not make it out.
And there's 2 team fights happening in this game, and Liquid are losing both right now. So pick one, try and commit to it, make something happen here.
Got
nice
shackle shot on
nice
the real
shackle.
PL somehow.
He has so much armor, dude.
There you go.
Nice Psyblade hit.
Psyblade hits off the TA traps.
Some Deso charges, level 20 now. Extra armor reduction. Kaya Sanj for Nisha. Starting to power up a little bit. If they can call this PL into the chain zone with the TA hitting him, he can die. And that can open up the fight.
For Aurora to get picks, though. Between the
It's
Lina,
easier, yeah.
Mira having a blink dagger, getting that close range bushwhack. And then that immediately just... Alarms are going off. Nightfall's hitting base. It's pretty free. Oh, a nice little arcane rune bottom. Save that one for the Lina.
Who got given the gem, by the way. So Makoto's just running around the map, killing all these traps. He doesn't have to worry about TA jumping him with some vision he's not aware of. It's pretty big for him. Roche spawn in 2 seconds. Will they see it?
Don't leave the pit. Don't leave the pit. Found it. Liquid are smoked up. Aurora's going to happen.
You have to contest this.
They have a chance to get in here. Let's see if Aurora is lazy in their positioning. Power shot on through. Aurora start leaving the pit. Ace is going to go in, hits the call. Onto the real Phantom Lancer. No follow-up from the team, and Eul Scepter quickly stops any damage from the Blade Mail. Now he pops the BKB and teleports away. They hit the LSA on Tofu. He's dead. Slow down on the Templar Assassin. He's got BKB. Is he going to be able to...
No shot. So much DPS coming out from the PL when all those illusions surround you.
Yeah. Rip through the refraction pretty quickly.
Ace is just going for an Aegis steal there. The second he blinks in and sees that Roche isn't low enough, he already knows he's just going to try and bail out of the situation. You're not taking the fight without the Earth Spirit. Don't have enough damage to all in this Phantom Lancer. I will say the PL Undying synergies, it is kind of nice. You just guaranteed max soul rips and you just heal this guy throughout the fight. Yep. The cooldown's kind of aligned nicely. You're just perma-doppling, perma-soul ripping. Really annoying, actually. Now he has a heart, so he doesn't need any more sustain. He is tanky as hell. 4,200 HP Phantom Lancer. Whew. That is some damage right there.
Nightfall is ushered Boxy back to his fountain while he hits the tier 3 at the same time. Sentinel's illusions running after him. And Liquid...
They're looking.
Casual as hell. They're just farming up some bits of the map.
Still got the Grigri going, though. So
it's true. That's true.
1,150 on the Grigri. He's getting up there. He could pop that way later on for surprise hex. You never know.
Yeah, another 80 minutes and maybe a sneaky Divine Rapier.
I like where that's going. All right, Nightfall verse 5. Let's go.
They actually could.
Let's go.
He's already killed Tofu. They got the Maledict on him.
He's going.
So they know which
1v5
one.
Into the fountain.
All of his illusions hitting all of the heroes on Liquid while he himself ducks away.
Man, this hero's so dirty, man.
It is pretty damn good.
He is one of the true dirtiest heroes in the history of this game.
He's going to keep throwing illusions at Ace, keeps delaying the Blink Dagger initiation.
Oh, 1v5 again, into the tier 4s. Man, just don't care. An attempted shackle. That's going to be a tough one to land, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, Liquid's, I don't even know what the opening looks like exactly. They're all kind of waiting around, but I don't know for what. Lina pops out from the side, Laguna Blade, but flies away. Actually, the flying, it expired. He's going to have to TP out. Meanwhile, Ace, though, through a BKB, he dies. It's just too much physical damage at this point. Nisha has to pop his own BKB. Nightfall sticking to him. No, he's going to go after Tofu again. Why not kill this Doctor one more time? Sends it back to the fountain. Scythe is done for WS. They didn't need initiation, but they have it.
Go and get back here pretty quickly if they want to continue the siege. Still have Aegis for 2 minutes here.
The most casual 2 lanes of barracks you'll ever see.
He is just zoning them to the fountain. This is disgusting.
Yeah, like I feel like this is very inefficient from Nightfall, but it's really funny.
He's probably enjoying himself. That's what counts. Oh, they found the TA. Goodbye. That might do it here, Austin. I don't know if this game has too much more in the tank.
So Liquid all the talk about like what they might need to do or anything, they're going to GG out without a team fight, without a single initiation from Axe into an Earth Spirit roll in, and TA jumps in after it. You're just going to go out to Phantom Lancer, slowly hitting buildings and running illusions at you.
Well, we saw this in the other last pick PL game. Who was that?
BBT.
Yeah,
Heritage was playing that?
But who are they playing against? Because basically the same thing happened. They got last pick PL, and we just never really saw them try anything. It might have been... I'm trying to remember who that was. As the last fight will commence here.
It's hard to look at this team fight with any real...
Oh yeah, they have no shot of doing anything here.
Misha, let's see if he can roll out. It's pretty much, will Liquid survive after going in?
Shackle?
It's actually low off of that shackle, but yeah, there it is, GG. Okay, wow.
That was one of the games of all time. It'll add to Nightfall PL record. He's instantly out of there. He's like, don't you ever disrespect me again by giving me a last pick Phantom Lancer with no counter, and that is a demoralizer right there, man.
Those games just, Gaming, that's who they
I felt it was Extreme. Yeah, it was a very similar thing where like they're just farming and they're buying like a couple of the items that in theory are good against PL, but really are they, you know?
Yeah, we all know where this is.
Yeah, the thing about the hero is you can just go this build where you just get really tanky. You're not even building damage. You're just a super high HP total, and you kill off the strength of the illusions, having a minimum DPS now, and like, what are you going to do? Even if you Axe Blade Mail call this guy, he deals like 300 damage to himself. You know, congrats. Like, there is no counterplay. Sometimes you just get cheesed in Dota. Sometimes you get last pick Phantom Lancer. You got to be able to write it off, go next game, reset the mentality. It's always tough to do because you just feel like you never had a chance to win this game. Is there a chance? Yes, technically. I don't know how feasible it is. Maybe you're just supposed to start running at this PL from like minute 5 and just play super chaotic Dota. I'm talking like bring Mickey through the gate 4 times in the first 10 minutes. You know, some wild shit like this. I actually think the real opportunity in this game was probably mid. I think you're supposed to chain gank this Lina. And I think you have to take an early point and roll if you're Nisha.
Sure.
Like, this is not... Yes, it's not a default build. You don't feel good doing it in terms of your game efficiency, but I think this is one of those games that is so lopsided you need to make something happen very early and just outskill your opponents and drag them into bad plays, free up space on the side lanes. And the way you do that is I think you just start rolling on, you know, like level 4 or 5 and bring supports in. Again, none of these things are things you want to have to do.
Yeah.
But if you do nothing and you just let this game progress and you let the PL and the Lina farm, you're losing this game. I refuse to see a win condition in this scenario. Like, it's just not doable.
So this is a conversation you and Seb are actually having backstage. We've talked about like modern day teams. They're better than they've ever been in many ways, in particular efficiency. But are they worse at improv and creativity?
I think sometimes. Like I think sometimes you get stuck in these efficiency modes where you're just defaulting to like what is best for my hero, what's best for my team, and you lose sight of the bigger picture.
Well, the bigger picture is there is still a second game because Liquid had no chance at game 1.
They did not. They got that overall last pick PL on Aurora, and let's be real, we kind of already saw the writing on the wall then. Lots of breakdown here with this game 1 nonetheless, and also maybe some extra information. The game is still going on my right, but P-Time is in the lead against Nigma Galaxy, and that is also having an impact on the teams here on stage. I'm here with Lacoste and Seb. Lacoste, this game, PL overall last pick, what can you do?
Well, not much here. It's one of those things that it does happen. Maybe they didn't see it coming, but I feel like the chances of them winning the game after seeing the draft are like sub 10% because of the higher caliber team that they are playing as well. Maybe, you know, if Liquid is playing some qualified team that doesn't really know how to close out these games, how to utilize the map and everything, I would give them higher chances, but this is a very experienced team. This is the PL guy. Like, this is the, you know, Nightfall on one of his favorite heroes. If you're an Eastern European carry, you need to know how to play TB, Naga, Siren, PL. That's how you come into the scene pretty much, and pretty solid performance, you know, nothing too crazy. It seems like they had it in the bag since the start, playing with the Jakiro as well. I really love the fact that they are utilizing these more like untraditional position 5s, like Jakiro, Warlock. These are heroes from the previous patches, but they're still finding a good way to use them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing to add too is I feel like this Undying first pick is not really answered. in a sense, because when you think about it, like they started with Undying and it felt unbeatable in the game, right? And I think usually from a drafting perspective, you have to go back to that. It's not normal. Like, it's not okay. Like, usually when you first pick a hero, unless the hero is absolutely broken, which I don't believe Undying is broken. I think it's very strong, but it should pay the price, right? Like, it should be a hard game for him or have less impact. Because sure, the PL carried the game, but I feel like even before the PL came online, they had Undying issues. That's what it felt like. He was clicking Tomb, he was, I'm thinking of the fight in their triangle. Sure, there's a PL there, but realistically, how much did PL do? I think it was much more of the Undying, just like pressing his spells and everybody has to run away. And just, if you look at their lineup, sure, there's like a TA, but TA is playing versus PL, and Jakiro, so TA is playing quite careful. I feel like it's an Axe Earth Spirit team fight versus Undying. This is what Undying loves. So in that sense, I think some teams have to go back to the drawing board in trying to address the Undying. Or maybe it's just that good, but it will be my conclusion once I see like a proper attempt at countering it, because I don't think these heroes do the job.
Yeah, I think this hero is also not countered by what we call traditional counters anymore. This is not like, I'm gonna pick Marana, Snapfire, kill your Tombstone. This hero is not about this Tombstone anymore. It's more about Decay and Soul Red being on low cooldown, picking up the Blink Dagger and walking onto a target, creating bazillion zombies, amplifying that damage. I
think you need to kill Undying. Like, I was looking at the game more closely, because I'm getting upset at this hero, like, dominating games, so I'm like, what could beat it? And it's sitting on 1.9 thousand HP, minute 35. It's actually super squishy. Like, it's deceptive. You feel like this hero doesn't die, it dies. It actually dies. It gets bursted, or it's very susceptible to physical damage. So I'd like to see teams like starting to theory craft a little bit, like, how do we counter this Undying? Because I think it can be countered. And the thing, if you counter Undying, all of a sudden, all their team fight is gone, because the hero doesn't really like. It doesn't play the map, essentially. If you're playing Undying and you can't fight, it's the most miserable.
Level Up won their first game, by the way, so I see a big one.
That's a level
next
up.
To their, quite level up there. They won against L1 team. And Aurora now on top of the group, as said, like, my Galaxy is still playing against P-Time right now. Oh my god, I glance over to the side and I know you don't see it, but they showed the graph and I said P-Time was winning, and then I see the biggest roller coaster drop down coming out from that graph in favor of Enigma Galaxy. So it's still going on. Sometimes I'm wondering, I'm hoping that you guys have two streams going on at the same time, because it's quite a mad one. But this game in particular, you guys talking a lot about the Undying. That was not overall first pick. It was actually the Earth Spirit, and Earth Spirit was kind of countered by the Lina. Could this have all been solved? Just all been solved by just having a Snapfire first pick instead?
Instead of the Earth Spirit?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been a different game. I like the Earth Spirit first pick. I wouldn't take it away. I think it's a very strong hero right now. It was countered, but at the same time, again, I'm gonna go back to the Undying, because I don't think Lina was the issue. Like,
but Snapfire counters Undying.
Yes, it does, but it doesn't. Like, it counters Tombstone, but as Lucas mentioned, I feel like there's another aspect of Undying that's maybe even more oppressive to play against. Is like, he's just blinking on top of you with ulti on, and you have to run. And I think either you should be able to run more effectively, so I don't know, Stampede, Song of the Siren, there are tools in Dota, or you need to not have to run, which again, there are heroes to do so. So it needs to be addressed. But essentially, Earth Spirit had a slower game. It's meant to be. Again, it was first picked, so he was punished. Sure. So it's not a classic perfect Earth Spirit game. It's a little bit slower, but still it had some impact. I think it was the only hope, if anything, for Liquid that game.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the Zombie Man, because Lacoste has found some highlightable actions.
Yeah, Zombie Man, he seems very strong in this current meta, Shiver, and I believe we're going to be able to pull up the clip, because this is a smoke that is happening, and Team Liquid, they're going to get approached by Mira, who kind of gets his smoke broken, immediately pick off. Like, they have very good heroes against the TA throughout the whole game. And then you see the power of Lina. This is level 1 rolling boulder, roll in Nisha. Like, he just doesn't have it on the short cooldown. And then they drop the Tombstone. You can see Boxy. This is not a core of Indranger by any means. And I feel like this build on Undying is just super powerful. You see multiple zombies chasing him down, and then he blinks in, decay, and there's so many units around him, and all you get is like zombie, zombie every single time. It's just not fun to play against because you don't have the disengage. And there's gonna be another clip that you did mention in the triangle, which is gonna be where Jakiro, he runs in, he's under the vision of the enemy team. Maybe I need another head to be Jakiro in the enemy team, but yeah, we're gonna see it again. I can go back real quickly. Here we go. And Jakiro is under the vision of the enemy team, and they are gonna get initiated. Like, they're gonna initiate on him straight away, and then again, he blinks in, tombstone down. There's a bazillion zombies around him. Sure, you got a dunk on Jakiro, but what's gonna be the price that you're gonna be paying? For Aurora, this is a type of gank that I call KO Re or KO Rip, because he's the only one who dies, and the rest of the team is going to be able to clean up.
It's disgusting, actually. There's Undying like that.
There are some counters. There are some counters. There
You
are
can
some
ban it.
counters. No, you don't have to ban it. Just beat it. Like Ilu Heroes, Summons, Naga Siren. Like, there are some heavy counters to Undying in the game of Dota 2. It is time to pull them out.
And it's not Witch Doctor, because obviously that is what Team Liquid tried. But the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, Witch Doctor on the
good.
lane is decent, but not in the game. I mean, you can't expect a position 5 to fix the team fight. It's like you're asking too much from your 5 at this point. It's like, come on. Like, all my gold is going into support items, and you also want me to be able to outfight them. Like, get yourself some core players.
Easy. It sounds like such an easy solution. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, with them losing this game, the chances to force out a 3-way tie at the top of the bracket, gone. They no longer have a chance to do so. So they're going to be playing in the survival stage. I think they will be still... Actually, they will probably still be... They'll be third. So they will play in day 1 because Nigma Galaxy is still ahead on points, depending on how the game goes as well. But yeah, so they're going to be playing in those survival stages, and then that's really going to be spooky. And what better practice than play against the #1 team again on stage? And for Aurora, definitely still a lot to play for, because they want to be #1 in the group, and there is still chances for them to be forced to play tiebreakers against Nigma Galaxy, depending on the result of Nigma Galaxy versus P-Time. This game in particular, what do you want to see change, Lacoste? Because we can't just all focus on the Undying. We want to see something, maybe, because at the start of the series, we said we wanted to see them all on the same page on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some disconnect from the offlane as well in the previous games that they did play. In this one, there also wasn't really that much. They weren't really oppressive in the lane. It's quite difficult. It's not a traditional turret hero that we are seeing, but again, we are going back to them switching up the melee range combinations. Instead of playing the melee 5 with the range position 1, they are going for the other way around, picking up these stronger laners from the previous patches. And I want to see maybe Team Liquid also going in a bit of a different direction, because I feel like this is something right up their alley. Some blast from the past, bringing in Temporary Assassin, but doesn't seem to be fitting in. I know that some teams have tried it. It does look good in some situations, but we also talked about potentially, maybe Spectre coming out on this pick because it's strong with Witch Doctor. Yet to see what they're going to be able to bang out in the second game.
Yeah, we're going to find out what they're going to pick in the second game. If you're wondering, what is she talking about all the time with potential tiebreakers and groups and stuff like that, and survival stage, what is she talking about? Don't worry, we got you covered.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris and we're getting ready for game number 2 between Aurora and Team Liquid. The first game going the way of Aurora, and the second game, well, we'll just have to wait and see. And we're hoping to see some adjustments coming out from Team Liquid, who has had a rocky group stage, laning stage actually also, so both are correct. Rocky group stage here in Paris, and normally we see them fix stuff during a group stage, but we haven't seen enough of them yet to say that they really have. So.
No, I would agree with that. Like, they need a little bit more time, as it seems. Again, they have secured themselves like a way out of the group, so that is the positive. They, got a couple crucial wins that is not gonna threaten their tournament life. So they're gonna have more time. I actually think that them playing an extra stage is a good news, almost at this point. I think they need the time to figure things out better for themselves. Again, like, this is a team that, what do we...
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I just saw and got news that Enigma Galaxy did win their first game after being completely down and almost out, but P-Time floundered a little bit, and therefore Enigma also wins. Therefore, them and Aurora still tied for first place in this group. So a lot of extra pressure on Aurora coming into this game.
How many times can you be back, actually? Because Enigma, they have been back like literally 20 times so far, and they're back again. They're like hobbits, back and then back again, or like Lion from Dota, back to hell and back again. It doesn't feel like this team definitely powered up, but most definitely a lot of pressure on Aurora, and we're going to be seeing the ending of that apparently crazy game that we're going to need to rewatch, because there is a 60-plus minute game, and I see Sumail just machine gunning down the throne.
Yeah, they won with an ancient apparition, guys.
You see the body language from the players, like this is like extra happiness for the Enigma boys, especially for a group stage game. So I can only assume that this was like a very epic game to play and to watch.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I saw the seats in front of the B stage where they're on were completely filled during the game as well. A treat to watch. We're hoping to have a similar type of blockbuster coming out from these two teams, but one team is just at the moment delivering, and the other one is not. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case. Is it? It's not, because we talked about this before the series, Lacoste. We talked about the off lane and how Ace has been struggling to find his footing a little bit, but it can't just be the off lane. It feels like it's all the whole team a little bit.
No, it's not the Team Liquid that is on top of their game right now. Sometimes, you know, you have ups and downs. Peaking at the right moment is going to be the big thing. But this time around, the Team Liquid, they had it a little bit rough. A lot of times you would see them maybe fix some of these mistakes that they've been making. Right now, I don't feel like they are having the solutions. It seems like the other teams are slightly more prepared in a way where they are bringing some like new crazy ideas to the table as well. And also, like, you are playing against Aurora. I would say that Aurora is the best Largo team out there, and you are going to have to face like different issues, whether you're going to be playing against this Undying that you didn't have answer to in the first game, or potentially you're going to need to give them this Largo, which also looks pretty unstoppable in their hands.
I like the first phase bans from Aurora a lot this time around. I think they're threatening the Ember or the Earth Spirit pretty early in the draft, because I think the common counters are not that effective. I mean, there's like still the niche as Slardar on Liquid side that could come against these heroes, but no Invoker, no Kez, no Huskar. Kez could also be Mikes, of course, but I think Aurora, it seems actually the way the meta is developing that whoever has the first pick has a decent edge. Actually, never mind, they go for the Puck. This is interesting. So they will tank the Puck versus Earth Spirit matchup. I wonder if Liquid's gonna grab it. We've seen Earth Spirit have a lot of success. They were willing to first pick it like blindly last game, so there should be no reason for them to shy away from it. Very surprising Puck first pick. I think the hero has a really low win rate this tournament.
It does. It's like sub 30% or something.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised by this. I think it's, yeah, and they go Ember. Like, both heroes are really good against Puck, like both the Ember and the Earth Spirit, and we've seen even Aurora actually prioritize the Ember a lot. I'm quite speechless actually by this Puck first pick. I don't really know what motivated it.
I would have been okay if they picked up Largo instead of Puck, because this is the hero that we've seen teams also flex from the mid lane as well. It could be potentially a good response to Ember Spirit in the mid lane, like you talked about a lot about the matchup Largo in the mid lane against this Earth Spirit who can shut him down. You have a lick. It's very good against Ember Spirit throughout the whole game.
Yeah, the Dispel is
with the Dispel.
Like, they max shield all the time now, so very annoying for Ember to play against.
And Puck is sitting, as you said, Shiver, at sub 30% win rate, 29 to be exact. This hero also, I think, if we go back to the previous Valakia, Mikoto Puck, one of the best ones out there, like Nisha Puck, Mikoto Puck, definitely going to be up there. The chances of, because I did the stats, the chances of him winning the game when picked in the first phase compared to the second and third phase, they drop off pretty dramatically, I would say.
Yeah, curious also what's coming in our second phase of this draft. But before we get there, we know for this group that the top is very heavy, and we are very excited to see what's going to happen there. But we already know what's going to happen at the very bottom, as we are seeing keys, our first keys getting crushed. L1 and Level Up are having their keys properly demolished.
Tough life.
It is a tough life.
It feels extra worse. I mean, losing feels bad, but then you see that extra step of like seeing something to be taken away from you. It's like golden, it's shiny. They take it and they just crush it.
Yo, you got to have it for the whole time.
I'm glad I'm retired. I can't take it.
They put a lot of effort in there. You can take your key.
I'm like,
you can put it on the statue.
Leave it with me. I won't be coming tomorrow. I won't be coming in.
Yeah, I'm feeling in sick. Yeah, I don't want to watch this. Your dreams getting crushed as well, and
that's pain.
Yeah, these are the two heroes that we also mentioned that are going to be causing quite a lot of issues for them. So picking up, removing Largo and removing Undying, which I think is the correct step for Team Liquid. And also picking up Tiny for themselves. So opening up with 2 cores straight away. There's a slight chance that you might play Tiny from the position 4 if you have Darkseer, but maybe Enigma, but the chances are quite low. And it's also a very good answer for Puck throughout the whole game. Like, this hero doesn't really have that much survivability. if he gets initiated on.
Quite an early tiny pick, but again, if they did their researches, perhaps WS's hero pool is not that punishing against Tiny, and as you said, maybe it's also flex. Obviously great against Puck, so I don't mind the pick so much. It's kind of funny to note that they exchanged second phase bans in a sense. I think it was Liquid that banned Coddle Lion last game, and now it's Aurora banning Coddle Lion themselves. Obviously Coddle Ember, very strong combination of heroes, and the Lion would have been a pretty straightforward answer to the Puck. Given that I think Ember has a slight edge, like mid against Puck, but then obviously Puck, they just sit down and start farming back up into the game. Against Lion, it's much harder to scale. The Mira Hoodwink, which we've seen already, very good, very efficient. Plays pretty well with the Puck. Make sure you land your spells under the coil. Very good setup for the Hoodwink spells. So pretty solid opening from both teams, I have to say so far.
It opens up a lot of these position 5s that are very good against Puck. I'm leaning towards Bane, who's still in the pool for Liquid, because Liquid just one Nightmare with the Fiend's Grip for 2 seconds. It gives you just enough to kill the hero. I think they have like relatively good amount, and Aurora, they're not going to be fixing anything, because they feel like the supports that they did have, going back to Jakiro one more time, this team is probably the only team that has been picking up this hero and also having great success with it.
It looks great every time they play it, to be honest. Maybe it will be stolen by other teams, because no reason not to do so. I'm just a little bit curious to... Wait, actually, would this be like the first time Earth Spirit is like not picked or banned? I mean, all the games I've seen, it was always contested. It's completely ignored in this draft. That's pretty funny. Both teams decided, you know what, let's just have a 1-game break, gentleman's agreement, no Earth Spirit allowed. Let's play something else, you know?
That would be cool. I mean, I guess we have the mid laners already in contention, so then
it's coming.
Oh no.
You know what though? When you were talking earlier, and I know this is to do about the Undying who's already out, but you need a way to run. You named Naga Song and Stampede, and I'm like, Light Shadow.
Actually, it's not that bad. Actually, no. I think you're. Oh, never mind. It's not ignored anymore. It's in the pool or Spirit. I was just kidding. But no, you know what? I think you have a pretty good point here. Maybe
but there's no Undying.
Yeah, right. Of course, there's no Undying. Wait, well, you baited me into like jumping on board, and then you just leave me.
I'm so sorry.
You just leave me there. Okay, so it is bad. It is bad. I mean, Mirana. The problem with the hero is that what it brings is a little bit lackluster. Like honestly, what does a hero do besides like maybe stunning a hero for a while? Like I don't know.
It's a free smoke. I think this is the biggest part of the
free
hero.
Smoke, yeah, nice.
Free smoke every 2 minutes. Doesn't even have Selemene anymore. Like I think the hero was relatively in a good spot when you were getting that extra. At first it was 20%, which was kind of bad, but then with the 50% bonuses on Lotus, it's quite a lot of increase, and now that's gone as well. So I feel like that also that the hero lost that part. It feels really bad, and this is another issue that's going to be thrown at them. I feel like when we talk about the big boy Timbersaw players, ATS always gonna be in their XXS, but WS, this is one of his most successful heroes that I've seen him play, and he always delivers.
Yeah, and Mirana Tiny Lane sounds like a really, really good lane for Timber to go to. I don't think they can stop him whatsoever. One thing to mention also is I've been quite impressed with Mira's ability to, well, I mean, lane and secure a stable lane for his offlaner, but also stack. He's been stacking a lot on his heroes. I think every game I watch him, he has like 8 or 9 stacks in the early game. Like his mid laner is constantly clearing stacks. It's disgusting. This is an amazing game for that. Like both Puck and Timber are gonna enjoy clearing stacks in the triangle, and I don't think he needs to lane too long. They should be able to walk away from the lane pretty early on and leave the Timber on his own.
Do they need another playmaker from the off lane? I feel like this could be a very, very good Night Stalker game if they could potentially bank it out. Because I feel like in terms of the damage that they have and control, they have enough.
It's just like, I'm just looking at this Earth Spirit and looking at this Jakiro, and from an offlaner perspective, you know what's going to happen. Like at some point your Earth Spirit is going to be like, good luck to you, I'm out of here. Which again could work, but you really need to make sure you have a fallback plan on the offlaner, because there's no such thing as staying in lane 1 versus 2 against Jakiro lane. Like, you just can't enter. So you need to start jungling, I guess. So Night Stalker, I think, is good for the game, but is it playable against what they have?
I guess
I'm
that's
not
why
sure.
they ban out Enigma and Darkseer, because both of those could potentially help themselves out in the jungle.
So what else is there for Ace? Like, all the honest offlaners, you know, like the Axes and the Centaurs, and like they kind of need some laning time. They can't just jungle straight away. Darkseer's out, as you mentioned. Enigma is out. I think the pool is quite limited. One hero we haven't seen so much. Okay, yeah, it's Jakiro Windranger. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm happy I'm not playing this game as an offlaner. You know what?
Yeah,
Good luck to you.
You don't see it. You don't see a way out.
I'm just putting my mind to try to figure it out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna figure it out. I'm just gonna sit and watch.
What about some like Dawnbreaker? Just throw it in there. I don't think this is an easy pick by any means. Also, the combination on Liquid heroes, I don't think we've seen these 4, even like 3 heroes paired up together, because to me, I look at the icons of the heroes, I'm like, yeah, I haven't seen this before, at least in this meta.
At this point, pick another spirit and hope that something happens in the game when you have the 3 spirited united or something. You don't know. Maybe you just insta-win or something like that. Just pick Storm. Yeah, that's what I would do. So Void Spirit. Void Spirit for the color scheme.
I was going to say, if you were going to go for the magic effect, you needed to have all 4, surely.
Yeah, but that's too late. But I guess if you get Void Spirit, like color-wise, it looks really cool, I think. There's something intimidating.
Oh, is it that bad? There's nothing that you see.
It's a really tough one. I don't blame them from using a lot of time.
Maybe some like Doom as well could come out. Just
but how do you lane like Jakiro?
You don't. That's the easy question. You don't in this meta.
Axe jungle.
Veno jungle, Axe jungle level 1. They need to be pulling waves, but I think pulling wave against the Jakiro is not that simple, I would say. I think it's pretty toxic. Even if he could even buy boots, the lane is that free that he could just buy boots on Jakiro and just run around, bullying people. Yeah, Enigma's out. It's not a good Bat game. I think Bat could lane, but it's not good. Whoa, this is a tough one. Did they have enough there? This is all their time going. Yeah, they won't go for Centaur. It was on the dot, right? Like they used all the reserve time on this one. Yeah, I don't blame them. I think this was a very, very tricky pick, and I don't think they're super happy with this one. The bright side of Centaur is that it's a decent hero versus Windranger, but it's only decent if you have some sort of equivalent net worth. If you're sitting at 2k net worth and Windranger is at 6, it's not decent at all. It's super bad.
This is double melee lane against Jakiro and Windranger. You're gonna get click to oblivion.
I can assure you that Kaori must be having like the biggest and nicest smile on his face.
Yeah, he's gonna be happy.
He's like, oh, my Jakiro is gonna cook once again. They're just gonna sit there and tank my right clicks and my spells, and I'm going to love it.
They got great disengage this game on Liquid though.
Except there's something called coil, which will not let them disengage. But if you kill the puck and run away, I guess that is the plan. So the plan is laid out for Liquid.
I'm looking for like sparks of light.
No, good attempt, but not good enough. Something else, please.
Oh, they actually have a lot of disables this game.
They do?
They
That's
do.
A lot of stuns.
They could kill Puck. They could kill Puck, but the problem is WS on Timber. So you have Centaur, you have Tiny. This hero shreds through these heroes, and he's also not really affected by these heroes. It's not like an explosive damage that they do have, so I feel like it's a very, very good Timber game.
Listen, draft against draft, yeah, the Timber is an issue, but Amber Vessel, something, Magic, they can handle it. They have some good arguments if the game is equal and stable. There's like a massive laning issue, but at the same time, Liquid players are world-class players. They can outplay, they can outmaneuver. If there is a game where it's going to be required, I feel like it is this one.
This is where they show that they can pick it up in the group stage.
Yeah, they need to overperform.
Yeah,
in a sense, because tough side lanes, and I don't think it's the easiest Ember game either. Not the worst matchup for Nisha. With that being said, I think Ember versus Puck is pretty favorable for Ember. So perhaps he can be the one, putting his team on his shoulders in the early game.
Let's talk happy things.
Happy things.
Aurora. They look very good. This draft was definitely the extra 10 minutes that KP took to prepare for this match compared to others. I think it really showed. I feel like they cornered Liquid, and they got a well-rounded, nice draft.
They did, and also have in mind that this is, I would say, the best Wind Ranger team in the world from the carry position, and it's Nightfall again. They are giving him priority. It showed in game number 1 with PL. It's gonna probably show in this one as well, considering that it's a very good Wind Ranger game.
It is a very good Wind Ranger game. I'm sure Nightfall is going to pop off on this one, as we're going to find out how it will play out exactly with Cap and SVG.
Game 1 was insanely rough if you are a Liquid fan. Avery, is there hope in Game 2?
Always hope in Game 2. You can make some adjustments, reset your mentality, come in and just play better. And you can't get much worse.
That is most definitely true.
I do still favor Aurora here. I think their draft just... I would rather play their lineup than Liquid's. I think this Timbersaw looks really devastating in this game. I don't know how they're going to deal with him. They did answer the puck pretty well. I like the opener for Liquid. I think trading puck for Ember is completely fine. You get a really solid hero for Nisha that he can just 1v5 with. And I think this is the hero that I want to see Liquid play through. I think if they play through the Nisha Ember, he gets rolling, it's going to bring the Mirana into the game. You have a lot of chain disable with Earth Spear coming in on top of it. Puck can die in this game. Wind Ranger can die in this game. The supports can feed in this game. You have to get that snowball rolling, and then I'll see this draft come together.
Well, the biggest question about these lanes, how do you fix the off-lane scenario? Liquid needs to fix their off-lane, which is super scary. Jakiro, Wind Ranger, are they going to be able to get pulls off? I mean, that's definitely the most ideal scenario. And then in their safe lane, can they kick out the Timbersaw somehow? Slow him down, because he will be a massive threat throughout the rest of the game.
Look to Boxy for those ideas. You can pull waves top, set the center up successfully, and then do the classic like TP into fog, roll on somebody bottom, or roll on the puck mid if the opportunity somehow presents itself. He can dominate some of these games on the Earth Spirit.
Boxy tries to roll in, whiffs, gets the range creep denied.
They get the lane back super fast here with some of the aggro pulls.
That's going to help a lot.
So you don't have to go pull waves here. The Centaur's in a good spot. Another roll in, another hook
nice
stomp.
Roll in, another stomp, a bit of right-click damage. Not enough to commit for the kill. Well, Boxy maybe thinks otherwise.
Very good harass, though.
Another roll up in 3 seconds, but now he's going to be slowed down by the blood grenade. I mean, he threw himself so far out there, he's going to have to roll away to escape, but he does have a healing self. And again, more space for Ace. More time for him to get retaliate, which he's now got level 2.
Tough side lanes for Liquid. You will lose this top lane over time. It's just inevitable. And the tiny Mirana is not really going to pressure this Timber over the long run. Maybe get a cheeky kill on him with some chain stun potential before he gets too tanky. But I think WS should have a good time down here.
If you manage to like get some sort of pull or something like that, do you think Boxy thinks about rotating to that lane? Avalanche arrow lands onto WS instead of Mira, their intended target.
Very close.
Nisha, low, gets hit by the orb. No commitment, though, from Makoto.
I want to see Nisha step up here. He has a matchup he's super comfortable in on a hero that is prime Nisha territory. He can do some work in this game. Is it the freest Ember game of all time? No, but it's pretty good here. If you just get a fast vessel and you start running around, you have solid follow-up. I always like this Mirana Ember combination. It's just very simple, very straightforward, very low risk, low cooldown threat around the map.
Got its range creep denied. It's been a minute since we've seen a Nisha pop-off game.
It just doesn't seem like he's in that zone right now.
Yeah.
It's going okay for Liquid right now. I think top lane is going better than I expected. They got the equilibrium in a really good spot really early and had some favorable trades against the Jakiro. They're only now getting a stack pull-off.
Oh, Boxy, half a second late to stopping the Lotus. It would have been a sick play. Roll in, kick him out, take the Lotus, run away with it.
They're winning this lane, though. You're getting Ace to the helm, which means you can kind of let him solo / jungle and roam this Earth Spirit. That's the biggest goal up here. Might be able to get this big Ursa smasher. Oh yeah, that's juicy right there.
Fortunately, couldn't get any part of the pull. 17, 18, and 6 for Makoto versus the 12 and 1 for Nisha.
He's really cooking at mid. just straight up dominating this lane with the puck. It's not just the CS, it's the resources.
Oh, another range creep deny. Anisha is going to be so far behind in experience.
It's not often you win early denies with puck. That's just not supposed to happen.
Sure.
He is really cooking. Is he going to kill me or Glyph?
Yeah, Glyph goes off. Slight trying to dodge the orb.
That was a necessary dodge. You die if you don't dodge it there, so living life on the edge. And you get your water rune stolen by damn Jakiro, so Nisha's going to have to go to base here.
Yeah, a lot more freedom for Carey than there is Boxy, who's just trying to get Ace over that line. That Helm of Iron will finally be bought now.
The craziest part of this game to me is Aurora have 3 Grandmaster tier heroes in this Puck Timber Hoodwink.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Kind of wild. I'm sure Jakiro's effectively a Grandmaster tier for Kaori.
Meanwhile, only the one for Liquid.
Well, Nisha doesn't use Dota Plus.
That's also true, yeah.
I would consider that a Grandmaster tier.
For sure.
Very comfortable lineup for Aurora, as it always is.
They seem to stay with their greatest hits.
Can be a strength, can be a weakness. Just depends how you use it here.
Double blocking out camps. Boxy really making an effort that there's not going to be any pulls here.
This bottom lane, I feel that side lanes for Liquid honestly went better than I thought they would in the first 5 minutes here. They're doing a nice job controlling equilibrium, controlling the pulls.
Yeah, if only
stepping it up here.
If only you could say the same about mid.
This went the other way.
Yeah, it's the opposite way. Makoto. It's got his level 6 already. Nisha half a level away from getting his remnants.
What do you think about Wraithband on the puck? He's trying to get some extra armor in here against the Ember matchup.
Yeah, I like it.
It's pretty cool. I think this is one of those things I feel if you asked Quinn, he'd be like, this is absolute dog. But if
First
you're
blood.
feeling it,
Collected. Boxy eventually was going to step out too far. It was just inevitable. Again, he's just trying to create opportunities for Ace where he can. The sooner they can get that Helmet Dominator, the sooner that Boxy can get the hell out of there. Coil does get used in the mid lane. Nisha's just going to hold out underneath the tower here. Bushwhack attempted. Nice dodge with the slight, though, and cleans up Mira. Instead, roll in from Boxy will catch Makoto. Not the roll in itself, but the slow down to the boulder. He has to Waning Rift up to the high ground.
Arrow
almost lands, but a phase shift to dodge just to make sure. And he will walk away with an amp damage. An opportunity in the future, or maybe an opportunity right now, as Ace is in so deep and the call has been made. Aurora says, okay, this enough is enough. We gotta punish this. But with an amp damage on a puck, it's made a whole lot easier to do so.
Kind of just unlucky for Ace that mid sequence went that way. Or it's efficient for Makoto to come up here with the amp damage. Otherwise, I think even if you lay the stuns, he can TP out.
Mickey is dead. That is the Timbersaw in action. Able to get the kill before he hits level 6. That's how you know you're in real trouble.
Just cooked him. Push the wave in. Whirling death after whirling death. And this is my biggest concern in this game, honestly, is
Timbersaw?
I think, yeah, it's the Timber. I think the other heroes can be addressed here from Liquid. I think WS is just going to run this game over. If you get tanky on this hero, who's outputting any sort of big chunks of physical against you that we're used to seeing? Like, there's no direct Timber counter in this game to me. And I think when that happens, WS tends to make the most of the situation.
Another dive on Mickey. I mean, he TP'd back into this. He really cannot afford what's happening right now.
No,
but nobody
like
on the team is going to rotate to help him.
Dead again.
And he throws out some damage. Maybe they can get the kill on Mira in return. Tofu jumps in for it, but the Lotus gets fed over. And
Double
Mira
Lotus.
is half health now. Starstorm almost still got him. Surprising. But Mira survives all the same. W picks up the double kill.
They still have 2 more Lotuses.
Yeah, that's what happens when you've got a winning lane like that, right? You could just don't have to use those resources.
That's a great move from Aurora. Recognizes Tiny is always going to TP back into this lane. And you have the Chakram, you have the level advantage down here. Just bring the supports, run him down. Tiny's not great at fighting early, right? You have 1 point toss, 1 point avalanche. You're just a body. Mirana not great at bailing these kind of dives out either. It's often pretty difficult to find connections with the arrow.
Is Nisha smiling while Mickey's, please, Nisha, save me. Just no.
No, I'm gonna stay mid. I'm gonna get my urn first.
Technically, he's having the best game of anybody here.
And he is now, yeah.
Oh, it has to go through the Ember this game. There's no way around it.
But he's having the best game, and Makoto is still ahead of him in net worth. It says a lot about the other two cores who are over 1,000 net worth, almost 1,500 behind their compatriots. This is a rough position to be in, no doubt.
The thing is, this is a position that Liquid knew was likely going to be the case. I mean, when you walk into these two side lanes, you know your top lane is a sack lane.
Yes.
And you kind of assume that this Timber Tiny is not really going to go your way with a Mirana support. There's a little outplay potential. Maybe you didn't expect it to go this bad, but you should kind of assume it's the case. So I would have expected Liquid to crash mid harder here. That's a third death for Mickey as he gets cliffed.
Where do you go from here if you're Mickey? Boxy is going to get run down with a focus fire. As Javelin is already here for Nightfall. Now, here comes around it. Nisha has to make a move. Chains up into the stomp. The kill on Nightfall would be worth it all if they can actually get him.
What a timely ice path.
Oh, he's not going to get close enough. He has no more remnants. Slight, too long of a cooldown at level 1.
That was a big committal from Nisha. Didn't get earn charges, used all his remnants, out of resources on the map. This is going to open up an attack for Aurora around mid. They're pushing it in.
Epoxy does manage to grab the aggro. Still gets grabbed with the bushwhack, though, pulled into Makoto's embrace.
They're just styling on him.
They are.
It's looking like a pub game out here. Oh, you can get the arrow on the catapult. That's pretty nice. Glyph will not save you there.
Moonlight Shadow, Nisha, they're just trying to get pickoffs on supports at this point. Anything to get an earn charge for Nisha.
They got
He'll
it.
get one way or the other. Through life or death. 2 earn charges for him to work off of. Now, can they get core kills somewhere on the around the map with that? Another Stampede up in 12 seconds. They're going to need something because it's heavy pressure on the top lane. Another focus fire is up. The Siege Wagon push in. Do have the Helm of Dom creep trying to draw aggro.
Too hard to stop this though against 3 points liquid fire.
It's just dead.
No ability for this tower to defend itself. And then you have to imagine Aurora putting their sights on this last tier 1 in that middle lane.
For sure. I'm sure Kaori's going to be making that rotation pretty soon.
Oh yeah, I'd be looking at it. Get some resources on Makoto. Bring some heroes in his lane. You can even rotate the Timber. If WS feels like his presence is needed and just slay whoever decides to show. They're also eyeing a smoke towards bottom, perhaps trying to ruin Mickey's day one last time.
Yeah, keep playing through the Timber Saw. The catch of the coil ensures that WS comes in, delivers the damage. Seems pretty simple. But Liquid just playing hyper defensive, which usually means you end up conceding objectives somewhere. Nisha does spoil some of this smoke, does not get caught. Mid tower is under assault.
Arcane Rune spawned bottom too. Unfortunate rune that Nisha just cannot get here. Close to Vessel.
Big pickup for Makoto with coil off cooldown. So you're heavily incentivized to make a play now. WS is clearing out the entirety of the Radiant jungle. He's going to have a very fast Kaya Sanj.
So far moved.
What? He's almost doubling this Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to smoke before the Vessel is done.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, weird timing. Timbersaw's not even out here. Well, the slight chains, Arrow tried to use the sharpshooter to get out of position.
Pretty fast kill, so you're not losing too much here. You get to push some waves with the Ember as well. Kind of stacking the core's bottom, that's the only downside. However, this gets you to your Vessel, and you're going to have 3 charges to work with here. So this is where you can run the map with the Ember and the Mirana. Pretty decent kill threat on just about anybody other than the Puck phase shift. And you always have Stampede to bail you out if things get weird. Should be very confident right now in this kill combination.
Ice Path into coil. The roll away breaks the coil. Boxy's too far out. Now the punish.
With no coil to stop him, Nisha feels like this is going to be pretty free. They cut down the tree there. That was a close call. Stampede. Mickey hits the avalanche on the puck. Toss up in the air. The arrow's going to land at a big move. Liquid now hunt for more, but Nisha got to be careful of that focus fire. And, well, there's a Timber Saw there. You're not fighting into that guy.
Game is flowing through the Ember, though. Perfect connection from Mickey. That's the power of the Tiny in this game. You can always join these fights and make Makoto's life hard.
Like chains on 2, roll in. Oh, Chakram almost finished him off. But yeah, with a Magnetize and an Avalanche looking pretty good. WS is still a problem, though. And Boxy will experience that problem.
Oh, it'd be a huge kill.
Nisha, and he finished him off. WS is so low. Once again, a hero's going to slip through his fingers. So close, but he's out of remnants. No slight.
The last tick, he was
on power shot. Brought 3 different heroes low. Can Makoto chase? Nah.
Worried about the Avalanche turnaround.
Yeah, fair enough. Another slight chain, some long distance. The arrow to finish him off. As you said, playing through the Ember Spirit.
Oh yeah, it's juicy this game. You have so much long-range chain stun potential that every chains is a massive threat against Aurora, and they have no spell answer to it.
And look at the space it bought for Ace. Ace is going to get the tower last hit off of his Helma Dom creep, so he's farming up neutrals and taking towers at the same time.
Huge sequence for Liquid. You go from potentially being 8k behind in this game to only down 2. So, massive pickups for them. If you get the Timber here, that's the cherry on top. The last Vessel almost did the job. Tree Throw hit him, he just lives on 20 HP.
So close.
That innate region, counting for a lot. And again, Lotuses. There were some stored Lotuses for Aurora that got pumped into that Timber. Can't forget about them.
Yeah, I feel like that's been a progression over time. Teams holding on to Lotuses and playing with them more and more in the mid to late game.
Especially if you're winning the lanes, you don't have to use them in the lane.
Yep.
You just save them up. They're huge in the mid game.
What do you think about this? Second item, Heart?
That's the
Helmadom into Heart.
This is the scaling Centaur build. Yeah, that's the big question. Is this the game for the Heart build? I actually don't mind it here.
Okay.
I think this is right, because I think the way you win this game, you're not going to tempo this game right. I think the way you win this game is you just scale all 3 of your cores together into the late game.
The team's going to be playing through the Ember Spirit. That's your initiation.
Right.
Slight chains into Arrow. He can stampede into that just as easily as Blink.
I think this is fine.
Okay.
I'm on board. It also created potentially very, very nice timing around like Ember BKB plus Centaur Heart with a Moonlight Shadow going in. The Earth Spirit guarantees initiation. You have some pretty tanky heroes on the side of Liquid. All these cores are going to be kind of tough to bring down.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest for Wind Ranger, but that's where the Timber Saw is supposed to excel, right? Makes tanky heroes a lot squishier.
WS has some work to do for him in this game in terms of cutting these big boys down to side. If he gets bursted first, that's going to open the fight a lot for Liquid. And that can always happen because they have so much chain stun in this lineup.
Yeah. He is trying to get a Lotus, which will deal with the slight chain setup. But of course, there's plenty more opportunities.
It doesn't matter.
Avalanche setup into Arrow.
Blink's already online for Mickey. If you get caught by chains and just tiny comboed into Arrow, you're probably dead off that. I'm trying to think if there's any way Aurora can itemize their way against this kind of kill threat from the long-range follow-up on the chains. Dispels are nice. You can get out of the chains. If you get tiny comboed...
Force staffs?
Maybe.
That can help you get, like, the avalanche hits. Maybe you can force staff before the toss. Get away from the arrow positioning.
I guess just, yeah, Glimmer Cape Force Staff is your best option in this game. It is a good Glimmer Cape game, too. WS might be able to survive the all-in chain stun if he's glimmered. I could see it. Game definitely slowed down for Aurora. That one chain kill sequence for Liquid did a lot of work to stem the bleeding here.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't love this trend of these Mirana supports. He just goes straight Aghanim Scepter. I feel like that doesn't bode well for pubs. Supports that don't buy any actual support items. That's a classic. Mira, some good moves. Not gonna let him live, but it was nice.
They're scanning the puck on this camp. Mickey might be able to get a sick jump here.
Would be massive with the Invis rune.
Close.
And the smoke, but...
Aurora very good at dodging that move.
They are.
Definitely could have lost some extra heroes there. So we'll finish the heart for the Centaur. We'll push Nisha very close to that BKB. So we're getting to that mid-game timing where Liquid are going to be pretty strong in the 5-on-5, especially with Moonlight Shadow, letting you close the gap a lot easier. Mikke might skip the Shadow Blade this game and just go for some more tank and right click if you can abuse this Moonlight Shadow a little bit for threat around the map. Will be some nice little synergy as Aurora are done messing around. They're just going to force the Roshan. Interesting play call. I don't think they're stronger in a true 5-on-5 right now if Liquid were able to get there, but they're just nowhere close to it on the map.
And positioning being on this side of the map, because it's the Timbersaw area, Liquid really haven't spent too many minutes in this area, so it's kind of owned by Aurora. They take the Roche for free.
He's so high level, 16 already, 5-0. So if you bring this Timber down, he's going to be worth a lot. Public enemy number 1 right here.
It's going to go for Aghanim Scepter. They do not have a nullifier hero.
Nope. This is my worry is the Timber. I think he is the true carry for Aurora in this game. If he gets 5 or 6 slots, he's going to be a massive problem. Tormentor available. Nightfall making his way downtown.
Yeah, Aurora probably a little bit frustrated because Nisha cut their lane, and he's got another Remnant to do it again at some point.
Some good shards to pick up here. Pretty happy with either one. You'll get the Boomerang. Not too bad.
With the BKB being completed on the Ember Spirit right now, do you think Liquid still fights into Aurora off of this timing? Even though they have Aegis?
They absolutely can if they get good initiations. It's all about being able to jump one of these core heroes. This is a kind of a sick smoke if it lands. No BKB on Nightfall. Oh, yeah.
And at the same time, the Ember Spirit also killed the Hoodwink off of that Remnant placement from earlier.
That was kind of sick as well.
Yeah, they did a nice little sandwich here in this area, get 2 pickoffs. And all this attention, Nisha has the BKB. They have nothing to stop him. Unless he gets surprised by a stun, they can do enough damage. But it doesn't look like they can. He doesn't have a teleport.
He's all in.
He's all in. He's going back in. He's going to get both of these kills.
Silent,
Can
though.
he get out after the puck on the second life? Makoto's going to chase after him.
Moonlight Shadow, he has no detection. You could just walk this off.
And he does have a Lotus still on Nisha, a great healing Lotus. So he was actually willing to keep that fight going, potentially. Mira just teleported into a Moonlight Shadow Tiny. Instantly kills him. So back-to-back deaths for Mira against sneaky cores. And now here comes public enemy number 1, the Timbersaw. And Liquid are like, all right, we got enough pickoffs. That's great for us. We've almost brought this back to an even game.
Sick moves from Liquid. Nisha just styling on him with a surprise Remnant on the backside of that map. Effectively killing 3 heroes on his own. And then this is the power of Moonlight Shadow in a game like this. Because you have so much chain stun potential off of any initiator, the threat is insanely high across the map every time this Moonlight goes off. Very nice spell for the Tiny to play off of, for the other 2 cores as well. For the Zerg Spirit to get in there and look for some roll initiations. Liquid making this lineup work right now. Bring this game back to even.
They go for the Tiny. He harpoons himself away. Stampede trying to get him out. Coil is going to delay that retreat a bit. Can the rest of Aurora get here in time? The Avalanche is going to cover 2.
Oh, he got hit by the Distiller.
Yeah, the Distiller's going to stop the blink away. They really have a chance to get this. Keep the damage on him. Another Ice Pass lands, and that's going to be the death of him. Really well played by Aurora, keeping that damage on him. WS did lose his Courier, though.
Expensive Courier. Had the full Ags finish on it.
Yeah, that would have been a massive pickup. Also, Liquid is going to lose their Wisdom Shrine, it seems. As WS going to chase Tofu out of here, force him to expend his leaps. Aghanim Scepter is done on the Mirana, so this looking like a bit of a rat game. Boxy finds the opening carry in the bottom lane. I mean, they are splitting Aurora apart and getting these little pickoffs.
I like it. This is where the Mirana can shine. These types of lineups, just guerrilla warfare across the map. This is another reason I like the hard on Ace. Because I think this is what you wanted the game to turn into. And now he's going to be able to keep up and farm, continue to scale really well here. And be able to put some pressure on Aurora in terms of what this late game looks like. I don't think you wanted Centaur involved in all these plays. There would have been too many heroes running around the map. You need some heroes that are going to farm, push waves, clear those Ancients. It's more A style, too.
Yeah.
Fair.
And now it's, you know, you're going to have a triple BKB timing for Liquid. And Timbersaw is not nearly the same kind of threat he was 5 minutes ago.
No. Still insanely farm.
Yes, no doubt about that.
Just seen some of that on the Courier. I don't know if he cares. He's also insanely high level.
Aurora also don't have, like, the best initiation against BKBs. Oh, the puck gets caught for that kill. That is... Oof. Aurora. They thought it was just a casual little pick off on the Mirana, but this Tiny continues to ruin Aurora's plans, man. Everywhere he goes, I mean, he doesn't need a shadow play. They just keep on finding openings off this Moonlight Shadow.
Another reason that this Timber really needs to pop off, because I think Liquid did a very nice job at countering this first pick puck. There's no way Makoto's going to have a good time in this game. He's going third item A on this, which is effectively first item A on a puck because you're always going Blink's Witchblade.
Sure.
And then you decide, you know, how am I going to imagine? He's just going Aeon because he feels so insanely pressured by the kill combinations here.
Yeah, you know it's bad when it's not even BKB.
Right.
It's like, oh.
So you cannot rely on this first pick puck to really do anything in this game relative to what you're used to. It's going to have to be the other two cores picking up the slack, and Liquid can continue to abuse that. Honestly, their position doesn't look too bad.
No,
how farm this Timber is, I think they've done a decent job debilitating the other heroes, creating a scary map state for Aurora, winning the vision battle. They have a lot of room to work with here.
Definitely looks like they are projected to gain a net worth lead over the next 5 to 10 minutes over the course of,
I would say so,
all the split pushing and pickoffs that they're getting, like Carry in the bottom lane here. Question is that enough for them? Like, Liquid, scaling-wise, is that going to work? Tofu, arrow off of the shackles. I'm not going to lie, it actually feels like Aurora is a bit lost. They just seem like, what do we do about this slight chain setup? What do we do about this Moonlight Shadow? All of this is looking too easy for Liquid.
They have to create a threat somewhere, because plays like these are not enough to win you map control.
You got a shackle on Nisha. He's going to pop his BKB. He still has the Lotus to work with. He's played a dangerous game. He did not make a clean escape, but the Moonlight Shadow, the extra bit of HP he has, and they're going to go for the Timbersaw. WS is finally going to die. They have the magic damage. You knew it was coming eventually. Liquid, they had the pieces together.
5 heroes converge.
All the heroes on top of the Timbersaw to get the kill.
We got the streak. Boxy, 700 gold for that Wicked Sick. These supports are insanely farm for Liquid. All this pickoff gold. He has a full BKB. Just got 16 more hundred in the bank. This Ags Mirana starting to farm the map.
And the Roar supports are the ones being picked off, so they have gained nothing over the last 10 minutes.
I think they need to bring the Timbersaw into more of these plays. They need to put the supports behind WS and try and threaten something on the map right now.
Go for Ace. This is a tough hero to go for. I mean, the Focus Fire will kill Centaur before it kills the Wind Ranger, for sure. Nightfall's already taken a hefty amount of damage. Liquid are a bit slow to get here, though, and they can't really punish. So
the thing is, you see the instant backup. They don't know where the Tiny is.
Yeah.
They might have seen him on the ward, but every time Mikke is just kind of looming around the fighter, you don't know where he is. You cannot overextend on these heroes.
Especially when your BKB is on cooldown, which Nightfall used his earlier. And there's a Force Staff for the Hoodwink. Well, Hoodwink's getting Force Staff, you know it's a good Force Staff game. Or a necessary one, let's say.
They are slowly getting to utility on the supports, but the damage is done here. Liquid got a lot of this mid-game they were looking for. Their supports can push waves now. The cores can kind of solo threaten these enemy supports. You can't babysit each other forever here. If you are Aurora, you have to make a decisive move at some point. And it has to be through the Timber. And he is so much of your advantage and your strength right now, already level 20.
Oh, look at Tofu, man. He picked up Nimble enchantment, and he also took the leap attack speed. So, oh, what an avalanche on 2. Nice setup. Here comes the arrow. Almost tags Carry, which would have been the death of him. Boxy's still going to be hunting, but inside the pit, he has teleported away. Meanwhile, Nisha runs down Mira. Shackle Shot does land. BKB goes out with a Focus Fire. Nah, it's Remnant. He's going to jump too far away. Maybe Makoto can still get him. They kick him away. Nisha's still alive for now, stunned up by the broken coil. Makoto feels like he cannot keep the chase going, though. Even with Shield Rune and an Aeon Disc, he'd likely just
wouldn't have the damage to finish him off.
Lockdown issues for Aurora right now. Having issues stunning these heroes, particularly in the BKB. They have zero control for it, and you can always just BKB Stampede away in these fights if things are looking a little murky.
Yeah, Aurora, one of these fights, they're just going to have to, like, jump in, force the BKBs reset. But then how do you keep that fight going in the second round, right? They may have very mobile heroes, but Liquid, as you said, they have Stampede to just get completely out of the fight if they don't feel it's worth.
Maybe early Hex on the Timbersaw gives you more options in a game like this.
Okay.
Another way to go about it. More damage will also help on Nightfall. If Nightfall can get to the point where his Focus Fire is just killing you through Stampede BKB, which is a real possibility, you don't need as much reliable lockdown here.
So the Aghanim Scepter initially on the Timbersaw looked really good, right? No Nullifier hero. It's going to be, pretty decent for the entirety of the game. But it was also like he was kind of unkillable at that time anyway. I agree with you that it feels like they needed better lockdown options, better initiation options. Puck is dead again. Rough game for Makoto because Liquid made it that way with their draft, so not much he could do. Mira, you don't want to show against this Ember Spirit. This has been a tournament of Ember Spirits. Kind of really being able to chase after squishy supports. Toss up in the air carry. Going to be caught by Tofu's Yule's arrow combo, and Mira is still going to die as they catch up to him. With Mickey, Liquid are just sweeping across the map. They're going to force Nightfall. Maybe have to use his BKB. Yeah, there it goes. BKB, TP out.
It's all retreat.
Timber Chain breaks the Harpoon pullback there. The Aghanim Scepter preventing any damage from being done. They still want to get this kill, but he's already blinked away.
Getting forced to your base here in 30 minutes. And what is the turnaround potential? So many BKBs already online for Liquid. They're so strong in the ball with the high HP pools. Timber is normally the hero you want in these situations as he can chunk these heroes down to size. But he cannot just stand on the front line on his own. And Makoto just has no game. I feel like if you go first item A on disc like he has, there's almost no point in even doing it because, okay, let's say you can survive these random ganks with AM. You're not doing any damage. You're not a threat to anybody in this game.
Yeah, I think
the items isn't scaling with you.
It's only good if you're like, you're in the position to wrap the game and you're, killing creep waves. They go on you, the Aeon Disc lets you live, and then you keep that going for some sort of hard carry that's going to win you the game. But that's not the case here, right?
I don't think so. This is not a last pick PL type situation.
No.
That you had in game one. You're going to have to win the team fights. BKB Timber definitely helps here. Lets you trade BKB durations, keep the Timber on the front line. Again, though, I go back to how do you control heroes if you're Aurora? What do the initiations look like? How do they start a fight? You can't just go in and coil somebody. This is not a real threat. And Moonlight Shadow is making your life very difficult in this game. As Liquid setting a trap for these power runes.
WS leading that charge. On the front lines, self-Lotus, get rid of the chains, doesn't activate the Ags, doesn't pull the trigger on the BKB. But this is kind of feel like almost a bluff. I mean, Nightfall's showing in the top lane. If you're Aurora, I don't think you could take the fight without him. He is too essential for damage.
Very precarious moment in this game for Aurora. If they want to try and bring it back, it's going to have to be some sick teamfight execution.
Arrow, what an arrow.
Snag WS.
Standoff around Roshan. Liquid, I feel like they're in no rush. They've got 900 gold till Nisha has his Aghanim Scepter, but they're going to smoke up anyway.
Nullifier for Boxy.
Real.
Big item here.
Wow. Okay, well, I guess there's your Nullifier buyer. Wow.
I like it. 4-stat
another lands on WS. So they going to go for that? No, they hit the back line instead. Go for the puck. They tried to hit him with the Nullifier, but Makoto did manage to get out. Nisha, though, is still pretty untouchable in these fights. He's just hunting down supports. Got Carry. Now he's going to catch Mira, and Nightfall isn't even going to turn and look behind him. He just heads for the hills. or heads for the gate specifically.
That's no
His way
TV.
around. Yeah, they should know that, right? Somebody click on Nightfall.
Oh, he's screwed.
Yeah, spotted by the Distiller. He's going to BKB. He has to fight his way out. Hoped he gets some sort of kill, and he does. Nicely played. He gets in front of Boxy. That'll be one. He got something for his efforts. I mean, it was either you're dead or you die with honor.
He died with honor. That's for sure. And he died quite fast. You have to just go Hex Timber and try and play off that. There's no other way to combat Liquid's front line with any sort of threat right now.
With that in mind, do you dislike the Parasma being completed for Makoto? Like, do you think he... How many sites do we need here? Do they need more than one?
No, he needs damage in this game.
Okay.
This puck has to become a damage threat too. There's a lot of issues to solve, and usually that means Liquid should be able to take advantage of it. This is an Aegis. They can go high ground with Aegis Banner here. They can end this game.
Actually getting the benefits of Aurora's early Roche.
For sure. Backfired pretty hard in this one.
Dude, Ember Spirit's killing supports. I don't know, man. It just looks so free for them in every game. And maybe WS is free as well. Chain stunned up. Did manage to get out the BKB Aghanim Scepter.
Mickey went up the gate.
Yeah, this is not good for Mickey. He might be in a weird position where he loses his Aegis for this, but I guess no one's there to punish him. Nightfall's in the area, but Nightfall doesn't have his BKB, so Nightfall can't commit.
This game is so weird in terms of how fat this Timber is and how irrelevant he is.
Yeah. It's like the, I feel like it's a similar playstyle that, no way, how did Makoto not get spotted? I feel like it's a similar playstyle from game one from Liquid. It's just like this time around they're avoidant. What they were doing, just trying to farm up their items, actually led them to a win condition where it wasn't possible in game one.
They also have a lot more catch and stun capability in this game. I think this team prefers to play with the ability to threaten heroes on lanes and connect quickly, especially their support duo. They have it in spades.
Yeah, stuns will do that for you, right?
Yeah, Ember Spirit makes the game easy, man.
That's true.
If you don't know what's going on in the meta, just pick Ember Spirit and stuns and like any two supports behind him, and you're likely going to have some gameplay.
Well, we'll see how Aurora adapts to a similar precarious position than Liquid was in game one. Liquid 8,000 net worth lead and potential high ground push. Aurora do have a very farmed Wind Ranger with the Daedalus. They have very poor supports who will continue to die around the map.
Radiant are scanning.
Death become peace.
I mean, at what point do you just stop going out there, you know?
Dire are scanning.
At what point is it not even worth to leave the base?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Nightfall with the Nightfall? See ya. Trying to see if there's any talents they're near or something. I don't know. It's just not looking much better for Aurora in the short term. I think you're going to have to find a way to push this ultra late. Be really surprised if Liquid don't try and go high ground with the Sages.
Yeah, Disc gets popped. Nullifier hits, but it's kind of already too late. Puck is phase shifted. Should be able to... Oh, did not get a chance to blink away. He's already used his orb just on the outside of the coil range here. He'll be okay. He gets out. All good.
Aeon is saving him in some of these instances.
It is. And he's actually almost made his way to another item. He almost has Octarine. So Makoto's recovery arc has begun.
A long road.
Yeah, no doubt.
An impact, especially with the loss of that 25 talent. This is one of those games where you really needed that debuff piercing Dream Coil.
All right, so you talked about this Mirana Ags, and it really hits his peak when in level 20. Well, Tofu at 37 minutes as a support is level 20. How do you keep building this up from here? Like, he's going to have so much farm for the rest of the game. I mean, he's keeping, pace with Makoto at this point.
You can either go back for more utility.
Okay,
like support Mirana.
Yeah.
Scythe, Wind Waker. Even like Glimmer of Force is still viable at this point. You can go Octarine and play for the level 25 multi-shot arrows with a super low cooldown. Yeah. Incredibly toxic build. E-Blade.
Oh, look, it's Gary dying again.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
I mean, poor guy is just, again. There's not much you can do against December Spirit.
I would probably just go Octarine if I'm Toph.
Okay. Yeah, just go for the span of arrows.
There's a couple factors. Like the arrow span when you get to 25 is insane. Lowering the cooldown on your Moonlight is huge this game.
Right, sure.
They have a high ground ward. They're getting smoked
combined with that 25 talent.
They have a Hex on WS.
Doesn't get the chance to make his initiation, though. Timber Chain tries to chase. Does hit the Scythe onto Mickey. Of course, Mickey is the one with the Aegis, so not the best. Avalanche stopping their retreat here. This is a problem. Nullifier placed onto the puck. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit jumps away from that focus fire. Time and time again, Nightfall is forced to try and focus fire Nisha just to keep him off the back line. But then he just gets away, and there goes Makoto. 1,500 damage. Ace hits a stomp on a WS, but the rest of the team has called it quits. They said, okay, we got the puck. Let's reset here. Ace, with his heart, is healing up pretty good. WS really can't threaten him. The Whirling Death, he needs a number of Whirling Deaths, and that entire time, the Hard Tarask is healing Centaur up.
You always have the Geomagnetic Grip to bail you out, too.
That's true.
Such a broken hero in these positions where you have tanky frontliners. Aegis is going to expire in 3 seconds.
Yeah, they can draw this out a little bit.
Oh, it's going to be close.
It's going to be really close. They try and pull him away, kick him out. He does Harpoon down to the low ground. They just need one hit power shot. It does 60 HP.
The sharpshooter.
The sharpshooter shot. Mira hits the goal.
Is that the opening?
Massive pickup with no Tiny. Now all hell is broken loose, and Aurora are going to try and grab as many heroes as they possibly can. But there are multiple threats here beside the Tiny. Nisha goes back in, kills Mira. Boxy rolling after Kerry as well. They're not going to deal with the Timbersaw. They're just going to dance around him, kill all the supporting cast. Once again, Curry's dead. Now they go back for WS. He blinks away. Aurora thought, oh, this is our chance. We've killed the Tiny. Liquid's running. But it was false. Yule's arrow goes out, forced a buyback out of Mira.
I think you still have to look for something here if you're Aurora.
Kind of do, right?
You've had very few moments in this game with any sort of advantage. Tiny off the map for this long. If you just sit in your base, it's going to feel real bad. WS trying to bait something out, force some action.
Please go on me, but Ace, he disregards that. He goes straight to the back line again. Mira's going to beat a dieback. BKB before the Yules goes off. Ace secures the kill.
Oh, they found the puck again.
Nullifier goes out. He blinks back to safety. WS. Timber Chain down. They're poking at him. He's got to be careful. That Aghanim Scepter is not a saving grace against the Nullifier from Boxy. And now you've got 60 seconds where it's a 4 versus 5. Tiny's going to be up and can teleport onto the outpost.
That shows you the strength of this Liquid lineup. You lose your Tiny in a situation where Aurora did kind of outplay them with the expiry of that Aegis. Like they got it right on the edge.
Yeah, it was beautiful timing. Really well played by Aurora to make that happen.
And you still couldn't take the fight.
Shackle shot. Oh no, the focus fire. Nightfall almost kills himself on that one.
He died.
He does die. How did he die there actually towards the end?
Starstorm.
Oh, it was Prophet's Pendulum. He had already killed himself from his focus fire. He gets low, he stops it. Right? And then the Prophet's Pendulum kicks in and all of a sudden, oh wait.
Whenever I'm unsure how someone dies, it's always Prophet's Pendulum.
Yeah.
That is not the hero you want to be focus firing if you don't have Satanic.
Well, now you don't want to focus fire anybody. Centaur has Retaliate Aura. So everybody is going to be a bad focus fire.
It's tough. It is real tough in this game.
I dare say it's impossible. Liquid start taking away the buildings. WS is farming for some sort of item. I mean, all the farm in the world. Still top net worth. Liquid is up 26,000 off of this recent building. They'll all jump ahead of him, but he was still top net worth.
Yeah, it's crazy.
At the end of that fight, and he cannot find an item that is a solution.
I really thought Timber was going to be able to do more in this game, and he's just been neutered.
That did not.
They're doing a very nice job of not over-focusing him.
Oh, yeah.
Just killing supports every time. They just walk past
him for like 95% of the game, and then every once in a while, they're like, okay, throw every stun at Timbersaw, hundreds of zero.
They have tanky enough heroes they can just absorb some of his spells and kill Aurora fast enough. You have a double heart Centaur, by the way. This can't be the build, but it is badass. That is for sure.
Okay. Isn't it kind of the build against Windranger, though?
It's very good this game, I will say, actually.
It's maybe the only time where it is the build.
The regen's insane.
And then he's going to get yet another Reaver with the overwhelming blink.
Okay, I'm on board for this.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Retaliate Orange.
That's true. Though the aura is based on other hero strength.
Fair enough. Still good, though. Aghanim Scepter for carry. I'm surprised he got an item, frankly. 12 deaths. 0, 12, and 8. It's not been a fun time, but it does up the damage.
They have to make something happen before this Roche goes Liquid's way.
It's a level 3 macro pyre. So if they could somehow...
Yeah, if Liquid all stand in the macro for 10 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe like Puck level 20. Oh, well, that's not even a talent anymore. Never mind. Scythe on the Ember. Pulled away by the Geomagnetic Grip. Kicked away. They get up the stomp. Oh, no, they got the chain stun.
Nightfall gone.
No chance to Nightfall here today. Dies without the BKB being used.
That's
the fight. That's probably the game at this point. Liquid going to try and run down the other two. But even if they don't, that's another lane of barracks. That's going to probably be Megas. They can go back and do Roshan if they want to be ultra safe about it. Puck. Well, jump to the orb. He did not jump to the orb. Blinks away. Back to the Timbersaw. Timbersaw making a run for it. He also gets out. But now you've got 50 seconds with no Wind Ranger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Go back for Roche? Nah, you end the game. Put that centaur on the front line. What are you going to do?
Mickey got his level 25. He went for his favorite talent, the Avalanche cooldown one.
Very good in this game.
Oh, yeah, especially...
Yeah, vaulted there.
All right, we'll see if Liquid does end the game here if they go back for Roche. Be super safe.
I don't think Roche even does anything. No one's dying.
Yeah. Ember Spirit has 4,000 HP.
That's the thing about this lineup. They're all so damn tanky. There's no easy target. In that sense, I think it's a pretty bad Wind Ranger game.
Yeah.
There was maybe potential to do his thing, but when you're playing against these really tanky lineups, Centaur's a bad matchup. Tiny's kind of a bad matchup, to be honest. Like, it can go both ways, but...
It's like you don't run out of damage to kill Tiny, but it also kind of takes too long to kill Tiny.
At the point where you're killing him easily, you're probably just killing anybody in the game. I think Tiny has a better chance of causing you issues. He forces your BKB early, too, because he either starts the fight from a Shadow Blade position, Invis, or he's avalanching you, and then you have to pop BKB or you're just getting chain stunned 100-0 like we saw in that fight.
Right.
So the Tiny creates an issue for you, and I think that's pretty damn nice.
High ground reward. Mira starts it on Ace, and Ace is going, wait a minute, why am I turning? I've got 6,600 HP. Stampede goes out to get Tofu away to safety. They just jump the Jakiro. Poor Kihori, man. Every fight. Coil on 2. Oh, the Yule Scepter stopping the Timbersaw. He was just about to get on top of these heroes. Instead, he's going to be Yuled into an arrow and killed.
No buy available.
Chain stuns all around. Aurora are going to call the GG. They will take the loss against Liquid, and that may have just lost them top spot in this Group B.
That was a game they are going to look back on and just ask, what the hell happened here? Because I don't think that is how that game progresses clearly from the draft. Maybe Liquid understood that game better than we all did, but I honestly think they just severely outplayed them there. They turned it up. Nisha had a perfect game. 14-0, 18 on this Ember. Maybe another conclusion is Ember Spirit's just broken. I think teams are...
Dude, Ember Spirit looks broken.
I mean, teams are not respecting it, right? And the thing about this hero is that his biggest weakness is the mid lane matchup if he gets cheesed. If he does not get cheesed, he's always a powerhouse of a hero around the map. He enables your support though. He shuts down enemy supports. It just gives you such a huge advantage. And they got this Puck Ember trade. That's why I really like that first exchange. Like, I'll almost take Liquid in that draft based on the Puck versus Ember, based on what we've seen in this tournament, regardless of the other picks. Because I think it just sets you up so well. And we saw the damage inflicted here. Teams need to respect what this hero's doing in terms of the supports on supports, bringing these duos into the game. He is just decimating backlines.
Well, Liquid, apparently they told Nigma Galaxy, don't worry, we'll take a game off of Aurora. And after that game 1, I was doubting. I was like, really? Are you sure you're going to be able to do that? Well, they proved it was absolutely the case. They do have the power to do so. And Nigma Galaxy, I believe, are looking good to get first in their group.
help their boys out, right? Big fans of that team. I think this is also a necessary win for Liquid just from a morale standpoint. If you got 2-0 yesterday and 2-0 today in the fashion they did, where some of those games just felt really lackluster, I think your hopes to go deep in this tournament dwindle pretty quickly. You're not going to have the confidence going into the next stage here. You win that game, you win it in a stylistic fashion against the top team. You just outplayed them. We can win with any draft. To me, that's like a draft independent win. Not that the draft's bad, but it's like we just made good moves. We played fast. We connected. This is what the Liquid you want to see, right? Mickey involved in these fights. Nisha having a perfect game. That's what we want to see from this squad.
All right, well, beautiful game from Liquid in Game 2, and we can talk about it with Slacks on stage with Boxy.
And thank you so much, Cap. Yes, I am here with Boxy. Boxy, you got to feel a little bad about that game. I mean, your Earth Spirit going in, just ignoring Timbersaw, just attacking the supports. Do you feel any kind of guilt about what you just transpired against Team Aurora?
My start was so bad this game that, I don't know. I was like happy when I got to farm for 10 minutes. Thank you, my team. That was really nice. And once I had my BKB, I was like, okay, guys, I'm ready to fight. I'll grab the mic. I'll hold the mic.
Okay, go. No.
What are you asking?
Okay. Thank you very much. Ember Spirit, should anyone get this hero again? I saw you guys gave Makoto one of his favorite heroes. You give him Puck just for the Ember, and the Ember goes absolutely bonkers. Did you do that trade on purpose? Is that what you're hoping to do?
I'm not too involved in the draft process, but I think we were like, okay, we first pick Ember, and I was like, yeah, Ember is good. That sounds good, you know. I guess we also lost to Ember last game, and we're like, yeah, Ember's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You guys are very famous for doing kind of decent in the early group stage, then learning lessons and going forward. Who is really doing that? Is that your guys' experiences in the game? Is that Blitz? Who's making that process happen for you guys?
I think everyone just gives their input on what they think is good, what is bad. Obviously, like Blitz and Tofu does the drafting.
Yeah.
But they also ask, like, you know, it can't be like 2 people and 5 people don't give any opinions. That's not a team. So everyone.
I've heard of teams like that before. There have been teams where they just, I'm going to take it back, thank you, where they just ignore people and just get their opinions out of that, pot. Is that you? Do you ever make suggestions? They say, like, shut up, Boxy. No. Or are you highly respected on this team?
I think leadership is kind of about ignoring a lot of suggestions and like making sure that everyone that brings suggestions, that the ones that go together work. Because I don't have any idea maybe what other people are suggesting. No. You know? Yeah.
All right, Boxy, well, you did an absolutely fantastic series. It was really good to see you again. I haven't given this opportunity to anybody yet, but now that we have seen Liquid back, any words to the fans watching? I mean, we've been waiting to see a big success like this in the entirety of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for watching and supporting us. It's still the group stage, you know. We'll be better for the playoffs, so don't lose hope. I'm feeling it. You know.
I'm feeling it, baby. All right, damn it. Oh, my boy right there. That is it. Thank you so much, Boxy, for an incredible interview, incredible series. We'll go back to our incredible panel to talk to you all about it.
Thank you very much, Slacks. And of course, Boxy, as Team Liquid is the second team to take a game off of Aurora here on stage just now. There's a lot to break down. At the same time, there is still also a game going on that might still also have impact on Aurora's future here. But of course, this game, I am just wanting to update you guys that Ember Spirit has a 63% win rate, whereas Puck has a now 28% win rate. And this was an overall first pick Puck, and I don't know why.
Stats don't lie, Shiver.
They don't.
Stats don't lie. Stats never lie.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean, for a good reason. Coming into this tournament, I think people did expect Ember Spirit to be highly contested, but it's doing much better than people would kind of also expect, especially because he buys Spirit does it. He shuts down quite a lot of these heroes, like these Necrofuses that are super imbalanced, you know, that we talked about the healing reduction, like the heal strat that a lot of teams are bringing to the table. And Nisha, he was set up for a perfect game. Like, I don't think you can ask for anything better than this. We talked about Nisha being also in his prime again, because he looked, even in the games that Team Liquid was losing, he still looks like a menace. He still looks like on top of his game. He's ready to carry Team Liquid, and the rest of the team this time around, they really stepped it up.
They did really step it up. I think this was the first time where we saw the power that Team Liquid has to offer in this tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think their draft was very convincing in a way. I don't think they won out of
it wasn't
strategy.
an outdraft.
I think this was an outplay more than an outdraft, or I think they just played better. They clicked their buttons better. I think the plays were faster, more impactful. This was just Team Liquid showing that we're a bunch of really, really good players, and it doesn't really matter the strategy or what happens in the lanes. Remember that this was a reminder of hey, this can always happen to you when you play against us. So it kind of keeps you guessing, it keeps you wondering what happens if they have a better draft, let's say, or it's pretty scary.
And what happens if there's Lacoste in the not playoff stage yet, because they have to go through the survival stage first, but what happens when there's best of threes? Because maybe that's an even scarier Team Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. This is the team, let's say this is a BO3, I would even give a slight edge to Team Liquid, especially if they lose game 1, then win game 2, and then they come to the third game, they would definitely, at least in my opinion, would have an upper hand, because this team knows how to adjust. This was straight up outplay. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, there's one guy that stands out the most. That's going to be Nisha with 14, 0, and 18. It's just insane what he can do, but I'm also really glad that the rest of the team also played around him, and it seems like a lot of the times you see them put a lot of trust in each other. That's why this team was so successful. Ace, however, very interesting item build coming out from him. With the double heart, you see Wind Ranger just straight up killing herself on the with the focus fire, which was funny to watch.
Yeah, we have of course selected Nisha as the MVP because this was a masterclass. It was very enjoyable. I'm not complaining about seeing so much Ember Spirit and seeing him do well, because he is such a fun hero to watch, and a hero that if played at the highest level, everywhere. He's everywhere.
Yeah, and it's a fun hero to watch, and it's a really hard hero to play. Very hard to master. I think what Nisha is able to do on this hero is absolutely incredible. It's world class. I mean, there's a reason for why this guy has been dominating every single season of Dota with this Ember Spirit, and I think he showcased once again that he is a menace on the hero. And if the hero is meta, then Liquid is in a good state. Nisha Ember is an absolute classic. He really. What a statement, because they just lost to Ember. He lost to Ember also. I think he had a pretty rough lane, and now he kind of showcased that, I'm not impressed. You're just playing a broken hero. This is what I can do with it.
Yeah, we heard SPG say it this morning before the series even started. He is one of the main questions he had going into this, which Nisha is going to show up, because we know he has an incredibly high ceiling, but not every game he is able to hit that. This game, though, we saw why we have such high expectations of him.
Yeah, I think even though they lost a couple of games, the score isn't the greatest for Team Liquid, probably expected a better result overall. Nisha, in every single game that we've seen him play, he looked very, very stable. He did perform, and every single time Nisha does well, the rest of the team also does extremely well.
Yeah, they really do. And we're not done talking about Nisha yet, I think, Seb, because I think you have something to show us regarding him.
Yeah, I think there were moments of the game that were absolutely amazing. I really want to show the sequence, because this is to me, this is almost unheard of. The Wisdom Rune is coming. It's a pretty rough early game for Liquid, as you can see. Nisha has decided to contest the rune by himself. He has an Arcane Rune, of course. His team is nowhere to help him, because they're making their own play on the Wind Ranger, and they get the kill. At the same time, Nisha gets to kill the Hoodwink, and now he's trying to get the Wisdom. And since, Aura got the memo that, they're not ready to help him. This guy is actually alone. We have Aegis. They start contesting. Look at Nisha. His team is not there. They just went away. He's taking the fight 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, and this is what's amazing about this guy, is that he's in the zone. This takes the highest level of focus. Nobody's talking to him. You can be sure. He's just full quiet, doing his thing on the map, battling it out versus 3 heroes, gets 2 kills, is gonna get rid of the Aegis, get 2 kills, force TPs, get out. It's what else do you need? Do you need coffee? How can I help you, Team Liquid? He's just doing so much with so little at this point, they lost the laning phase. He has no teammate to connect. This is the kind of overperformance that you expect from a world-class player like Nisha, and you give that kind of space to the Mickeys, the Aces, the Tofus of the world, all of a sudden you secured yourself a map win.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, of course, this game very good, and I think it was very needed as well for a boost going into the survival stage. But they do have to go into the survival stage because they needed this to be a 2-0 if they wanted to have a shot at tiebreakers to see if they could force out the first place for themselves in Group B. They don't do so, but they are, I think, Lacoste, very happy with this result either way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this group looked extremely strong. Like people talked about, being maybe the Group D being the group of death because you have 1W, you have Yandex, LGD, a lot of strong teams. But after seeing how it unfolded, I would say this was the strongest group because Enigma Galaxy, they showed up to their full potential. Like this is the team that maybe not everybody expected to be so back. Like they're definitely back, and they're back in very convincing fashion because of the strategies that they've been bringing to the table, the gameplay, and of course the lovable players that we kind of like to see back on the top.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys heard it, but while you were talking, there was also a cheer happening on my right because that's where the B stage is. I've got a great vantage point here where, spoiler alert, I did just see who won the game between Enigma Galaxy and P-Time, and that was, of course, Enigma Galaxy. They 2-0'd that series, and therefore the only one game that they have dropped this entire group stage. As Seb said, the biggest surprise of the group stage to be able to keep consistent at that top level. The only game that dropped was against Aurora, but this is Enigma Galaxy peak time, and it's super impressive, and we know they can take games off the best of them. They just haven't shown us this year that they can do so consistently.
Yeah, but what a time to do so. I mean, if this is the timing, it's the only thing that matters. If you want to peak, if you want to, find your form, this is the best time and the only time of the year to do so. So I'm just really happy for them. If you're an Enigma fan, you're probably vibing. Don't get carried away. Don't get yourself carried away. Remember the years of, pain and suffering. Finger snap and we're back there. So let's just take it one step at a time. Winning the group, very nice, very impressive. One step at a time, please.
Well, they didn't want to play tiebreakers, so they and maybe Aurora did that.
Fine by me, but one step at a time.
One step at a time, but they do skip that survival stage step. So congratulations to them. It does mean that we have Group B sorted out without any tiebreakers, Lacoste. Is that a surprise to not have any tiebreakers on this entire day?
Definitely. It looked like the Group B had a lot of chances to have tiebreakers, a lot of permutations as well. It didn't happen in the end, but let's see what happened in this game, Shiver. I'm gonna just wait it out because I saw the draft and it looked dirty. This is like kind of alliance type of a draft back from
Lycan Laundry. That's almost
it's a lot of push. It's a lot of dirtiness combined together. And the Enigma Galaxy, I gotta say that they have impressed me the most with the drafts that they did have. Like you saw quite a lot of healing strats. They were bringing back the Alchemist, to bring out some Dazzle as well, Keeper of the Light, a lot of Lycans, and cooking with the drafts. Like this is a type of a draft that not many other teams are willing to pick and also execute because this type of a draft needs high-level execution.
That's one way to shut down a Jaw Ranger when 20 minutes in you have a Prophet, a Lycan, and a Laundry and knocking at your base. It's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's almost illegal, I have to say. I think this is you want to send the Dota police on this because it's too much. Too much zoo, too many summons. Not cool.
Not cool indeed, but probably something that we might see more often because if it works, come on, you're gonna still pick it. I want to also have some final thoughts on Aurora that we just saw on stage because obviously we can say high praises for Team Liquid, but Aurora coming second in this group definitely also have to put some respect there. How come it didn't work out for them this game? Is it just Lacoste? You feel like they got a little bit figured out in the draft also with the puck, or were there other issues for them?
Maybe it's the puck issue. The hero just doesn't feel as strong compared to 2-3 months ago, where the hero you could straight up first phase it and the hero would dominate the game. The meta did shift multiple times, but it seems like maybe Team Liquid also overperforming. They definitely didn't have the better draft, but they had overall better gameplay, and everything gelled together for them, and it seems like they were just in the zone, and it didn't feel like that for Aurora in the second game.
I think WS got baited. He gave an interview and he said, I went back to sea and I'm playing Timber and I'm owning, and then I come back to Europe and then it doesn't work. And next thing you know, he's just winning every game in the group. He's like, you know what? I think this is a Timber game. And then he lost. I think that's it. He's like, well, sorry, my bad, guys. I should have learned my lesson. He probably didn't write it down in his notes. and now. So I think the draft was like suboptimal in a sense. I mean, it was cool. Like they were cool ideas. Like it made sense why they would pick these heroes. But as Lacoste said, these are non-meta heroes for a reason, perhaps. So probably something to go back on and reconsider your hero priority. But they played really well nonetheless. I think very dominant performance from them in the group stage and a well-deserved second place.
Yeah, and second place means that they go to the survival stage, but not the first day of it, but the second day. They get to skip one round there. Let's take a look at what happened today, because we got Group A and Group B finished up today. 2 series were shown. We had a 2-0 all across the board, actually, for for Group A in our first series of the day. And yeah, we have Aurora Liquid with a tie, and we have Nigma Galaxy with a 2-0 on the B stream. We also, today, Lacoste, saw our first keys crushed.
Yeah, it's always devastating. Like it's a really fun factor that we added, and you can definitely tell that you know, some are enjoying it more, especially the winners are going to be enjoying it more. But also the fact that you can also take some of the keys, like, and 3 of them, I believe. So maybe some grudges from the pub matches and stuff like that. Maybe some arch nemesis that you do have, some teams that you lost in some big tournaments in. You're going to be having extra eye on those keys.
Yeah, we're gonna have an eye on a key that will no longer be a key very soon. They all crush a little bit different as well, and there's like all these little things as well that, I mean, it's a good thing that there's like one of the safety things around there, because that's a gold in your eye. I don't think that's what you want.
I didn't look at it.
Too painful.
Too recent, too painful. It's like maybe in 10 years.
All right, let's take a look at some group standings then, as we are going for Group A first. That was the first group to be solved, and here it is. We got 2 teams eliminated in Gamer Legion and Poor Rangers. Falcons topping the group with only dropping that one game, and we keep bringing it up. It was the one game that they were meant to lose in order to rise to the top, because that was the very first game of the tournament without fail. They dropped that game to BB Team, who came second. We got Runeers and Extreme there also in the 3rd, 4th that we will see again in the survival stage, as we're going to take a look at Group B, the one that just got solved just a second ago. Nigma Galaxy. I know, Seb, you never doubted this for a second.
Yes.
For a second.
Yes, that statement is entirely true. But yes. I have been impressed as soon as I got to see them play here with their level, and as Lacoste mentioned, also the drafting, which I think is very innovative. I mean, compared to what the other teams are doing, I think it's quite disruptive, and it's really paying off. So good of them. I mean, if they can, you know, draft these kind of strategies and execute them the way they are executing them, I think this team is really a menace. And especially in a single elim like tournament, I think it's very scary to go up against Nigma right now, for anyone really, even for the most accomplished, you know, dominating teams of the scene.
Yeah, I mean, P10 was about to win game 1, and they were able to claw back, and you don't want to give them any opening, Lacoste.
No, I mean, I covered their series in TI qualifiers, and I was like, I'm pretty impressed. I don't know if this is some honeymoon phase. I don't know, like, if things are clicking for them, because they definitely were, because they looked like, I'm like, I've never seen this Nigma. Didn't see them like that for a really long time. I got the hopes up every single time. I get disappointed. It's just a roller coaster. It keeps going and keeps going. But I think they found stability, and that's what really matters for them.
Yeah, this roller coaster goes just a little bit higher than the rest, so maybe with a little bit more of a longer runway there at the top. But that is Group A and Group B done. There is one day of group stages left, of course, and that's tomorrow. We can take a look at what's coming your way, because that is when Group C and D will be solved. We will start the day with P-Vision versus Team Spirit. Now, I'll be already spoiling you guys. That is Group C, and in Group C, there is no chance for a tiebreaker. P-Vision and Team Spirit are basically fighting for who comes out on top of their group, with P-Vision right now in the lead. So Spirit needs to 2-0 them in order to kick them from their first place. And then the last series of the day, 1W and Yandex, and it's very simple. We need a clear winner. If they tie, it's not enough. We need one of these 2 teams to 2-0, and if they tie, they will go again, Seb.
I mean, these 2 matches could be grand finals. Like, this is how good all of these 4 teams are right now. it's going to be two bangers, honestly. Like, it's really hard to predict who's going to come out on top. I think we've seen all these teams kind of dominate the rest of the competition so far, and it kind of keeps you wondering who's better. You know, I think like that's just a discussion. The 1W is better than Yandex. No, Yandex is better than P-Vision. Tomorrow all these questions are going to start getting answered, because it is still group stage. I think they're also at a stage of the tournament where they could be deciding to hold back a little bit. I'm not going to fall into the hiding strategy kind of thing, but you could decide to not show everything you get to show, especially in a single elim tournament. I think it makes a lot of sense. So we'll have to see how they approach these series.
Yeah, and it is very important to come first place, though, because then you skip a whole stage and you're instantly top 8. So there is a lot on the line for those series. Final thoughts from you, Lacoste?
Very impressed by Dota that we have seen, because, day 1, we haven't really seen anything too spicy. Day 2 and 3, I think thanks to Enigma Galaxy and thanks to some other teams as well, we are seeing new ideas coming in. And some teams also talked about in the interviews that, maybe the meta changed, like they prepared certain stuff. So it's going to be, again, about the teams who can adapt it quickly, the fastest, the current meta. And that's what I'm about to see. Well, just good Dota, and so far, been very impressed.
Yeah, it is promising to have some good Dota coming your way tomorrow as well, as you already heard from the guys. Thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. This was it for today. We had 2 great series, and of course tomorrow can only be greater with what's on the menu. If you missed any of today's action, though, this was it for us, but we are not going to leave you empty-handed. We'll be back tomorrow, but for now, here are the SDC recap.
Best of luck.